essentially you're just changing the oil once a year and
Yeah.
and that's it,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I wish I only had to change the oil on my vehicle once a year.
Any other questions on that? Okay, the second thing is, I'm back this year after the last 2 years, to talk about hopefully, getting in the capital budget, our funding for our, exhaust evacuation system down at the firehouse. 2 years ago, it just wasn't the time, so to speak. Last year, we wanted to take a look to see if there was some grant money, if you recall. And I found out over the last year, there's no grant money available. I've talked with VLCT, I've talked with the government as far as the possibility of another AFG grant. If that had been a possibility, I would have applied for it this past year. The reality is that those options don't exist. Through an AFG grant, we missed their cutoff point by 1 year. Our building is 1 year too new, so there's no wiggle room with that.
And what does AFG stand for?
Assistance to Firefighters Grants, federal grants. And this is another thing that when the station was built in 2005, the cost for a system was included originally, and then that's one of the two bigger things, if you will, that got cut, just to save. So obviously it's necessary. We can prove things out if you folks at any time want to come down and take a look. We actually did in-house just our own little test. We took one of our bunker coats, washed it twice, it was perfectly clean. We left it intentionally on the apparatus floor for 4 months. And when we washed it after that, just to see what it actually would be collecting, I've got a sample of the water out of the first rinse cycle, and it'll turn your stomach. So when you look at it, all that was exposed to obviously was diesel exhaust, vehicle exhaust. So when we look at that and knowing that the existing system we have just doesn't work, we've tested that too many times with our CO meters, and just running anything in that building, even with the fans on, it doesn't purge anything. And
What is the existing system? Just
all it is manually operated fans, an intake fan on one wall, exhaust ports on the other,
Yeah.
and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So within all that, the anticipated cost would be $103,000 total. Within that, since we house one of the Vermont State Hazmat response trucks, I spoke with the hazmat chief and asked if we did secure the funding, if they would be willing to pay for their drop, which would be about $13,000 to $14,000, because we've got a total of 8 drops. And they said, they haven't confirmed it yet, but he said we can absolutely work something out.
The system that would like to put in, are there any other systems? Have you explored all the different systems
Yes.
that might work? And
Yeah, we have.
And-
And this system is the most practical and really works the best. There are other systems, and what this system is it's actually an exhaust fan piped to a series of ductwork. A series of rails are in place with hose drops that actually come down to the exhaust location on each truck. The trucks have sensors in them. All of that's included in this. When the vehicles are turned on, it automatically sends a signal to the fan turns on, the vehicle starts, it's already exhausting all the vehicle exhaust to the outside. There are filters in place, so it's filtered before it gets to the exterior. Shuts off automatically. so on and so forth.
And you said 8 drops?
8 drops, yep.
So 1 in the maintenance bay?
One in the back bay, and then the other 7 are out in the front bays.
Do the filters reduce the amount of carbon you're putting
Yes,
back? Nice.
yes.
There'd be some maintenance on cleaning those too.
Yeah,
Is that
which
figured into
is,
this?
we'll be able to do in-house. It's not a dramatic
Gotcha.
thing at all.
Get it.
And that cost is turnkey. Everything's installed and ready to go.
Sounds good. So, what would that would go into the capital budget?
Capital,
Okay,
yeah.
so both of those items, or all 3 of those, the 2 generators and the
Right.
exhaust system would all go into capital.
Are we required by law to put in an exhaust system that keeps the air clean in that building? Do we need to do that, or are we just doing this because it's the right thing to do? Is there some code that we have to meet?
Honestly, I can't answer that.
Okay, I
As
was just
far
curious.
as far as the fire prevention side of things, that side of things, no. At the end of the day, it's just the right thing to do.
I hear you, I'd love one in my shop.
I mean, if you just, if we take a look at the example that, in the test internally that we did, if you will, that bunker coat, that's what all of our guys are wearing every day. So if they're already taking gear out of their lockers that's contaminated, that's not doing anybody any good.
In their masks.
Yeah, that's not doing anybody any good. Plus, at the end of the day, the place is filthy. So,
Right.
The reason I asked was if we had to do that, if there was some code and we had to do it, I just want to make sure the system that you're proposing actually meets the standards of that code, but I didn't know. So that's what I was asking.
and it would.
Right,
It would, it's based on, this is all NFPA compliant,
got it.
so.
Okay.
And just one other thing,
One more.
one more. And this is a concept that all of us at the department are, just wanting you to look at. Back 6 months ago-ish, a group of us started to put together, in anticipation of the engine one's replacement in 4 years, we put together a group of folks who started to put together specs for a new engine. Because there are gonna be some changes in the way we do things and how the trucks need to function. So they started to put the specs together. Within that process, naturally, you have some conversations with different dealers, apparatus dealers. And what we started to recognize right off the bat was the cost of a new truck is gonna be much greater than this town has ever seen. It's greater than anybody's ever seen, no matter where you are. But in this town, certainly, historically, we've been looking anywhere at financing $230,000 to $280,000. At this point, with firm specs in place, the only direction we could go is on the decreasing side of things. With firm specs in place, we're looking at a cost to be $655,000.
And that,
That's for a truck today.
and that's not, other than some tweaking for your usage, it's not really a dramatically, I mean, it's not twice as fancy a truck.
No,
It's just.
No, again, historically-
It's essentially replacement cost for what you need.
right. Again,
Slightly
historically,
modified.
Putney's trucks have always been utilitarian.
Right.
They're not showpieces.
And this would be the case, that would be the case with
Absolutely,
this.
absolutely correct. There's no,
Yeah.
this is no frills at all. So what's driving the cost? Especially when, again, we're historically, we're in the 230 to 280 range.
Sorry to interrupt. Historically, how long ago was the last time we purchased?
Last
one
truck
for
was
that
2000, last new truck was 2006. which is the truck that we will be replacing in 4 years, due for replacement in 4 years.
Yeah.
However, we did refurb engine 2
Right.
5 years ago, so that won't be due for replacement for another 15 years. So we started to think amongst ourselves, and the first thought was that there's no way, this is absolutely ridiculous. And then after we came back down a little bit, and just started to think a little, we started to get some numbers for the purchase of our existing engine that this truck would replace, at between $90,000 and $100,000, which our dealer would help us to get that. So, and after 2000, we're in 2019, we're coming in 20. After 21, that value that's still there in the truck is going to start to decrease dramatically. So our thought process is, would it be worth seriously considering replacing that engine early, with also the understanding that I didn't mention yet. Our goal is to build, would be, whether it's now or whether it's in 4 years, to build this truck heavy, just like we did with engine 2. Josh, you'll remember when that was purchased. That truck was, the truck was built heavy, so at 20 years, we were able to take advantage of what that truck was and do a refurb on it and run it another 20 years with absolutely no hesitation at all whatsoever. That's gonna be our goal with this truck as well, and as we've laid things out, when we replace engine 2 down the road, the goal's gonna be the same thing with that. So whether we replace that truck now, early, take advantage of the value that we've got in the existing truck, or if we just say nope and put it off. So if we do that, if we put it off, at a minimum, we're looking at a 3% per year increase in the cost. So when we finally get to that point, the cost would be at a minimum $760,000. So if we did things early, we would save a minimum of $105,000.
And we'd have a better trade-in.
Yes.
Now, the other question, you and I already had this conversation, the other question I asked you then, and I'm just for the record, would we consider, if so, why or why not, refurbishing the existing engine that we have?
The answer to that is no. The reason is when that engine was bought, and again, during the 2003 to 2006 timeframe, there was a lot going on in town. We had the one wastewater plant upgrade. We were just coming off the water system. We were just coming off the fire station, the new fire station being built. And at the time, the select board, they knew we needed that new truck.
And the library.
And the library too, absolutely, yep. The select board at the time knew we needed to replace engine 1, our old one. That had been put off for 5 or 6 years. And then there was just no more putting off. So we were collectively backed into a corner, and the select board said, you've got this much money. So at that time, instead of speccing the truck the way we typically had and would have and are now, we got a truck based on this limited amount of money. So the truck just won't stand a refurb. It's constructed way too light. The motor's way too small. It just wouldn't. It certainly would not be worth the money putting into it. That would be throwing money away.
So we've made the last payment on that engine, correct? So the engine's paid for. The fire department building will be paid for in 2026.
And remind me, Tom, I know this was also part of our conversation, but the time frame for doing this, would we need to be, in order for us to realize the maximum value on trade-in, would we need to be having this as an article this coming March? Or would we be looking out a year from then?
Well, to gain the maximum, yes.
Right.
Yep.
Has the dealer given you any idea how much less it would be if it was another year?
As the market is right now, they've said we could do, they could just shy of guarantee us. They would be very comfortable in us realizing that amount of money for that truck for this coming year and the following.
And you said.
Again, based upon the market. And the market being what, if all of a sudden the market's flooded with those trucks, that kind of truck, type of truck, then the value's gonna drop dramatically.
So they can't predict that.
Right.
How long would it take to build the new truck?
Just shy of a year.
Okay. So,
And you've
No.
already done all the spec work, I mean, you have, do
Yes,
you have basically as-built drawings? I mean, are you?
No, we're not as
you
built.
haven't gotten that
No,
far?
no. We had some initially, but we made some changes because the truck was too tall and too long. So we've made some changes. But again, we don't have those right now, no.
And you said they would guarantee what, 90 or 100,000?
Between 90 and 100.
Between 90.
I want to shy away from using the word guarantee.
Sure.
That was what they were very comfortable with.
Based on the current market.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the what did you say,
655.
And so.
That would be
take
the-
100 off of that.
Exactly. So we would actually, in theory, be financing 555
Instead of 7.
instead of, yeah. Now that 655, again, everything will go out to bid. Should the time come, everything goes out, we'll go out to bid, and we may find something different. But dealing with E1, who has been our primary dealer since '92, that 655 includes an incentive, a purchase incentive from E1. Because we're an all E1 department, we get a several tens of thousands of dollars incentive taken off, where that wouldn't come into play anywhere else. So again, even if we, and certainly wide open for discussion, but if we said, well, let's put it off a year, again, that's gonna be a minimum of 3% increase at a minimum.
To the 655
Right.
and the loss to the trade-in,
Yeah, and-
depending on what the market's doing.
Right.
Right, and that
And
3%,
certainly
I mean,
as we move out beyond 2021, then we're talking potentially getting $50,000 for the truck,
Right.
and the cost having gone up even more, so.
right, and that 3%, I mean, I was sort of having a hard time getting from what you said of getting from 650 to 760 if it were, but
That's
3% of exactly,
Right.
3% of 650 is, 19,500
Yeah,
or
so-
whatever it
yeah.
is. And then we pay an additional 3% on that
Exactly.
19,500
Exactly.
that following year.
So I
it
started to say, what's driving the cost of these?
jumps up.
And what we're
Right.
being told by the 3 vendor reps that we've spoken with is the tariffs. And that's it. Now, and I can't, and I've said to them point blank, is that for real? Or is that because you can? And they said it's for real.
It's just
So
plus
we've
what
got
they're
it.
paying.
Exactly, exactly. And you look at a truck, personally, I don't think there's an engine on the planet that's worth $655,000. But it is what it is. That's where things are at now. And then we pose the question to each of the reps. Once the tariffs are done and things return to some sort of normalcy, you don't have to worry about the tariffs anymore. your costs are gonna come down, right? Absolutely not. So, it's where we're at. And again, I've had this talk with Karen as we were going through this. At some point, there's got to be a ceiling. But it doesn't seem as though we're anywhere close to reaching it yet. I mean, you know, the price of these things is just going crazy.
So, I'm not advocating for this at all, but if we were to say to you, as the select board did in 2005 or whatever it was, no, we don't want to spend $650,000, you have X amount to spend, what would X amount be in order for you to have a truck in there that wasn't what you wanted, but we could have a truck in there? I mean, for $450,000, could we get a light duty truck or not?
Again, we've already proven it, and I understand exactly what you're saying. I get it.
Strictly a hypothetical. Yeah.
At the end of the day, not only have we proven it over the last, well, since 2006 with this truck.
Yeah.
We had proven it several times in the past as well, the department had, to cheap things out, same thing with the highway department.
Yeah.
To cheap things out, it's attractive and it might be good on the front end.
What do you pay for it?
On the back end,
Yeah.
it doesn't do anybody any good and it's junk.
Yeah.
So how much is this truck, this one, that wasn't the truck you wanted, the one you're using now, cost in excess during this period of time compared to the one you would have liked to have had in maintenance and repairs? And how is it? Is it not served you? Is it broken all the time? How is it that you can prove that out? That my truck isn't worth buying rid of from?
To cheap it out?
Yeah, you're saying that
Yep.
you have proven over time that
Yep,
doing that isn't.
because everything
Explain that.
everything is light. The chassis is light, the transmission's light, the motor's light.
So it breaks, it doesn't work.
We, knock on wood, we haven't had any significant problems. We have had some electrical problems that are at this point fixed. We've had some air problems. We had one transmission problem that is fixed and seems to be all right at this point. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of time before the next little thing.
So-
And granted, all vehicles have problems, especially whether it's a dump truck
There's anybody in
or,
this room that gets
Right,
that.
exactly.
I get it.
right.
But, so you're saying that really it's not cost effective because it's not worth anything now, and it would be worth a lot more
Exactly.
now had you
Right.
built it right. But it's not that
And
it's
it-
not working, and it's not that it's breaking all the time.
Right,
Okay.
and at this point, if we had built the truck the way we would have, at this point, we wouldn't be talking about a new truck. We'd be talking about a refurb.
And how much would a refurb be? I have no idea.
If we were to, well, when we refurbed engine 2, that was 130.
Okay, so,
And we did that in 2015, is that right?
It was 5 years ago.
And that was in 1992,
That's a
1992.
Yep, yep.
So we got 20-plus years out of it.
And refurbed it,
for
and it's
130,
still
and we
going
should
fine.
get another 20 out.
got it.
Yep.
So that could be happening now had we not. had
Exactly,
spent
and now,
in 2000.
my best educated guess would be if we were to refurb, well, in 4 years, we'd be doing a refurb for 200, 210.
250, yes.
Okay.
But again, that truck, because, and again, hindsight, it is what it is, and the reasons were what they were. But at the end of the day, because that truck was built the way it was, it got us through. But to invest that kind of money into refurbing it, it just, it doesn't make sense.
So basically, I think I'm hearing you saying if it was the truck that you wanted it to be at this point, we could double its life for a fifth of the expense that we're going to
Absolutely.
spend
Yep.
to buy the new one.
And again, the intent would be whether a new engine comes into play this year or in 4 years, the intent will be to have that truck built heavy so that in 20 years it's refurbed and it goes another 20-ish.
Yeah.
And that question I asked about, you know, what could you get one for kind of thing, if it was $450, I would guess if the reality is that one of the largest driving factors is raw material, i.e. things that have a tariff on them.
Right, exactly.
That base cost is already that much higher
Right.
anyway.
Right, yeah.
For the non-vehicular savvy people in the room, when you're talking light and heavy, I assume that means like the quality of the materials?
Yeah, I mean,
used?
essentially, what's a good way to think of it? How much abuse they can take. So when your frame rails are lighter, your axles are lighter, your transmission's lighter, the motor's lighter, all those things get lightened up, which saves a considerable amount of money on the front end. But at the end of the day, they get
You're
beat.
piecing it out.
Yeah,
And then when you're piecing it out, it's also out of duty pretty regularly.
Right.
Because of that.
yeah.
I would say sort of a reasonable layman's comparison probably would be if you needed an F-350, which is a heavy-duty Ford pickup truck, and you purchased a 150 and used it like you would use a 350. I mean, they're different vehicles, but it's sort of a similar comparison that if you're trying to work it like that heavier vehicle, the lighter vehicle will probably do it for a period of time.
Right.
But at the end of period of time, it's going to be beat and not worth much because you've overworked it.
Makes sense.
I have a question. So people trade these in, so they're out there available to buy. Are there any used heavy-duty fire trucks that we could buy?
Very likely not. The departments that build their trucks intentionally spec their trucks heavy. They run them until they can't run anymore.
So you're only gonna buy light trucks?
Right. Right. And then the other side of it too, to be absolutely honest, is like with this truck now, we're making it work. As far as equipment we're carrying, hose lines that we're carrying, but it certainly isn't anywhere near where it should be in order to allow us to be as efficient as we can be. And certainly in today's world of running with very, very few numbers of people, we need to be as efficient as we can be in everything. So even though we're making it work and so on and so forth, if we were to buy a used truck, a used engine, then we wouldn't have on it very likely what we need.
So
You
the
probably
copy,
have to rebuild it.
What's that? Well, yeah,
Probably
you'd have to,
rebuild it
right,
pretty quickly.
and
right,
you'd have to respec it, and the cost of that would be added to buying it.
Right.
And then you'd end up with a used truck.
right. Yeah,
Better.
again, if you could find one that's,
Right,
so that we're comparing apples to apples.
right.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have purchased used trucks in the past. I mean, for example, our ladder truck,
ladder, yeah.
we bought
Yeah.
used. But, you know, as engine one, it's our primary first engine out the
Right.
door. It's the
Right.
one that's going to
And-
get
and
the usage. You
One
know,
of the
it's
first
one we
things that
really
the group
depend
of folks
on.
did when we got together was look at our trucks and say, let's be realistic about things with them, and what are we actually gonna do? And the reality is what we all came up with, and it makes a great deal of sense, is our two engines, those are gonna be replaced new refurb at 20 and replace at 40.
Right.
The tanker, we're gonna run that into the ground.
Right.
There's no reason to do anything with that. It works fine, we're keeping it going. And it's not like it's going out all the time.
That's-
When it does go out, it does its job and we bring it back, and in the ladder, same thing. We will never, the town of Putney, unless something dramatic happens, I hope it never does, and the insurance company buys us a new one, this town will never have a brand new ladder. I mean.
We just don't use it enough to make it practical to look at that.
Right. Can this town justify having an aerial? Absolutely. Does it have to be a new one? No. So, like when we bought this one, when our previous one failed its inspection and test, this one cost us $20,000.
Right, yeah.
So,
And
and it's fine. It's fine for what we need and what we do, absolutely. And then the others, the smaller vehicles, those are just as we need them, because they're relatively expensive, especially buying them off state bid.
And I think did we buy that ladder through DeSorcy also? We did, didn't I?
No, that was through,
Oh, it was-
Minuteman Fire Apparatus.
And there was a connection because of somebody who was on the department.
Correct, yep, yep.
Right, yeah.
Yep,
We got a good deal on it, but.
absolutely. There were a lot of favors done for us that we had no idea about until after the fact.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we get, yeah. If, to put it in a comparison with what we were seeing in the periodicals at that time, the same exact identical truck. We're advertised anywhere $160,000, $180,000. And again, there were some huge favors done on our behalf behind the scenes that we didn't know about until after the fact, that allowed us to get it for what we did, so. So again, just to throw it on the table, see,
I would say, Tom, it's probably worth your time to do a little bit of, and this is probably working with Karen, to do a little bit of number crunching, to think about whether we should be even looking at it this coming March, or whether we should be thinking a year out. And you know, what the numbers, I know it would be a certain amount of speculation. You know, the other question is, I mean, my feeling would be, if nothing else, we should probably be talking about this at town meeting this year, preparing people for the fact that they're gonna be looking at a number like that a year down the road. But even with that 3% in a year, you've gone from 650 to 675. So,
Right.
you know, it would be worth having that conversation, just to think about whether we should.
well, I think, coming back on the 11th, is that right? Of December?
Yeah, because you're gone on the 4th.
Yeah, okay, so
Well,
we
the
can,
11th's tentative right now.
okay,
The 18th's are regular.
okay, all right, so yeah, either way,
Yep.
however it works out, we can have
Go for
some,
the discussion.
a little bit more information on it.
Good.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Anything
Tom.
else? Okay.
Bye,
All right,
Maria.
thanks, Maria.
Thank you
See
for
ya.
coming in.
Thank you.
All right, that was quick and easy, so let's.
Really? Time's up.
Unless it's gonna fall asleep over there pretty soon. All right, so thank goodness the highway department head isn't here, otherwise we could make the next one last as long. Highway department draft budget discussion.
So in front of you is the budget draft. I don't have a whole lot to say about it right now. We won't be going after any structures grant. And so we're not looking at any big projects for 21.
And is there a reason for that? Is that because of a cycle, or
No, well, it is sometimes.
paving? I know it's a cycle.
Right.
Yeah,
So we're not going after a paving grant either.
right,
But we did put 100,000 into the budget.
for paving.
Yes.
But we're not going for state
yeah,
money.
Small,
Yeah,
small projects.
yeah.
But structures grant, there is a cycle, but we're encouraged to apply, because if the town's not ready, they'll go to another town.
Right, yeah.
So, but Brian has a lot to do, and he's expressed, and I've asked him more than once.
Take a year off.
He wants to take a year off, get caught up with some projects, and with all the ditching that's going on too. So we have a grants and aid award already that he needs to do within a year. And he's looking at Holland Hill for that. But,
And that's primarily purchase of material, correct?
yeah, that and doing the actual labor,
It-
ditching.
But the grant is for labor also? I thought the
Yeah.
grant was just for material.
Well, we can do in-kind.
Right, so that's
So-
where it comes in for
Yeah,
us.
so he's gonna utilize that grant for
Yeah.
the materials
Yeah,
and whatever else.
because we maximize, if we do our
Yes.
in-kind in labor, we maximize the amount of material we can purchase
Correct.
through the grant.
Correct. So the only thing I want to comment on this budget is medical insurance, and it's going to be across the board. The general fund is going to be impacted as well as the library. Medical insurances have gone up. And what else did I want to say about that?
And the reason that's in here and not in the fire department budget is because we're highway in general, and the fire department falls in the general.
Right, right. So medical insurance gone up. Wages, or we're looking at wages because of the $15 an hour that will be probably in place by 2024. Also, I want to look at other towns and see what their highway department is actually making hourly.
Yep.
So equipment operators are, especially like a grader operator, so they're not at $19 an hour, they're a bit higher. So I think it's worth doing some research and coming back to the board with a proposal for the highway department. And I think what's gonna save that budget is we're carrying an extra guy. We've been carrying a person for 2 years in the budget at $15 an hour plus full benefits for a family plan. That number is $58,000.
For medical.
No, for salary and medical.
For that additional
And
person.
for that additional person that we've been carrying for 2 years.
And he hasn't got.
That person who we don't have.
Correct.
The empty spot we have.
Correct. So I had a discussion with Brian and I said, let's look at this differently. We'll reevaluate his guys now, try to readjust, and if we can utilize that $58,000, and I don't see us using all of that. To get the
Certainly
guys,
not in a first year.
to get this department in line with other smaller towns.
Yeah.
So I will come back to the board with those numbers.
And not that this would be the criteria that we base it on, but are we hearing dissatisfaction with the
No.
salaries we're paying? Yeah.
No, we're not.
Right.
But if they're approached by another town.
Right, and they're paying $2
And-
or $3 more an hour.
And we
Yeah.
got somebody that's running a loader and a
Right.
backhoe and
Right.
driving a
Yeah.
dump truck, they all
Yeah.
have CDL licenses, so any of them can go anywhere.
Right.
And so I think we need to be fair. And VLCT does this compensation report with, with the towns that participate. So I will be looking at that.
Has Brian said why he hasn't hired another person, he hasn't found anyone he liked, or is he, I mean, we talked about him trying to get another person to try to take some of the pressure off of him and
Yeah,
all of that, and I was wondering, I haven't talked to him, so.
we had 3 applicants and they didn't fit what he was looking for.
Just 3.
Yeah.
And that was after posting it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, we put it in the paper and, what he does though, in the wintertime, he hires 2 part-time people to plow. And one has a CDL, the other one doesn't, which means he would be in the sidewalk tractor or the one-ton.
Right.
And that's been working. I know Lenny will be going out in February for a little bit. Brian's hoping it's only a week, but it could be a little more than that. So we'll see what happens.
Well, the reason I was asking is if we use this money to realign stuff and then we have to get another person, that will affect the budget.
It may not, because if I do it appropriately, we may be able to carry a little bit
Okay.
of reserve, but I basically told Brian, I said, we're not gonna carry that guy if we're not gonna hire somebody. It doesn't make sense.
Right.
Right, no, I mean, if we had to look to find that money, if just the right person came along, that would be a different scenario.
Right.
But to have that line item and not use it.
Yeah, that's been the last 2 years,
Yeah.
so. We'll try something different, and I told him, I said, if you hire somebody and we're short that year in the budget, we can justify it.
Okay.
So,
Great.
I also want to add that I think that trying to hire people through the paper, I think that I'm not at all surprised you only got 3.
It
It's
wasn't just through the paper,
Yeah.
but,
right.
I mean, you posted on the Muni site, et cetera, I would assume.
It was on our
Sorry.
website and I think I put it on iPutney too, I can't remember. But Brian does a lot of talking, so he knows people. And, you know, the one person he did want actually was a mechanic,
Mhm.
but he ended up taking the job over in New Hampshire,
Yeah.
so.
It's a really competitive market out there right now.
It is, yeah.
And I know we opened our shelter 2 weeks late because it was hard to find staff.
Yeah,
And I would encourage that we diversify the way we look for staff when
Mhm.
we're looking, because that's not how people are looking for jobs anymore. So it's.
I know, and I remember your comment and I did take that into consideration. So I think the next time we'll, you know, take all approaches, all avenues and,
Yeah, I think you'll find you have a higher success rate
yeah.
of at least getting applicants.
Or
I
at least
don't know if
applicants,
you'll get,
right,
if you'll get the
right.
right applicant, but I
Yeah.
think you'll have a higher success rate of
Right.
pulling
Have
people
this
in.
discussion
Yeah.
with everybody who's trying to find someone to
Yeah.
work, basically.
Yeah.
Just any field,
Yeah.
find anybody who's good.
Yeah, and highway department too is a little different because you like to have them either in town
Uh-huh.
or
Or
close.
reasonably close.
Mhm.
Yes.
Or willing to move
Right,
if they're
right.
not.
Mhm.
So those are the things with the,
And so, you may have said this and I missed it, but is there any reason we feel less urgency about having another person? Or it's just the reality that we're accepting the fact that we're not gonna find that person?
Right.
Or that we haven't yet found that person?
we
I
haven't
mean,
yet found,
I guess, based on what Laura's saying, you know, should we keep that money in the budget for the moment and look further? And you know, again, as Laura accurately pointed out, we'd probably get more applicants, would we actually get somebody, who knows?
Right.
But, you know, is there a reason we're deciding we don't need that person?
I think eventually we're gonna need,
I mean, we've
That
needed
person.
that person for a
We have.
while, in
Yes.
reality.
yes, yep. Let me look at the budget and I'll talk to Brian and we'll see what,
And it might be worth taking, and I don't, you know, I mean, other than sort of the obvious big name ones, which are a much broader net, I don't know what other methods people are using around here, but would it be worth advertising one more time, seeing whether we find somebody, and if we don't, then decide whether we want to take that number off the table? And, you know,
I would leave that up to
this is up to
Brian.
you and Brian,
Yeah.
really. I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
would
not-
leave that
it's
up
not-
to Brian
yeah.
at this point,
Yeah,
because he's already talked to Pat and Andrew.
about this winter.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. But that only puts us through this winter, and that's already in last year's budget, so when we're looking a year out,
Yeah.
I think it would be worth, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
not that Brian's not aware of that, but it might be
Right.
worth reminding him that,
Mhm.
you know, really, we're not talking about urgency right now, we're
Right.
talking about a year from now, is
Yeah.
it gonna be that much or more urgent? I don't
Yeah.
know.
So I'll be looking at that with him. Let's see, what else do I want to mention with this? Minimum wage increase. Yeah, so the minimum wage increase as of January 1st is going to be what, 10.96?
1096.
Yeah. So I expect that we're going to be seeing that every year till we get to 2024, where it'll be
15.
15. Okay?
I mean, in the highway department, that's not really applicable, is that correct?
We're above that.
But, well, except it would be, anybody we were bringing in would have to be starting.
Well, see, this
We'd
is
have to
the
be
new
prepared for that.
person.
Right.
They're in the budget at $15 an hour. So we have one person not at $15 an hour right now.
Yeah,
So this is my goal is to make sure these guys
Or at least at that.
at a
Yeah.
reasonable rate.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
come 2024,
Right,
they're not looking at some guy that just got hired and, you
he's
know,
making the same
or
amount.
girl,
Person.
yeah, person,
Exactly,
person,
yeah.
you know?
Right, no, it
And,
makes perfect sense.
And this is gonna be gradual too, I mean,
Mhm.
it's just not gonna be like, you know,
We're so close though with having everybody at or over 15. We're not far off with,
I just said
One
one
person.
person.
yeah, with the one
yeah,
person, that's what I
yeah.
meant, but even he is very close in his hourly wage.
He is very close,
Yeah.
and then we have another guy that's barely over. Well, he's over by probably like $1, but,
Mhm.
But again, when you introduce new people at
Yeah.
that base
Right.
wage,
The whole
Right.
scale moves up.
Yeah.
What you're trying to
Change it,
say. And
exactly.
that makes sense.
yeah.
you have to be fair.
Right.
I mean, because
Mhm.
the
And
guys have
as
been
we-
on the
and-
department for a long time. And this is the other point I wanna make, is if we wanna keep those guys,
We
we
need,
gotta be fair.
Right, no.
no, and you know, that's part of the reason I was
Preaching to the
asking.
choir here,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean, that's part of the reason I was asking whether we were hearing about it, because if it were,
Yeah,
you know, and again,
Yeah.
not that that's the criteria for
Yeah.
changing it, I absolutely am
Yeah.
in favor of changing it regardless, but if
No.
we were,
no,
we might have to think about it.
all the performance evaluations were good. There was, I didn't hear any complaints. And, another reason why we do them every year, you know, so we can evaluate,
Right,
you know, their performance and adjust accordingly.
yeah,
So as you look into comparing other towns and how employees are being, road crew employees are being paid, would it be an increase sort of proportionally across the board or in relative to the person's skill and value to the town? And how do we look at that?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna be looking at.
Okay.
I mean, that's what we do now.
Yeah.
Right, so if things were structured in a way that felt relatively appropriate and then this happens, then the whole scale goes up by the percentage that seems appropriate? Or
Right.
would we look at each person again?
Well, I think we're gonna be looking at each person every year.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
You know, and it
No, no,
depends, you know, are they all, you know, doing equal? They're not.
right.
They're not.
They're not.
That's what we talked about before.
Right.
No, and I mean, you know, as we talked about, I think we had that, in the context of that conversation we had before, we used a mechanic as an example.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Right.
and there's also personal choice amongst the people who are employees in town.
Correct.
Whether they
Correct.
want to make that decision to be that
Become
more
more
aggressive
valuable.
about pursuing
Right.
a higher wage or not.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, if somebody doesn't, we should still be compensating them appropriately for what they're doing. But if they're
Exactly.
choosing not to be, you know, a grader operator or backhoe operator or whatever,
right.
then that keeps their wage at a certain level, so.
Yeah. The other thing too is, with the increase, at that point, we shouldn't have somebody that says, well, I don't wanna operate that piece of equipment.
Right, everybody in the
Right.
department should be, well, yeah, yes, I think that's true. I mean, I think inevitably, you will find sometimes, you know, and we have an example of this, of somebody who, even if they could do that, says, you know,
Right.
I'm just not really interested.
Yeah.
And, you know, we always need somebody who's the person who's gonna drive the truck, and that's really all what they're gonna do.
Well, take
They
the
need to be
grader,
able to do plowing,
you know,
but,
yeah, so the grader operator,
Right.
you know, needs so many hours,
Right.
like 2,000 to 3,000 hours, you know, to be.
just to be competent.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So you don't wanna stick 3 different guys in that
Right.
grader.
Yeah,
You wanna focus on one person
right,
who's willing to learn it, and you get him proficient,
or her,
or
in our
her.
case,
Yeah.
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 And to benefit the town, though, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had more than one? I mean, it would be really
Absolutely.
good.
No, I mean,
Yeah, we
it
do
would,
have
it would
a
be in
backup.
case something
Yeah,
happens. to
yeah,
We do
yeah.
have a
Yeah,
backup,
Yeah, so-
you know. so-
No, and I think that, I think that's more important with a less specialized piece of equipment the grader probably being our single most specialized, but
Right.
for example, with the backhoe or the excavator or something
Or the
like
loader,
that,
yeah.
having, being
Yeah.
able to
Multiple
swap,
guys.
and we do to a certain extent,
Yeah.
but more is better.
Right.
Because then it doesn't limit who you can send to do what job. It also doesn't say, oh, we can't run the backhoe today because our only
Right.
operator
Right.
is in the grader.
Right.
So,
Absolutely
Yeah.
how I feel about it.
Yeah,
You
and
should
the
be able to do
excavator
whatever you
too
need
is a
whenever you need to.
specialized machine, not everybody.
right,
runs
but
that
not,
one.
not, again, not so
Right.
much as the, I mean, the grader is really sort of unique in that
Yeah.
sense, but all of them, it takes a long time to get good in those machines.
Yes.
It takes a lot of hours, and it's just straight up hours, so.
So in this budget, you're gonna see the gravel pit operating
I
expenses.
noticed that.
You're also,
Shocking.
you're also gonna see, the loan payment for the gravel pit. Alyssa and I are gonna verify our debt service list, which you have a copy, so I would encourage you to look through that in your spare time. Just to get a sense, because those numbers do plug into the budgets. I did reduce one of the line items for,
Sorry, just while we were on gravel pit, this is not a surprise to us.
no,
It's, right, it's just a reality.
So the-
But essentially, we're paying operation of the gravel pit instead of purchasing material.
right.
So,
So
yeah.
in that, and I don't know if there's a note there, but
Crushing 16,000, blasting reserve 18,000.
Yeah.
So that's what that 34 is coming
so
from.
that
Yeah.
18,000 is per year for the next 5 years when we
Right.
go to blast.
And then we'll blast, and
Yes.
then we restart. So
Right.
that's a reserve fund.
It's a
for that.
reserve fund,
Right.
correct.
Yeah.
And then the crushing is in there. The only thing I need to check on is like permitting, because I might have to add that. But, general, where is it? I have a hard time reading these sometimes. Highway general maintenance, that's not it. So I took 25,000 out of the maintenance line item budget and put it into the gravel pit operating budget.
Sorry, say that again. You took,
I took 25,000
yeah,
out of the
Okay.
general maintenance budget line. Where is it?
Top
See
of
where it
page.
says
or not
materials?
top of the bottom of page 2, yeah.
Yep, so under materials,
Oh, yeah.
I took, well, actually 24,000, and I put it into the gravel pit operating expense, okay? So that would have been the gravel, Josh, that we would have been buying.
Materials there, right,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So I just kind of moved numbers around a little bit,
Yeah,
okay? Made it look a little bit better. So overall, I didn't think it was too bad right now. So if you look at the total expenditures and your total revenue, that line item matches right now. And if you compare it to fiscal year 2020, it's lower.
How did we pull that off?
You know why? Because we didn't get no structures grants, so none of that money is in this budget.
doesn't show up.
Okay.
Doesn't show the expense,
Uh-huh,
and it doesn't show the revenue,
uh-huh,
and the paving, same thing there.
okay,
Okay?
yeah. And when I said this number was shocking, it was just going from the 0 to the 40,000.
Yeah.
You know, that's,
Right.
but it was totally expected,
Gravel pit.
yes.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
I-
totally expected,
yeah.
but still, looking at those
Yeah.
0, 0, 0, 0, 40,000. you know.
No, and as Karen was just explaining, the majority of that is offset
Yeah,
By
by,
gravel.
yeah,
by savings.
yeah.
right.
So-
And, as was obviously part of the plan, over the long haul, that number will look less shocking all the
Yes.
time.
Yeah,
One other item I should throw out on the table, so you're not shocked by it. On page 5, under equipment purchase, like halfway down the page.
Yep.
So for 2021, we have in the budget 190,000 for a 10-wheeler dump truck.
Yeah.
So Brian is looking to trade the 2010 Mack in for a 10-wheeler.
And the 2010 Mac is not a 10-wheeler, it's a 6, is that right? No.
I think it's yeah, I don't
No.
think it is a 10, because we just bought the 10-wheeler,
Right.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think it's a regular dump truck.
Yeah.
And what did he tell me? I think he told me maybe 25,000 for trade-in on that. So he's working the numbers with the dealer. Did I put that note in there too?
Beer room was shut down.
Oh yeah, I didn't put, okay.
What's that?
They're trading in a beer crate shut down.
If you weren't a municipality.
What's that?
If you weren't a
Right.
municipality,
I was
yeah.
just thinking personally for a second.
So
Really replaced mine.
those are my notes on Brian's budget. He couldn't make it tonight. Initially, he had planned earlier in the week, but he just couldn't pull it off.
All right.
So I would suggest that you read this too, and if you have questions,
Yeah.
it's not finalized.
Yeah. So our next item is social agency appropriation requests. And I'm going to suggest, in the interest of not spending a huge amount of time on this right now, I mean, as much time as you feel necessary, Karen, to explain, but there's a lot here to digest, so I think we should all just plan on taking this home, spending some time with it.
Yes,
and,
yep.
and then having a perhaps more meaningful discussion about it.
Yeah, and we don't have to make any decisions on that until
Exactly, yeah.
when we finalize the budget.
No, I do think, you know, as we've already talked about, we're gonna have to look at this in
Yeah.
relationship, particularly
Yeah.
in relation to Putney Community Cares. But, you know,
I have feelers out there on MuniNet,
Yeah.
so I'm waiting for responses.
On what?
MuniNet,
What's that?
UVM, they have this MuniNet site, and you go on there and you can get into certain, like I'm on town managers
Uh-huh.
list,
Uh-huh.
and there, people join the group,
Uh-huh.
and then you can ask questions, and you get all kinds of responses, and
From
there's
different-
like zoning, and there's town clerk stuff. Yeah.
It's like a chat group for.
exactly,
Yeah.
that's exactly.
Very
Check it out,
cool.
because
Yeah.
there's others.
Comes
like-
over email though, not like a chat.
Right.
Net.
Yep,
That's-
UVM has it.
Do you have to have access?
You create your own account.
Do you?
Yep, but they have all kinds of groups, it's not just municipal.
Cool.
Yeah, so you might find it.
Yeah.
Casey has some free time.
Yeah. Not right now, but.
That's what I was saying also as far as advertising. That's not technically through MuniNet, but there's a municipal advertising site that we advertise when we have openings.
VLCT, we can advertise.
That's through VLCT,
Yeah,
okay.
but you know, that stuff comes, well, they use their website to advertise, but the brochure that we get every month, it's
Right.
too late.
Right.
That comes way too late.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so
yeah, just read
essentially
that.
we'll table discussion about
Yep.
this until our next meeting.
We have time.
Taylor Road property value, fair market value.
You asked the lister to come up with a fair market value on that property. And so in your packet is a lister's card and the statute for conveyance of town-owned property. And just to let you know, so this lister card is brand new. The land value on it now, because it was in the system incorrectly, is $53,800. The lister's card I had, and when I spoke to this gentleman, was
Right, something.
$17,300.
That's a
But he
significant increase.
bought the adjacent property, which is more acreage for
16,500.
Right.
We
Well, that was
can't,
last year,
it was just this year,
just this year.
but that was a private sale,
Right.
so
Just trying to
everything's
put it
out
in
the window. You
perspective,
can't
right.
even compare that to anything
I
else.
was only thinking about his desire to continue to purchase this property at this value now.
No,
How much, no,
No.
I'm just saying, how much he wouldn't, saying how he bought the property next door for 16.
but this was mistaken. So, right, you said Jordy has redone this and came up with a value of,
53,000.
Now, he redid the 17 and came up with
Yes.
this.
oh, I was confused when we, but fair market, okay, so fair market though is not this.
No.
Right,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay.
That's
so I'm
what,
trying to get
that's
at.
the piece I was missing,
Right, yeah.
yeah.
So the assessed value is higher than fair market value per Jordy, okay? So his recommendation is $10,000 per acre. So if the town offered that piece for 20,000, that would be a good starting place.
Or 23,000.
Yeah, 10,000 per acre would put it a little over 20,000.
He said starting at 20,000 is fair.
Okay.
And we had talked at one point about how much we hadn't collected in taxes
Right.
for the years that we've had.
Yep, so it was $5,500, but I was basing that on the 17,300 number,
Got it.
okay?
Okay.
Plus it was almost 7,500 just in the tax collector's deed.
Right.
So Jordy did say if we sold this property at 20,000, or in that range, within 2 years, we would make up the difference.
Because it would be on the tax rolls,
Right.
period.
Which is
Right.
a good thing. Yeah.
And
So, but this would be the, well, no, this would not be the assessed value if it were included in the other 5-acre parcel. And part of the reason that this assessed value is what it is because it,
it was incorrect in the system.
well, right, but it also includes, it's a house site.
Right.
So, I mean, we see right here.
Correct.
Right.
The homestead
Yes.
value is the 53,800.
Yeah,
That's because because it's greater than 2 acres, so anything that's 2 acres counts as a house site and has a base value. Our land grade is 0.8, so that shifts that down, because our base value for a 2-acre parcel, I wanna say is 65-ish, 64, something like that, so.
yeah, Jordy, he's not confident on those numbers, because he uses some,
But that's essentially after,
Some schedule
for the
there.
2014 reappraisal.
yeah,
That's essentially what we came out at, was roughly 65,000 is a, it's not quite 65, but it's right in that range. Any parcel in the town of Putney that has a buildable site
right,
has a value of roughly 60,000 because that's what that's what the base house site value is for a buildable site in Putney. Then you apply the land grade to
Right,
it,
right,
exactly, and you come up with that.
So if he buys this property and he owns the property next door and he annexes them, it all becomes, both of those properties together become one house site.
Correct.
Which makes this much less.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
That's,
right?
well, that's what, and that was the question I was asking previously about the value of 17, and I still have the same question. I mean, if this is our assessed value and we sell it for 20, he can turn around and sell it for this, because it's what it's worth.
If you can get it.
Exactly, fair market
That's-
value
yeah.
is different, and
Right.
Jordy came up with comparables.
Yep.
But we don't base our assessments on fair market value. So, I mean, I know it's not that simple,
Right, right.
but essentially we don't. We assess them based on the acreage and then a grade applied to it, et cetera.
right,
But the taxable value of that is 53.8 because it's a buildable site.
correct.
Right.
And that's exactly what Jordy said, because you can develop that property.
Right.
But it's really, even if he did buy it for 20 and get on the tax and then sold to someone as a building site for 53 and they built a house, that's still taxes coming into us and
Right.
at a
Yes.
high rate. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
not,
Right.
none of those things are bad for us.
Well, what's bad
Except
for
for
us
that we
is
wouldn't
that
get
we
this
did,
value.
exactly.
Right.
And
So we have to decide
what.
The risk versus the
but-
benefit.
But Jordy based his recommendation of 20, I think, on comparables, didn't he?
Yes,
He
we had
He took sort of
three.
a real estate appraisal approach as opposed to
Yeah.
a lister's assessment approach.
Right, we had
Right.
three.
Three sales, comparable sales.
Just land.
Yeah,
And, you know, one was like 8 acres, which another one somebody bought, it was worth, well, it was worth like 50,000, they bought it for 100,000, so you can't even look at that one, you gotta
Right.
throw that one out the window. And then there was another one that was like an acre or something, so, I mean, we looked at them, and that's what he recommends.
Are we trying to
That's what
decide on what
he's-
to do on this
yeah.
tonight, or are we still just talking about it?
well, I guess my question would be, well, okay, so what, I haven't read this yet. What did you learn from
30
this, if
days.
anything?
So
Okay,
30 days for town.
We have to post it.
Got it.
Yeah,
We don't have to notify abutters,
we've already notified the abutters twice.
right?
So at this point, if we notice it to the public in the paper and do our due diligence according to the statute, and nobody comes forward, then, you know, we already know we have 2 people interested in the property.
So the only question I have, and this does not address this, and I don't know whether it would be addressed. You know, we have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers to realize you know, essentially as much income as we reasonably can from this. But we can't, at the same time, we don't want to overdo it. I guess, do we have any sort of a duty, either statutorily or ethically, to have an outside appraiser appraise it? And I think the answer is no, but I just want to make sure, you know, you know, based on what the conversation we've been having, if Jordy had said, you know, you should sell it for 2,000, and we just take that recommendation, what's that based on? And are we being responsible to the taxpayers by not realizing more? And I know Jordy's not doing that, and I think
Right.
20,000 is probably in the ballpark. But if it's a $53,000 property and we're only selling it for 20, is that responsible on our part? And
I'm gonna have to talk to Larry,
yeah,
because,
As opposed, is it responsible on our part to not sell it and get it back on the tax roll?
absolutely.
And where
No,
do
and
we make that?
yeah, no, and I'm definitely not arguing for that. I'm just
No, I
saying
don't think you are. Just
we
being
have a
devil's
duty.
advocate here.
You know, yeah, no, and again, that example. I mean, if Jordy said, you know, well, you know, if you sell it for 40, you know, then we're getting closer to this, and that's because the conflict I have with this is the fact that this also affects our CLA. I mean, if we sell this for $20,000, that shifts. I mean, I know it's a teeny number, and it would not, in all reality,
Right.
affect our CLA much, but it does because the CLA is based on what properties actually sell for in relative to our assessed values. So this would, you know, I mean, for example, if this were the thing that pushed us over the edge and our CLA went from, you know, 91 to 89, and that forced us to have a townwide
Right.
reappraisal, that would be unfortunate. So I don't want to hold this up any more than I
Right.
have to. I just think we have to, I don't know what we're supposed to do with this
Yeah.
and how we're supposed to determine that value. I totally trust Jordy. I'm guessing he's right, but I think we really need to do our due diligence before we choose a price.
all right, I'll talk to Larry and get some direction.
Okay, because you know, if you base sales in town in general, I mean, the whole concept of the CLA is to keep it, that they stay roughly within a few percent of what they actually sell for. So, you know, we're selling this for 40% of the assessed value.
Not 85 or 90%.
Exactly, which is in theory what it should be. does it always work out that way? No.
Right.
And the example you gave of having one that was 50,000 and sold for 100, that
Right.
totally skews the CLA too.
Right.
It's different. It takes 10 different sales in order to actually have an effect on the CLA because these are such small numbers
Right.
compared to the grand list. But, the concept is that the asking price and the assessed value should be relatively close. May not apply in this situation at all,
Right.
but I think we need to.
All right, I will talk to Larry.
Thank you. And if you guys, either of you disagree with that, please feel free to.
Yeah.
No, I don't know enough to know what to do with this, I have a lot of questions, the same what you're saying.
There you go. So,
All right, so then we go to the town manager's report.
all right, so I touched base
You still gotta cover that.
on, the general fund draft budget should be available on December 4th. In that, I already spoke about medical insurance wages and minimum wage increases. Cost of living rate and the consumer index rate at this moment is 1.6%. So I expect that might change, but in the salaries right now, I have 3%.
Remember?
So I may change that. Because at 1.6 right now for cost of living, a 3%, that's pretty generous.
Yeah.
And we can choose to do that, and at times in the past we have, primarily because of the discussion we were having earlier about wages not
Right,
being competitive, essentially. So, that's one way to ease that in that direction.
right,
The other time when we have done it is when the cost of living, 2008, 2009, the cost of living increase was like 0.7% or something, because that's just the way the market determined it, and we said,
yeah,
even in the worst of times, that's not appropriate for us to give that small a cost of living
Right.
adjustment. So we can determine that, but
right,
this is a good guideline for us.
yes. The other thing too is if we realign salaries, hourly salaries, the cost of living raise would not be on top of that,
Right,
okay?
right.
Just,
And that was reflected essentially, a different set of circumstances, but in what Tom said too.
Right. Yep.
The cost of living was in addition to that,
right,
in addition to the salary adjustment.
yep,
The other thing is, I think we could feel more comfortable about using essentially, we usually listen to the state cost of living adjustment and, base it roughly on that. If our wages were good and competitive, then sticking closer to that
Right.
is sort of more logical because we're not doing something that
I'm
we're
glad that was
not
out.
doing otherwise.
Let me just check one thing. Yes, so the consumer price index is at 1.8%.
1.8?
Yep. So,
Last year it was 1.5,
2.8.
2.8?
Yep.
I think it was 1.5.
I don't know, that's very low.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2.8 last year. That's a big difference though.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see what else. I'll wait for Josh to come. I just wanted to share that with you. In your packet is Wyndham County Sheriff's proposal for FY '21. And it's only going up $700.
That's amazing considering what we've seen over the past couple of years.
Yeah, but you have their letter.
And what percentage does that reflect?
Just out of interest, not, boy,
Not a big percentage, is it?
No.
What?
No.
$700 out of 80.
Yeah.
Less than a percent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
0.1%.
Well.
So it must have
yeah.
stabilized some.
I think that reflects, what,
Yeah.
what we saw a few years ago
Right.
was a huge jump in that because they hadn't adjusted it for so long.
And they lost, there was grant funding involved that was lost.
Well, that was, yes,
Yeah.
that was sort of different for the, that was a separate part of it, but they, essentially they were charging 60,000 and realized whatever it was 3 years ago that they needed to be charging closer to 80,000,
Right.
so they adjusted that. And then, I mean, just as we were just talking about with our own wages, you know, if their base number is closer than the annual adjustment,
Right.
it doesn't need to be as much, so.
Right. So 1920 in the budget for sheriff was 70,000. And then
Wait, say
2021,
that again? What?
70,000
For 2020?
For 1920.
1920.
Oh, 1920,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
And then 2021, it went up to 81,300.
That was, so that,
Yeah.
which was in that last
Yeah.
year's budget, right.
So, and it looks like 17, 18, it was 70,000 as well. So it looks like 2 years in a row, it level funded. And then
But
jumped.
it had, and the year previous to that, yeah, which you're right, there was grant funding, but the number, that didn't reflect that because it had passed, I don't think. But it was more like 58 or 59, and then they went to 70, and now they went to 80 2
Yeah.
years later. And now, my understanding is that 82 is much closer to what it actually cost them
Right.
to do this, so.
Right. So Sheriff Anderson will be at the next select board meeting on the 4th to speak to the board.
Has he come any further along with the animal control?
He's gonna talk to you about that.
Exciting.
So I've had a conversation with him. He's spoken to Westminster and we're gonna get together.
Good.
But they have to figure out a budget. So that budget needs to be,
Right.
you know, that's why I let him know that we're doing budget talks now. So I don't know if it can be done for 21,
Yeah,
but he's gonna talk to us about that.
at least the conversation's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been happening for a long time,
Right.
and we've never, unfortunately, you know, I mean, it sort of revolves, they get excited about it. I mean, I don't want to jinx it at all.
Oh, this has
'cause it
been a
would be
cycle
great.
that I
Oh,
haven't
yeah,
seen.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, every
Well, let's hope
3 or
that-
4 years.
So municipalities
Well,
might
maybe
have
we'll do
to
it.
fund
Yeah.
a portion of it.
I
And if
think
if
they would
it's-
have to.
Right,
yeah.
and if it's gonna be worth it for us, then, and I am going to that December 4th ordinance ticket workshop
Okay.
in Montpelier.
Okay.
So that's select board then, so,
Are you gonna be back in time?
no, I'm gonna have Alyssa start the meeting without me.
You woke her up.
Wait, what?
No, I should be back.
Okay.
But if you're not, don't worry.
No, I'm not gonna worry about it, cause
Yeah,
the
we-
front end is, you
Exactly,
know,
we can.
it's gonna be simple. I'm waiting for numbers for the general fund budget at this point. They're not all in. Like the county tax assessment, Wyndham Solid Waste, and BLCT passive, workers' comp. So by December 4th, they should be ready to go. Landmark College, we have a billing issue that I want you to be aware of. So there's a class project for sustainability, and they were going around to all the buildings and looking at the water
All of their
meters.
buildings,
All of their buildings.
Yes. which are metered individually, do you
Yes.
know?
For the most part.
Yeah.
But I gotta confirm that. That's a project that we'll be doing with Joe. So since 2015, they, in the past, were billed for flat rate water and sewer, okay?
Based on the ERUs.
And that's another thing I wanna look at, because I don't know if that's accurate. But,
I think it was based on ERUs though, wasn't it? Or is based on ERUs for them?
well, it used to be.
Think so.
So now they've gone to
But if they
metered,
metered, right.
metered water.
Right.
And what had happened when the meter got installed, I guess in 2015, this is Chumley A and Chumley B building, okay? Both buildings are the same size. And one meter was reading 100s, Chumley A,
Yeah.
but was
It's
being
really
billed
thousands.
1000s,
Yeah.
okay? And then Chumley B is reading 1,000 and it's being billed at 1,000. So when the class project was happening and Kyle got the spreadsheet, he's like, wait a minute. He goes, these two buildings are the same size. Why is this one using more water?
10 times more water.
Yeah. So it appears
And bank error in our favor or their favor?
I can't prove it right now, but it appears it might have been a data entry error here.
So an entry that says they were using more than they actually were,
Or they were using less than they
they
actually were.
Right, so we were billing them for more units.
Than
they were actually
Yeah,
using.
so instead of hundreds, we were billing them at thousands because the meter was reading 100.
It reads in
So
gallons.
I don't know if the meter
Yes.
was put in incorrectly, because I haven't gotten a hold of the EJ Prescott rep,
Right.
and they must have paperwork.
Well, I think it's just a setting on the meter as to which it reads.
It
I
is
don't
a
remember.
setting, and it's a computer that you
Right.
have to go in and
adjust
change
it,
it,
right.
okay? So, I'm not blaming anybody, I'm not pointing any fingers, but I think somebody should be accountable for it, and, when the meter was put in. So 4 years back, missed billing, and, yeah.
And it could for, not once, but for 4 years. The
Yes.
duration of 4 years. Got it.
Yeah, so quarterly billing
Good.
for the last 4 years.
Good. We've been billing them perhaps for 10 times as
Yeah.
much water as they were using.
Yeah.
There is precedent for this in town. We've had this exact situation occur, actually, right here.
Well, when I came on board, Chip had mentioned, he goes, one of the projects we need to do is to make sure
Meters.
the meters are reading
Yeah.
to what we're billing.
Yeah,
And so we need to verify that. And it is a project that we're gonna get started, because Alyssa and I spoke about it, and I'm gonna bring Kim into that project. So basically, it's going through every single folder
right.
and verifying what we have in the utility billing in Nemrick.
And that's I mean, it doesn't matter how the meter is reading as long as we're,
Matching the meter.
exactly,
So I wrote down on the next log
right.
what we're billing for that meter, whether it's hundreds or thousands or gallons or whatever the
Right.
reading
Right,
that we have in the system matches what the meter says.
is doing.
Yeah,
So that, yeah, so
That's
that
like
is
the first
probably
step.
an EJ Prescott issue, isn't it?
I'm thinking it is. I want them to prove, when they put that meter in, what it was set at.
Right.
I did come across a piece of paper and Chumley A and Chumley B did have question marks on what to bill. But that was back in 2007.
It's interesting that has gone unnoticed for that long.
Yeah,
Well, if it
we
wasn't
could-
for
Oh,
this
because it wasn't metered,
project.
right.
Yeah.
Well, but
Yeah.
it's also only the last 4 years.
Right, only the
Which-
last 4 years. If we had
4
to go
years is
back
long,
to 2005,
2007, yeah.
yeah, because that's when they
Well,
started.
and just so this information is part of this discussion, what we have done in the past when this has occurred is that we do not typically repay that money. We credit it towards the account going forward,
Yeah, because I
So-
know it happened
right here.
right
Yeah.
here, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I want to make sure too, we're going to have Kim look at ERUs,
Right.
making sure everybody is being billed
Yeah.
properly, because Chip brought it up.
yeah.
So he must have either seen something or,
Well, we
So-
also had the incidents of somebody who was connected but had
yeah,
never been being billed.
correct.
So, you
And-
know,
And how does that happen?
Stuff falls through the cracks.
yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of things to deal with. You
Somebody
should
turns
know
it
that
on
better
and
than
doesn't
anybody.
Yeah.
relate.
But this is a good instance right here where we should verify, re-verify and
Right.
make sure. Because, you know, water meters get swapped out too.
Yes, and it could get changed.
It
Yeah.
could get changed.
So simple questions about the water system that I know nothing about. Are all the meters to all the places that are being billed the same kind of meter, and are they all being billed at the same gallonage or you?
No.
No.
The vast majority are not metered.
Okay.
Yeah.
The vast majority are just connections, and we base it on an ERU, which is an average use per unit.
Got it. Okay.
Which is, I want to say 250 gallons a day or
It's
something like
250,
that.
usually 210 is the
Yeah.
average, but we go with 250.
So people who feel that they use a whole lot less have the right to meter their water, and then they can still pay, they still have to pay a portion for the ERU because that's essentially their connection fee.
Right.
But then we base the volume on the
Got it.
metered amount.
So there's a bunch of different ways. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some people want it metered, you know, I mean, for somebody like Landmark, obviously having it metered is to their benefit.
Right.
For a whole bunch of different reasons.
400 times 5383 would be a lot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it used to be based strictly on ERUs at Landmark, and then they went to all metering.
Right.
And there are other, you know, it's usually commercial entities of some sort, whether they're multiple unit landlord situations or otherwise, that choose to
So they can control.
meter. Well,
Monitor
not,
and control too, but yeah.
well, and at least they're informed.
Right.
You know, I mean, if they're getting billed 5 ERUs, which would say they're using 1,250 gallons a day, and they're only using 400 gallons a day, they can then come to us and
Sure.
say, we have metered it, and we're only using this much. But we still have to cover the cost of the system, even if they're using a lesser amount.
Right.
So there's then a
Okay.
formula for that.
Right, and then it can increase the user's fees too. So
Right.
on that note though, Josh, because I do have two commercial buildings in town, and they want to go from flat rate. What's the difference between flat rate and metered rates for like sewer? Other than it's going to be less expensive, and what is the process?
For sewer?
Do we meter for sewer?
No, we can't meter for sewer. So you can meter your incoming, but you can't base your sewage on that because people can be, because you don't, well, and you don't know that they're not necessarily piping something in from elsewhere, so. What?
People
Yeah.
have their sewage
Yeah.
metered,
Yeah,
like the Putney Inn.
right.
Putney in, yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
So it's water out and that's what's being metered, okay? So
Right.
instead of a flat rate, they can appeal according
Right, exactly.
to the policy
yes,
to have a metered rate for the
Yes.
sewer.
Yeah.
So instead of paying $164 and change times 5 ERUs, if
Right.
it's metered,
they can choose, and, you know, a good example of that, we don't have one, I don't
the
think.
co-op.
But, well, the co-op, yeah, but essentially water in would be water out for the co-op.
Right.
For the most part.
Right.
You know, if you were Rod Payne Meyer, and you have water in, and he doesn't have sewer, so this is, I'm just picking a business,
Yeah.
which would be
He's-
landscaping.
Water
You,
plants.
exactly, you're doing a lot of watering, so, you know, your water in, if you were metering them both, they'd be very different.
Right.
So you shouldn't have to pay for sewage based on a water meter in. That, for most places, that's the only way we can do it, unless they put in a system, as the Putney Inn did, to
Right.
meter their outgoing.
Right.
Because that difference can be huge, depending on the nature of the business.
Right, okay, so I was on the right track then, because I have two places in town that I've asked them, they need to appeal to you to change from a flat rate to a metered rate.
Because they have meters in place for their sewage.
Or they're going to put it in.
Okay, or they're gonna put it in.
Yeah, they have water meter, right?
Right, the co-op,
Yeah.
they're going to co-op.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So they want to do the metered rate because they already have a meter on their water.
Yes,
Right, so again, the co-op would be a good example of a
Right.
business that, for the most part, water in is gonna be water out.
right,
They don't
So-
have a like water garden or do any of that
Right,
crazy
right.
stuff, so, yeah.
yep.
Right.
All right, so they need to send a letter of appeal to you and then
And then we
can
have
change it.
discussion based on
Okay.
that, yes.
And just for clarity, It's the same meter that's used. It's 1 meter for water in, and we apply that to?
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the
Okay.
Putney Inn, for example, actually meters their water out.
Okay.
The co-op could choose to do that because they have a, basically a closed system, and they could choose to do that, and there might be a large discrepancy between water in and water out. In their situation, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that because water in and water out should be pretty darn close.
I was under the assumption from Joe that Putney Inn, because they don't have,
They don't have
The
water
water.
in, right?
right, they don't have our town water, they have a well.
Exactly.
That it's their,
There's
there's a meter on their well.
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
any water in is
Yes.
assumed as water going out.
Okay, so
Right.
they don't actually meter their sewage going out. Okay.
Right.
So it is 1 meter, depending on circumstances?
Yes, yeah, I was thinking they were water out, but you're right, that's an
Jordan seemed
oddball
to think they
situation.
could meter sewer, anyway.
I don't think anybody does.
No, you meter the water though.
Right.
Because usually the sewer is just going out anyway, and that's water
Exactly,
pushing it
water
out.
in, water
Yeah,
out.
right, right. So 1 meter,
That tells you the water that's coming in,
right.
and you
And that
calculate
determines
the
the
water
amount of
out
water.
based
Right.
on that.
Exactly.
so its usage is what they're being
Yeah.
metered instead of a flat rate at $164.
And
But it may
where,
not be exactly like, not to be gross, but bodily fluids add to
Yes.
sewage,
Mhm.
and that's not
Yeah.
necessarily water
It's a different
in.
rate though than the water rate. So the
Right.
metered water rate is different than now when you're talking about sewer, it's a higher rate.
Okay.
Yeah, but
right,
it's-
but the volume is gonna be relatively close. No,
Right.
but that's exactly the point I'm
Yeah.
trying to make, is that
Yeah.
depending on the nature of the business
Yeah.
and the co-op, yes, you're right, bodily fluid would be additional because people are coming in and using the facilities. At the same time, there's people coming in and drinking tap water, et cetera, reasonable.
Yada, yada.
And there are we've had, somebody talked about this at one, I think it was SOS talking to us about this when we were originally figuring it out. And they sort of pointed out, and I don't remember the obvious examples, but there are clear examples of businesses that have a whole lot more coming in than going out, and/or have a whole lot less coming in than they have going out because they're adding, so.
And didn't we use the cleanery as an example because they're
Yes, we Yeah.
because they meter and they're paying much
Yes.
less than the co-op is, and so they,
In
Right.
sewer.
Right.
right. Mm-hmm.
So, yes, I mean, essentially, we are not required to do that, I don't believe. I mean, we are not, I can't remember how it reads in the policy, but yes, essentially, they appeal to us and we decide
Yeah,
whether it's a logical argument.
Yeah.
And-
based on that argument.
it's several $100s that they're gonna save,
Yes,
several hundred.
Okay.
because they're paying strictly for both incoming and outgoing.
They're
They're
paying,
paying ERUs,
they're,
flat rate ERUs.
yes, correct.
Right.
And I assume that businesses and that aren't already metered have to cover the cost of installing a meter if they,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
when they switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted to bring that up, because I'm gonna direct them to make an appeal to the board,
Right,
the water sewer commissioners.
yes.
And come in front of you and request it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, yeah, just one thing to add to that, which became a big part of the discussion in the Putney Inn, and wouldn't necessarily be part of the discussion for the co-op, but it's something to be aware of, is if they stop paying by ERUs and they are strictly going by metered, their reserved allotment based on ERUs adjusts to that. So if, for example, they were to decide to add apartment spaces, they would have to apply for,
Right.
and if we're at capacity and we don't have that,
Yeah,
they're out of luck.
they are.
So it's one of those things where if you, essentially if you are paying by ERUs, you are guaranteed to receive that amount of water per day
Right,
and be able to put that amount of sewage back into the system per
Yeah.
day. if you meter it, you are allotted that amount, and you have to stay reasonably within that. I mean,
Right.
You know, if there's a big change, then we have to
Yeah.
review it.
Well, that's the thing, I wouldn't encourage somebody to reduce their allocation for that
Based on
reason.
that necessarily.
Right.
Unless they,
Yeah.
unless they're very stable and assume
Right.
they're gonna be, et cetera.
Yeah,
But, you know, if the system gets maxed out and they aren't paying for
Right.
the RU,
yep.
that's what it is.
Mhm.
So,
So front door estimates and VLCT subcontract agreement. So there was a question about a contractor maybe not having workers' comp. So the VLCT agreement, they can sign that and they're gonna be covered, okay? Right now, we have 2 estimates for the front door replacement. And one goes back to 2018, and then the other one, which is just,
So, and just, we did pass a policy, approve a policy a number of years ago, I wanna say roughly 5 years ago, stating that we will not hire we will not hire contractors that do not have workers' compensation. And just in the interest of full disclosure, I had suggested that in order to save what I think could be a pretty substantial amount of money, that the guys who work for me could do the door. I would not get paid for it. The town would pay them directly. However, if it's not going through me, they don't technically have workers' comp. So I suggested that, and then I said to Karen, oh, but wait a minute, that goes against our policy.
Well, but
So-
we have this.
but
though.
this non-employee work agreement,
We take these all the time.
yeah,
Okay,
would
This
allow
covers us
somebody.
from-
right, per our policy, I'm not sure we're supposed to, so we might want to find
I
that
think this
workers'
is in the policy
compensation.
that,
Is it that we can do one or the other?
yes.
I can't, that's what I wasn't sure. I
I think
wasn't
so.
sure how we, because the reason it came up, or one of the reasons it came up, was in the instance of the lawn mowing, and we had one person
Right.
who was an individual, didn't have workers' comp,
Yeah,
but we had already approved a contract with them based on the numbers, and then we implemented this policy. I know you can do this. Does it follow our policy? So we should just check what
Okay.
our policy
I'll double
says.
check that. Yeah, because basically this agreement is like the lawn mowing. If you have somebody that works for the town and can do that, then that's the person that should be doing it. But if they don't have the workers' comp, then we can use VLCT's agreement for a non-employee.
It just means that they don't hold us liable if they get hurt.
Right, right.
If they're
And we don't pay workers' comp on them, is that correct? Because the other way we have done it in the past is that the town paid the workers' comp for that person.
Right.
That's the way we used to
Yeah.
do it, and that's what generated the need for the policy.
Right.
Because it was just too cumbersome to
Yeah.
be doing
The
that.
other thing too is when we get audited every year,
Right,
if we pay somebody and they don't have their certificate
Right.
of insurance,
then we pay workers' comp.
we get a fine.
Exactly.
Right,
That's why the
Yes.
policy,
yep.
that's why we decided to
Yeah.
have that policy.
But they're minimal amounts, they're not like,
Right, essentially you just pay the average amount that a workers' comp would
Right.
pay. So, but that's a choice that we need to make, and we should know what that policy says when we're
Okay.
making that choice.
so I'll look at the policy
Okay.
and, look at this again
Right,
and make sure. But, so right now, we still have 2 estimates for the front doors. One goes back to March 2018 for $11,512.74. And then the second one, which we just got on 10/15/2019, in the amount of $16,983.46. And this estimate does not include the contractor to put the doors in.
That's just fabrication of the doors themselves.
Correct.
That doesn't include windows though, is that correct or not?
That was,
Like the side
Just
gates?
doors only, exactly, because
No lights.
right,
well, no, I mean, what we talked, the first one was Cole Streeter and Cole, what Cole was proposing to do appropriately was to replace the door units with a unit and replace the windows also with
Is
units.
this who did the general stores doors?
No, well, I don't know. General Stores doors when, recently? No, what, built the doors? No, those were built, those were donated. That was Abijah built those doors and donated them to the general store.
We should talk to Abijah.
He's not doing it anymore.
Oh, that's too bad. You sure?
Yeah. He
couldn't convince him?
doesn't even have a shop anymore.
Oh,
Um,
I'm sure we could find him one.
But this is sort of a special set of I mean, he's proposing replacing, which is what we asked him to give us a
Yes,
bid on.
yeah.
Was to replace the doors and replace the windows with new window units. And that's the bid for that.
right,
In thinking that through further and doing some exploration, my recommendation is, and we could revisit this with Cole if we chose to, would be that all we really need, we don't need to put a whole new unit in there. We need to put 2 new doors, just the doors themselves. Some people aren't going to be interested in doing that because that's not sort of
Right.
mostly how doors come these days. And I don't think we need to replace the windows. I think we need to put storms on the windows. I mean, we
A lot
have
cheaper.
Right.
we have storms,
Right.
or we have plexiglass on them now,
Yeah.
but we should get some storms fabricated
right,
and apply them.
yeah,
So, to do all that, and I don't have an estimate in front of you to do that. I know, I looked it up when Karen and I were talking about it. I priced the 2 doors themselves, and they were $1,050 a piece. So that was $2,100 for purchase of the 2 doors. The windows, then you're looking at a couple guys, a couple days to put them in, kind of thing. And then a couple, maybe an additional day to put in storm windows and whatever the cost of the storm windows would
Right.
be. So it's going to be significantly less money. It's a different job than we proposed, and if we want to, I'd be more than happy to have Cole come and give us another bid. I don't know whether he's available, I don't know whether he
Right.
wants to do it, so on and so forth, or put it out to other people for bid. The other bid that we have is custom fabrication of a new unit for those, but not installation.
So apples and oranges. no
Right.
apples and
Exactly,
apples,
there's
right.
no apples and apples in any
so we
of
do need a couple more
Yeah, yeah.
estimates,
Right.
just to get a handle on this, so we can move forward.
So I think
But it's getting cold.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the other thing to do is, and I don't want there to be any conflict of interest at all.
Right.
If I were to order the doors, I wouldn't charge anything for them. The guys would come and do it. They bill per hour. I mean, we could come up with a reasonable, but if that feels inappropriate to anybody, I don't even want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. If it's going to cut the cost of doing it in half, is it worth
It
doing?
doesn't seem inappropriate to me in any way. Save the town money, get the job done now, but yeah.
the doors are not secure the way they are right now.
Right.
So,
And we can reuse all the
Yeah.
the 2 big criteria are that we maintain the 36-inch opening
right,
on each door, because that's ADA compliant, and we have to remain ADA compliant, which is part of what makes this more expensive, because if you're putting in a whole unit, you have to make the opening a little bit bigger in order to fit that in. The other thing is that we can reuse the hardware that's there because it's ADA, it's good,
Right.
it's good quality.
yeah, it's still
hardware.
working too,
So,
yeah.
but I don't want to, complicate things.
Is there any historic value to these? I
No,
haven't- okay.
these are not the original doors. The original doors were, as it is now, there's a window above the doors.
That's historic?
No, well, the original doors, there was not a window above. They were
Right.
8-foot tall doors. They were huge. I believe they were almost 9 feet. They were
Wow.
big doors. and they open, you know, we don't want to go
They
back
were
to
beautiful,
doing.
No.
and it was even colder.
Yeah, exactly. And it took two men and a boy to open them.
And they would only open 9 months a year.
Yeah. But, no, and actually, in the interest of knowing that, we also, these are probably 1950s roughly. We had Lisa Papazian look at the historical aspect, and what we decided about that, excuse me, as it is now, and this is typical of that era, the panels on the bottom go horizontal. The original doors had vertical panels, and we would go back to having 2 lights, i.e. 2 windows above 2 panels on each of the doors, which would be closer to what the historic was,
Right.
but they're not. But we don't
Just
want
be
9 foot tall
reminiscent.
doors.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't-
exactly. But those are not, those are, you know,
My vote is to
those are,
get it, do it, and get it done, and do it as cheap as possible. That's how I feel about it, and I have no feelings about that, I have no problem.
I definitely-
in it at all.
Don't want to spend a huge amount on doors, considering we're talking about really expensive fire trucks and the highway department needing another truck, and so
Well,
if we can get
and
it
of
done.
course, there
at
are
a
different
reasonable-
categories of expensive.
Yes, it's different
but-
categories of expensive, but weighing every dollar, I feel like if we can
So,
reduce.
Minimize
Yes.
costs.
I'm with you
so
on that.
I would say, and again, I would
You're
not.
on camera now.
I know, no, and I would say, I just wouldn't charge, I would just, if the town would pay for it directly, it can run through my account, so it gets the discount, so on and so forth.
Right.
But we need to check that policy. So what I
Right.
would suggest is if Karen finds that it's appropriate for us to hire those guys and it adheres to our policy, then we should go ahead and get the doors ordered and get
Okay.
things rolling.
Yeah.
And I can, you know,
Try to keep
before
it
we actually do that, I can tell you pretty accurately what it would actually cost. But it's gonna be half of the existing
Right.
lowest bid, probably somewhere in
Yeah,
there.
something on paper would be
Yeah,
appropriate.
I've asked him, but,
Just tell me what
You
day they're
want me
gonna
to
come
call?
install, so everyone must know.
It's very important. Wide open. You only have one female right now complaining. Now, if you get another one or two,
who, she's the complainant?
Oh, Kim is too.
oh, is she?
She says she has to buy sweaters for her sweaters.
It is cold in here,
Yeah,
so.
Well, you turn the heat up and it gets super hot,
yeah.
but then it
Well, it does this.
cools right down and then it like heats right up and it
Yeah,
cools
by
right
2
down.
o'clock in the
It's like-
afternoon, it's like, where's the heat? What happened to the heat?
Well, some of those days, you know, we've had some cold days, and
Yeah,
unfortunately, the doors are only gonna help so much with that. The reality is, a large part of that problem is just the lack of insulation.
right. In front of you, and you can review on your own time, is a draft personnel policy. We can talk more about it in another meeting.
Great.
There might be some slight changes to it, but I'll keep you posted if.
We had a personnel, excuse me, we already had a personnel policy, this is a revamping of our
Oh, this
existing
is
pers-
like almost a total revamp
Okay.
because
The other one
there,
was 3 pages.
The other one was
3 pages
a
long.
little outdated.
yeah, there
okay.
was, there's a lot of regulations,
I'm sure,
labor laws
yeah,
that
yeah.
we didn't have in the old ones.
yeah,
You know, like Family Medical Leave Act
Right.
and all that stuff.
yeah.
So I think it went from like, what,
Like
5
3 to
pages
5 pages.
25?
Can I make a recommendation? This should be something to go through equity and inclusion.
That's not unreasonable. Yeah.
And I think in its form right now would be okay
Yeah,
to get it started.
yeah,
And then if I make any changes, I'll let you know.
okay,
And then you can bring it.
okay.
Side note on that though, is that we are trying to get it like approved before the first of the year, right?
Before the first of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, they meet again
To coincide
the
with-
first Thursday of December, so.
So just have to be, I mean,
Although the board has already agreed to go bi-weekly.
Okay. So we don't really need it.
So,
to go weekly.
we're,
What?
no, we're being paid weekly right now. We're gonna go bi-weekly.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what
So-
you're talking about paying. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And we talked about that.
that's one of the reasons you're
Because it's
thinking.
in here
Right.
and it wasn't before.
Right.
Yeah, no, so
Yeah.
we don't, but that doesn't need to be in the policy. I mean, it needs,
It will
we
be in
need
the
to make that
policy.
decision, exactly.
Yeah, it will be in the policy,
Yeah,
but we had the conversation about going bi-weekly because it was gonna be less expensive outsourcing
right, yeah,
for payroll.
Do you have a PDF of that?
I can make a PDF, it's
Or-
in Word right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
in
email
Word,
it to
yeah.
you, okay?
yeah.
Great.
And I would just, not that you already, or aren't already aware of that, but the vast majority of this, or, well, I don't know about the vast majority, but a large portion of it is probably statutory.
Yeah.
So, you know,
It is now because Alyssa did a lot of work.
right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, on
Yeah.
a revamp
Yeah.
one.
It's reference. you know.
Right,
Yeah.
so, but, you know, if equity and inclusion wants to make any recommendations for
Right,
changes,
right.
it would obviously have to fall within statutory
Yes,
requirements. So
yeah. Yeah.
just,
Something they touched on at their first meeting was that if there was something that was statutory that they felt was egregious in any way, then maybe they would pass that on to us and ask that it was passed on to the state as well.
that's fine, yeah. No, and the other thing that came to my attention about the meeting was that there was some discussion of what the circumstances would be that that committee would go into executive session. And I just, if it wasn't made clear in that meeting,
It was.
they will never go into
Yeah,
executive
it
session.
was.
Okay, so, there's no reason, nobody other than the quasi-judicial boards of the town
Yeah,
by statute can go into.
Jonathan's
executive
doing a really good
Good job
job
of
of,
keeping-
yes,
good.
of
Good.
helping folks understand.
session. Yeah, no, and I think that, you know, it's a perfectly reasonable question, especially sort of in that setting, but it's just sort of straight up, no, that will not ever happen, so. Okay, so where are we?
Vacation.
Jonathan handed me this,
Vacation.
I know.
You're there.
Jonathan handed me this,
Oh,
the results
Oh, I was gonna
of
bring that up, I'm glad that came up.
the voting, so you can take a look at that. He said 195 people from Putney voted.
yep, that's actually a respectable number.
Yeah, yeah. There's only 26 that voted on the actual budget, so that
We were taking bets
195
on how
is
many
good.
people it would be. Interesting.
Yeah. So he's sharing that with the board. And then I just want to reel off some vacations that are coming up here. So we are closed on November 28th and 29th. And then I will be taking vacation from the 25th through the 27th, with the 28th and 29th off. Brian?
November?
Yes.
So the whole
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
That whole
week will
week,
be-
yep.
Mhm.
Brian and Jason will both be out from November 22nd through the 27th, with the 28th and the 29th off, depending on weather.
22nd through 27th? Okay.
Yeah, which is Friday.
Friday through the
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
Wednesday.
not, yeah.
Lenny will be in charge when Brian and Jason are on vacation. And then Tom is scheduled to take December 2nd through the 6th, so he'll be back on December 9th.
Good.
And just, I'm assuming, I don't think this is likelihood based on what I've seen, but if we were to have a big storm during the time that both Brian and Jason are gone.
They'll come home.
Okay,
He did that last year,
okay.
so.
Hopefully that wouldn't be.
Where's
the
it
case.
hunting?
It snowed like the
They're in
second
Maine.
weekend.
We're going to Maine,
Yeah,
up in Jackman or near Jackman.
yeah.
Good.
So I just wanted to alert you that we do have people out. So Alyssa will be, like, when I'm out.
She'll be driving truck and
Yeah,
running the office.
Yeah.
And there's some
she'll be-
brush at the end of my track, I gotta come pick up.
It's light outside.
Okay,
Sorry, I should've
so,
said that.
all right, so moving on.
warrant, so are you done? You're done
I
with
am
your
done,
report? Okay,
yes.
warrants
Thank
to
goodness.
the
I know,
treasurer.
right?
I move to accept and execute the warrants upon completion of review.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to accept and execute the warrants as presented upon review. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant, November 15th, includes the library, $9,119.17.
Stay here much longer, I'll be down for breakfast.
Did you call your order in yet?
Oh, absolutely.
What are you having?
I'm having salmon.
Nice.
You got 5 minutes.
You
want
are
me to put in another
you are
order?
on your vacation, aren't you?
I am. I've worked every day until tomorrow morning. Anyway,
Payroll warrant dated November 22nd, 2019, in the amount of $6,541.55.
I didn't forget anybody this time.
No, because I made sure. We had that conversation, remember? Oh. Accounts payable dated November 9th through November 22nd, 2019, in the amount of $101,499.62. All of the social agencies are in this warrant, which was about 40-something thousand. And then everything else is just regular. $48,399. How's
For
that?
social.
Yep,
It was a little less because a couple of them I paid last time.
correct.
All right, do we have any other business?
I have none.
Anybody else?
I'd like to have an executive session.
Oh, sure.
Yay!
Would you like to invite us?
Yeah, no, you got, yeah.
We can
She wants
go.
hers at home.
Who's invited?
We don't need an executive session, I don't believe, do we?
We don't,
Okay.
no.
All right, and our next meeting date is December 4th,
Correct.
right here, same bat channel, same bat room. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did I hear you say something?
Good morning, BOHS. Today is November 21st, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Vermont's Killington Resort, the largest ski and snowboard destination in eastern North America, will host for the fourth year the FIS Ski World Cup, November 29th to December 1st. Admission is free, and there'll be musical performances taking place as well. And now for a very special video featuring pie.
Hello and welcome to the first pie eating contest.
It's gonna be pretty good.
I know.
I'm really excited.
I'm still full from that pie that I ate. That's a lot of pie.
Yeah, I think Riley did a really good job of.
Yeah, not to
editing
give
that.
anything away, but we did eat some.
It was
pie
apple pie.
in
It was
this
apple pie.
video.
Yeah, it was kind of cold too, but
It was.
it was good.
Cold.
Here's the video.
Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to the first pie eating contest of BUHS TV. We have 4 amazingly, let's just say, hungry contestants waiting to eat some delicious pie. The rules are simple. You have 2 minutes to eat as much pie as you physically can shove down your greasy gullet. You cannot use your hands in any way, shape, or form except to clutch onto your hope that you may finish the pie in time. 3, 2, 1, go! Come on, Brandon. Shot like a bot. Oh my god. What? Oh, all the bread's in here. Shannon. Really? Oh, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop! You may swallow what's in your mouth, no more. So the winner of the BUHS TV pie eating contest is Brandon. Yeah!
There you have it, folks. That is the
Pie eating contest. Brandon was the winner. He kept pecking at it though, like
He
a bird.
did. He was
but-
headbutting that thing. Smushed that all the way down.
How do you think he won though? Because like he was pecking at it. He just smushed
You just
it, making
like,
it look like
you
he
know
ate a
how
lot, you know?
Yeah, you know the thing when you like don't want to eat your meal and you like spread it around your plate so it looks like
Yeah,
there's less.
yeah.
I think that's what Brandon did to win.
Yeah. Have to do that in protest.
Maybe
Yeah.
we're gonna have to have another food eating contest to see who the real winner is. In other words, the Brattleboro Bowl is open. The Brattleboro Bowl is open 7 days a week from 12 to 9 p.m. every day with 20 premium lanes, and you can join a league or just go with some friends. But let's go check out the weather with our very own Ernie.
So this week we got some weather coming up. It's break week, and today is Thursday. It's going to be partially cloudy, high of 47 and a low of 33. Tomorrow we might have some rain. I think it's about a 40% chance with a high of 47, a low of 24. On Saturday it will be partially cloudy with a high of 41 and a low of 29. On Sunday we're going to have some wintry mix with a high of 38. And on Monday it will be partially cloudy with a high of 41. Back to you guys.
Wow, it's pretty warm.
Yeah, we got some good
Excited
weather
for that.
coming in. That's
Perfect.
nice.
The co-op invites you to bring the kids to a weekly community event Join us at Kids Place for a story and a healthy snack from the co-op every Friday.
Fun, fun. The 2019 Keene Holiday Crafts Show will be taking place November 30th inside the Keene High School from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There will be tons of stands featuring things such as Christmas cookies and gifts. There will also be a raffle taking place at 2 p.m. run by the Keene High Student Council.
Yep. Perfect. Next week is vacation, and it's time to relax and spend some time with the family. Maybe kick back and enjoy a nice glass of eggnog by the fire, or bake some fresh apple pie for Thanksgiving. Remember not to get too relaxed, though, as Black Friday is coming, and that means Christmas and the holiday stress. So relax and enjoy yourself before everyone and their mother lose sanity over the newest Starbucks cup or Barbie doll, or Brandon. But let's find out what's happening in our Barbie world on World News.
So, for a couple days now, a standoff between protesters and police in Hong Kong continues on at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. There are about 100 protesters, and their food supply has been dwindling while police officers remain stationed surrounding the school. A lot of the people inside have reported being injured by tear gas and have hypothermia from being doused with water cannons. According to police, most of the protesters that have been arrested are minors. To this they say, regardless of their age, they are to face the consequences of their own actions. Back to the desk.
Yikes. Well,
I wouldn't want to get hit with a water hose. I'll tell you
or
that.
tear gas. Yikes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, you can stop by the Brattleboro Co-op and try our succulent Stonewood turkey, along with some need-to-have deli sides at the Brattleboro Food Co-op demo counter. It is on Friday, November 22nd from 2 to 6 p.m., so tomorrow. And now we have a special with our very own Tyler Higley.
He's back.
He is back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Alright, so today I have a short special with my brother Tyler Miller here.
The Tylers.
Yep, little Tyler squared going on. And wouldn't that be fourth? Anyway.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
So question number 1, what is your favorite food for Thanksgiving?
Ooh, that's tough. My favorite Thanksgiving food. I
Like
think it
food,
just
not dessert. Food.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the turkey.
Turkey.
I just love the turkey. I put a little mashed potatoes on it too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
Yeah. So next question: what is your favorite thing to do on Thanksgiving? Like activities.
My favorite thing to do is with my cousins. We usually play like a basketball game.
Yeah.
Lower the hoop down. I just dunk on all my cousins.
Sounds pretty fun. What is your least favorite thing about Thanksgiving, if you have anything?
I don't really think I have a least favorite thing. I love Thanksgiving. You get to pig out.
Spend
Nothing
time
better
with
than
the
that.
fam.
Spend time with the fam. Nothing
Watch
much better
some
than that.
football.
Oh, I do like watching football.
Yeah. All right. Last question. Kind of relates to the video we just watched. What's your favorite kind of pie?
I'm gonna have to go with apple pie, but
Apple
it's got to
pie.
be warm though. It's got to
Yeah.
be warm.
Yep. Classic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, apple pie. Maybe put a little vanilla ice cream on top too.
Yeah.
Oh my
sounds
gosh,
good.
that's great.
When the ice cream melts.
Oh my gosh, nothing
Die
beats
for it.
that.
All
All
right.
right, awesome. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for making us all hungry.
Yeah. On November 30th, Mount Snow will be hosting fireworks and pictures with Santa, starting from 5:45 p.m. to 9 p.m. Be sure to take a picture with Santa before he makes his rounds this year. Now, there's funny news up next, so let's zoom out the camera and reveal Forrest for funny news.
Hey guys, so we all know the crazy things that people like to do on the subway, and we all hear the stories and see the videos. But this guy actually took it to kind of a new level by brushing his teeth on the subway and repeatedly spitting out the toothpaste and everything onto the floor. And there's actually an image right there of the spit on the floor.
That's nasty.
This nice lady named Melissa said that he repeatedly spat on the platform, and it was pretty gross.
I don't know. Toothpaste is very clean.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's alive,
it's also
but-
kind of gross that he just did it right there.
Yeah.
Well, people
What if
spit
it
on the
was
ground.
he was
all the
running
time.
Yeah.
to meet a girl or something. Need to freshen up.
There's definitely been weirder things to happen on the subway.
Yeah, I
but
feel like that's not that
It's not that weird, but
yeah,
it's,
all right. But imagine sitting next to somebody, brush their teeth, and you spit right by your foot.
Well,
Yeah.
it depends on what the circumstances. Like maybe they're.
I don't know. I don't
late
think there's
for a
any
job interview or something.
Oh, so you're gonna be like, oh, it's okay, you're late. If he
Yeah.
spits right next to your foot, I wouldn't. I'd be
Well,
like, yo, that's nasty, bro.
Yeah, but that wasn't next to anybody's foot.
if you had a
That was
job
just
interview,
in
he
the
could have
middle
done
of
that like
the
in the bathroom somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's not that gross. You use toothpaste to clean your teeth anyways. So it's not like you're.
I think it's
shoe
pretty
dip or
gross.
something, you know?
I think it's pretty gross. All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah, all right. The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with a 1-mile run at 9 a.m., followed by the normal 3-mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 27th, or you won't be timed. And speaking of turkey, here's how to deep fry a turkey without dying with Riley.
Hello, and welcome to this special segment with me, Riley. Today we're going to be talking about how to deep fry a turkey without killing yourself. Now, there are 3 simple tips that will help you along this journey and not end up in the ER. First is to do it outside. If you mess up, it's not going to be as bad as messing up indoors. Oil is hard to clean up. 2 is to always wear some form of protection. Gloves. Wear gloves. Dear God. And 3 is to set up some form of apparatus to slowly lower the turkey into the pot so you don't have to do it with your bare hands. Now, this has been 3 quick tips with me, Riley. Now, back to the desk.
Awesome. Thank you, Riley. That was.
I want to try a deep fried turkey. I've never tried it.
Tyler says it's good, so
Yeah, well,
it's
now
a very
we know how to
important
do
thing.
it safely. So
Yes,
might have to try it
exactly.
out.
Going along with that, Thanksgiving is right around the corner, so be sure to have a few good recipes ready. A personal favorite of our very own Riley is homemade green bean casserole. And since Black Friday is also around the corner, be sure to snag a good deal or two.
This season on December 14th in Stratton, Vermont, get ready for Taste of Vermont. This delicious event features Southern Vermont's most incredible professional and amateur chefs, caterers, bakers, delis, and more. It is a fun event for the whole family. Tickets are now available, and it is open from 6:30 to 9 p.m. This event is located at Stratton Mountain Base Lodge. And now, it's time for sports with Branders.
Hello. Hockey started yesterday for our school's first winter sport this season. Sign-ups end for IBLs with all registrations and forms on December 2nd after break. The draft for all players who are not already on a team will be drafted on the 6th, and the first game will be on Wednesday, the 11th of December. Back to the desk.
I cannot wait to cross Brandon's ankles up.
Oh,
Anybody else.
will Brandon even be able to move, though? He's got a hurt back.
I feel better than a cripple. I don't know.
That's fair. Vermont rifle season is now upon us. During the 2-week span from November 16th to December 1st, hunters can legally take down 1 buck. So good luck to all the hunters out there who are going hunting this weekend. And now for a special video with Gemini. Okay, so today we're going to talk about the top 10 things to never discuss at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Number 1 is money.
Ooh, sensitive subject.
Very sensitive subject, especially for you, Jim.
I guess
Especially
so.
for you.
Ha ha ha.
Number 2 is religion.
Yeah.
Those 2 intertwine a little bit for you, Jim.
Perfect.
Number 3 is politics. Everybody has different views
mixed
on that.
opinions. Mixed
Yeah,
opinions, definitely.
Number 4 is embarrassing stories about others.
That is just embarrassing. It's kind of a shame that those exist.
I mean, yeah, it's just not fun to
It's
talk
funny,
about.
but not for the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yeah, I agree. Number 5 is family gossip. Just family gossip.
It's kind of lame.
Yeah,
I guess.
I don't really know if I agree with that one. But Number 6 is discussion of eating or drinking habits.
Oh, yeah. Can't pick on the people who decide to eat a lot.
Yeah.
It's Thanksgiving. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Number, what are we doing? 7 now? Yeah, I think so.
7.
How your children's... Oh, okay, here you go. Your children's accomplishments.
Oh, you can't do that. Bragging's kind
Bragging's
of
so
weird,
annoying.
you know?
Oh, it's so annoying.
It's just, yeah.
Do you feel embarrassed if your parents talk about you?
I do.
Yeah,
I like
do
to
too.
be humble, you know?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
You're a great guy. Number 8, why a relative is not married yet or doesn't have kids yet.
See, too high standards, man, you know? I think
It's
it's
just
just
a shame.
yeah, just annoying for that person.
It is just annoying. It's like,
They'll-
come
they'll
on,
get
I'm
there
just trying to
eventually.
eat some food, and then people are picking on you from your own family.
Exactly. What about 9? How much someone is eating.
Oh, let them pig out. Yeah,
Exactly.
you kidding me? It's the holiday
You
of
eat,
food.
keep eating.
Oh yeah.
Number 10, and lastly, how bad the food is.
Oh, don't disrespect the cook.
Yeah,
Come on.
you just
That's the
pretend
first
you
rule
like
of
it
any
and
meal.
just move on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's the top 10 things to never discuss at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And that is what to not talk about at the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yes, sir.
I hope you enjoyed this episode of BUHS TV. Please enjoy your break if you're a student, and enjoy Thanksgiving if you like turkey or any of the other delicious foods. And that is why the world is like this. Bye-bye.
Good morning, BOHS. Today is November 18th, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Vermont's Killington Resort, the largest ski and snowboard destination in eastern North America, will host for the fourth year the FIS Ski World Cup, November 29th through December 1st. Admission is free, and there will be musical performances taking place as well. Guess what time it is? Sports. It's time for sports with Jem.
Hello, I am Jem with the sports. Previously this weekend, the North-South football game happened in Vermont. This Saturday, it was cold. The South did win 47-9 though, which was good, with your Brattleboro seniors Tyler Miller, Chris Frost, Sammy Fontaine, and me representing the Brattleboro Colonels and the South team. Now that the football season's over though, we go into winter sports, and ice hockey, boys and girls, actually starts this week on Wednesday, and then later in the month after Thanksgiving, we have boys and girls basketball along with Nordic starting. So all that is exciting news. Now back to the desk.
All right. The co-op invites you to bring the kids to a weekly community event. Join us at Kids Place for a story and a healthy snack from the co-op every Friday.
That's awesome. The 2019 Keene Holiday Craft Show will be taking place November 30th inside Keene High School from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There'll be tons of stands featuring things such as Christmas cookies and gifts. There'll also be a raffle ticket taking place at 2 p.m. run by the Keene High School Student Council. Now to the weather with Ernie.
Today is Monday, and we have a high of 38 and a low of 30. We have a 50% chance of rain tonight, which could turn into ice or wintry mix. Tomorrow we have a 40% chance of precipitation with a high of 43 and a low of 28. And on Wednesday we have a high of 39 and a low of 26. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Ernie. Thank you.
That's pretty warm, man. Yeah, it is pretty warm.
43, I'll take that.
Dude, the
November,
past few weeks have been so cold. It's insane.
Freezing.
Yeah, I know. And then that's nice, though. I like it warmer.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. Next week is vacation. It's a time to relax and spend some time with the family. Maybe kick back and enjoy a nice glass of eggnog by the fire. Or bake some fresh apple pie. Speaking of apple pie. Remember not to get too relaxed, though, as Black Friday is coming, and that means Christmas and the holiday stress. So relax and enjoy yourself before everyone and their mother loses their sanity over the newest Starbucks cup of coffee or Barbie doll.
I know Brandon loses mine over the Starbucks. So.
No, it's the Barbie doll.
Stop by the Brattleboro Food Co-op and try solicited stonewood turkey, along with some need-to-have deli sides, at the Brattleboro Food Co-op demo counter. It is on Friday, November 22nd from 2 to 6 p.m. People need to hear what we have next at World News, so let's check it out.
Trump stated that he likes the idea of testifying in the impeachment inquiry against him. In a tweet this morning, Trump said that he would strongly consider the move after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi suggested it. In the tweet, Trump also referred to the trial as a witch hunt and said that he has done nothing wrong and doesn't like giving credibility to this no due process hoax.
Perfect. Thank you.
Project Feed the Thousands is starting up again. Remember to bring any non-perishable items to donate to those in need.
The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with the 1 mile kids run at 9 a.m., followed by the normal 3 mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 27th or you won't be timed. And now to a special with Forrest.
Hey guys, it's Forrest. It's officially skiing season now, and Mount Snow and Killington are now open. There are 12 trails open at Mount Snow. Corinthia, which is at Mount Snow, has 1 trail open, which is Gulch. There are some features up, nice jumps. 21 trails are open at Killington, and lots of fun to be had this winter, so be sure to wear a helmet and go outside. Back to the desk.
Sounds sweet. You ski?
Nope. I would love to see you on skis, though, Brandon.
I don't think I would love to see me on skis. All right. Thanksgiving is right around the corner, so be sure to have a few good recipes ready. A personal favorite of our very own Riley's is homemade green bean casserole. And since Black Friday is also around the corner, be sure to snag a good deal or two.
This season, on December 14th in Stratton, Vermont, get ready for a Taste of Vermont. This delicious event features Southern Vermont's most incredible professional and amateur chefs, caterers, bakers, delis, and more. It's a fun event for the whole family. Tickets are now available and is open from 6:30 to 9 p.m. This event is located at Stratton Mountain Base Lodge.
Vermont rifle season is now upon us. During the 2-week span from November 16th to December 1st, hunters can legally take down 1 buck. So, good luck to all the hunters out there who are going hunting this weekend.
So that was this episode of BOHS TV. I hope you enjoyed it, because if you didn't, we will know. And this is why the world is like this. Bye-bye.
I'd like to bring the November 11th, 2019 Select Board meeting of the Guilford community together, opening the meeting. And it is Veterans Day, November 11/11, and we'd like to make sure that we honor and acknowledge veterans all across our country who remain alive and those who gave their lives for our country, and particularly those veterans who reside in Guilford or did reside in Guilford. Thank you for your service. We acknowledge and honor you. I'd like to recognize our public. There you are, public. How are you?
It's Steve. It's always one.
And the
You're
rules
here.
of procedure which govern the way that the public and the select board interact are on our table here. Steve, I presume that you've signed in?
Yes, he has.
Thank you. And I would ask, are there any additions to the agenda?
I have none.
Changes to the agenda, I do have one.
Okay.
That is that I had a communication with Isaac Hayes this afternoon. Isaac Wagner. Isaac Hayes was a good rock and roll.
Waiting to see how that one came out.
Isaac Wagner, our consultant, and there's not an update except to say that the contracts, his contract and the architect's contract will be signed as of tonight, and then we'll get copies of them, but that's the only update there is, so we can remove that from the agenda.
The library?
Yeah, the library, the feasibility study for the library edition. Any other changes to the agenda order? Okay. Do I have approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of October 28th, 2019? Have we read them, and can we approve them? Do I have a motion?
I didn't read them because I couldn't find them. I admittedly didn't do my usual labeling of the minutes. Okay.
I was wondering where they were, yeah.
They were at the very bottom of the list, and I realized that this morning, and so I went through your list, and then I went to the select board.
Can we table that so that the
by all
select
means,
board has
we've done it in the past.
time to read it? So we'll
Thank
table
you.
the approval of the minutes. And I would ask that everyone, and now we can find the minutes in our folder? Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yeah, they should be at the top now because I changed their label to match what the agenda says. So
Excellent.
my apologies for that.
Okay.
No.
And our next order of business on the agenda is a highway update. Peter?
Yep, I spoke with Dan on Thursday before he left for vacation, and a couple of the guys have been continuing work down on Packer Corners Road, particularly hammering a bunch of ledge and widening the road down where it meets Abishai Prince Road, and so it's looking quite improved down there. Now
We
that
can verify
Yes.
that. They made a lay-by on Dead Man's Curve.
it is now.
And it's not called that lightly.
So yes, it's now 2 cars wide there instead of about half a car wide.
It's a great enhancement.
They've been blowing leaves, doing a little bit of mowing when it's not raining, and most of their time this past week was a week and a half has been spent getting the equipment ready for snow. So putting on snow tires, greasing up equipment, putting plows on, that sort of thing.
Excellent.
So,
It's supposed to snow tomorrow.
but that's it, yeah, and then
And then the Carpenter Hill Culvert update.
yes, so I both spoke with the owner of the company doing the work and with his foreman today, and, fingers crossed, we should theoretically have Carpenter Hill Road open by Friday evening.
This Friday
By this
evening?
Friday evening, yes.
That's great.
The sign does say till December 1st, barring any incidents. Basically, the one thing that may delay it is if we actually get snow instead of freezing rain. They could care less about freezing rain, but if we get snow, that could hamper their work for the next couple of days. But tentatively, they're saying Friday evening will be open.
Terrific.
So I was over there around lunchtime today, and they had taken all the forms off the walls, and we're starting to backfill. The deck will be delivered on Thursday. That's the main thing that may be disrupted by snow. And then once the deck is set in place, they will start backfilling over the top of it and open up the road.
Great. Thank you, Peter. On to new business, and this is also you, Peter, reporting out.
Yep.
The annual post-tax fund transfers, the transfer of funds.
Yep, so every fall, about a month after taxes have been collected and the treasurer has done her work, I present to the select board a list of funds that were approved by residents at town meeting day. And basically, I need your authorization to move them out of the tax fund and disperse them. So this includes all of our social service agencies that were funded at town meeting day, the fire department, Wyndham Regional Commission, several other groups and organizations, and then the last but not least is transferring funds from the tax fund into the highway fund to even out their funds for the rest of the year.
So will you be needing a motion for that?
Most definitely, as usual, we need a motion just to approve.
Do I have a motion to move the funds from the tax fund to other funds that we were going to?
You mean to authorize Peter to do it?
Yes.
I would so move.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
My only request in the future as we make these, I think we're pretty versed on what they are and what's the transfer is, but to have an itemized list of exactly for this meeting where we are approving it for each one.
That's a very good
And
idea.
that way.
So was this not itemized enough?
Well,
because, so this is the actual.
no, it isn't.
It's in the budget.
So this is the actual transaction that happens
Right.
with those. and then
These are
what's
the
this?
accounting transactions.
This is the accounting transaction, yeah.
Right. The taxes is very clear, obviously, but we're moving more. Well, then maybe I'm not fully understanding the record. I understand the accounting transaction being done here, but I don't know what the 500,000 and the 997,000 is broken down.
Okay, so the 997,000 is the funds that go to the highway department.
Okay.
That's their, all of their funds for
Okay.
FY20. And then the 500,000, $230,064 of that goes to the fire department.
Right, but that's my
So he
point.
wants it to be
All I'm
itemized.
saying is, in the future, with these numbers, that's fine, but just break them down specifically.
Okay.
So Wyndham Regional's listed, all the other, nonprofits that we support
As
are
well as
listed.
rescue.
Rescue, everything. It's just, for me, it's a lot easier
No,
to
and
see.
that would
in
be, I
the
think that'd be
accounting
very
record.
helpful.
But I am comfortable with
Sure.
what we have
I just
discussed
have-
in the past.
It's not a problem, I'll happily do
Thank
that
you.
in the future. This is just the way that I presented to select board in the past, and you guys hadn't requested in the past.
And I
So will you put
recognize
that
that.
in the minutes that request has been made, and that you agreed to do that? So were there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, on to the Conservation Commission resignation. That's also in
Yes.
your bailiwick, Peter.
Yes, I was notified by Linda Hecker, the chair of the Conservation Commission, that one of their members who's been with them 6 or 7 years is stepping down just because he has some personal conflicts. He's a young man, very busy, and just has not been able to fulfill his duties, and he feels that it would be better if someone who had more time could do so. So they are sad to see him go, but it's how life goes.
So are we to understand that they'll come to us with their candidate to replace him?
If you request them to. I mean, because as Gordon and I were talking about before the meeting, it technically falls on you to replace the candidate. They have offered to assist you in finding a candidate, since they are more connected to folks who may be interested in conservation within the community.
Do you know if they have someone in mind?
Not at the moment. It's not as of last Wednesday when Linda let me know.
So we want to tell our listening and watching public that we're looking for a Conservation Commission member, and that information should be funnel to the Conservation Commission or to you, Peter? If someone-
Either or.
Either or.
And I guess also, if people want to know more about the Conservation Commission, they can ask Peter and he can refer them to one of the members of the Conservation Commission.
Absolutely.
Any further remarks on that regard?
Well, I guess we want to thank Rory for his years of service.
Yes, definitely.
And knowing Rory, I think he's still gonna try to help out when he's
Oh, I'm
available.
sure he
We hope
will.
so.
You know, he's pretty active.
He has youth and time on
Right.
his side.
Thank you, Rory.
Thank you. And thank you, Rory. Now, on to the letter from the state's attorney. Do you want me to go through this, Peter, or do you want to present this to us?
I was under the impression you wanted to, but if you
No, I can do that. We received a letter dated November 1st from the State of Vermont Office of Attorney General and inviting Vermont cities, including Guilford, and cities and towns to join a negotiation class involving opioid-related litigation. We believe, I'm just reading from the first paragraph and then we don't need to read any further. We believe Vermont cities and towns should seriously consider joining the negotiation class because it provides a way to participate in recent efforts to settle ongoing litigation against the manufacturers, distributors, and large pharmacies that created the opioid epidemic. The negotiation class provides the opportunity to participate without having to file a lawsuit, hire attorneys, and incur additional attorney's fees. Vermont cities and towns will be automatically enrolled in the negotiation class unless they opt out by November 22, 2019. And so that basically summarizes what the request is of the Attorney General, that we do not opt out. We have the option of opting out. I would recommend that we don't opt out because then we become part of this negotiation class that wants to bring litigation to those considered to be responsible for the opioid crisis, both nationally and here in Vermont. And as we know, our cities and towns are tremendously burdened in Vermont by the opioid epidemic.
And all of our families know someone who has had their lives ruined. I think we should also post, if you haven't already, on the town website, the letter, and also there's a frequently asked questions.
I don't know if the letter has to be on there.
No, but it would be good to, if people want to know more about
This link, maybe.
this,
link.
yeah, I thought that.
I would put the link on, but not the letter.
Yeah, not the letter, but the link with maybe a paragraph explaining it. When you
I don't
have
think we
time.
need a motion to not opt out. I don't believe that we do, or do you?
I think just to have it formalized.
That we should?
It's a group decision.
Okay.
Whether you opt in or opt out, I think that in this instance, since they are requesting a formal action from you, I think it would be advised to give a formal action regardless of which direction
Well,
you choose.
But if we don't do anything, we're
If
part
you don't
of
do
it
anything,
automatically,
Yeah.
so. But either way.
So I would express the motion that we agree to not opt out of the negotiation class as presented by the Vermont Office of the Attorney General.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, thank you very much. The motion is carried unanimously. All right, town meeting preparations and town officers.
Yes, you're looking at me.
I can discuss that
As I
too.
type, sorry, I was just trying to type.
I can tell you what the headline here is that Peter and I, in our weekly meeting, were discussing the fact that the town meeting is coming up in March, which is hard upon us.
Planning has already begun, so.
And our planning has already begun, and we wanted to discuss what the select board needs to do in regard to preparing for the town meeting, and also to discuss the fact that Zahn, I believe, is going to run. Again, isn't that correct?
Well, if you wish to continue.
Yes.
I need to run in order to continue.
That's correct. So we will have, so here's what we will have. We will have Zahn's position, which will be the remaining 1 year of a 3-year term.
So it's really Sheila's position?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But it's not yours.
The position occupied by Sheila.
Formerly
Yes.
occupied.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a 1-year position of a 3-year position that had previously been filled. Veranda's 3-year position is up for reelection, and Gordon's 2-year position is also up for reelection. So we have 3 open select board positions this year, whereas normally we only have 2.
And those who are running, including Gordon, I believe.
No, I will not be running moving forward, which Zahn might want to think,
But
well, if I liked all this experience I'm getting on the select board, I might want to run for Gordon's term and leave
go ahead
it
and
1
get
year. No, the reason I'm saying
What are
that,
you-
it's
your
up to
2-year
you.
your
I
2-year.
have a 2-year term that will be
And Sheila's a
available.
3-year term?
Yeah.
But don't you have to do the 1 year for Sheila, then again for the 3-year?
So I'd have to do
So
it
you
this
have to
year.
make that decision.
So
I'm
you-
just
you'd
throwing
be
it out there. I don't know what
running 2 years in a
Veranda's.
row if you chose to do so.
That's what.
So then,
that's why
if say, so to be clear, if I chose to think of
Right.
going in this direction, then there
The
would need to
2-year.
be another person who would.
Correct.
One
Who
year.
would
Take
take
the
the
1
1-year
year
that would
position.
take the 1-year position. That's
And
right.
we want to remind you that you needed to have a petition and have signatures.
Yes, I have to go get, I have to get some signatures.
So
Yes.
all of us.
Is there a deadline for
Yes.
Well,
that?
those who
Yes.
are running.
To me,
Yeah.
anyone
So,
in,
We'll talk
anyone
about that in a
in,
minute, I hope.
Yeah, I was just going to, did you want to say something?
no, I was just gonna say that anyone in addition to the individuals that are listed may also run with the
Absolutely.
petition. signed
So you need to
petition
have a
as well.
minimum of 88 signatures?
Oh.
18, right?
I thought it was,
I thought, or no, is it for select board?
I was told 13.
No, select
No,
board,
it's
no,
more than
Michael's,
that.
it's 18,
It's-
you're right.
it's-
No, I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
It's like 20, yeah.
It's
All
a
of the other-
percentage of the population.
It's just,
So don't
And
we
Penny
have
can
2,100
assist by having your petition.
yeah, it's
Right
1%
here.
for select board
Yeah.
members. So it's about 18 signatures for select board members.
Very
I
easy.
apologize, the 88 is for the other fiscal petitions that are being submitted. So 18 for select board members.
But we want
I-
to
and it's-
encourage people.
Oh, everyone is encouraged
Absolutely.
to run, absolutely. We need folks to come forward.
And the deadline is the 22nd of January of 2020, that those must be submitted to the
Signed
town
petitions.
clerk. Yes, signed to the town clerk. And if there are not enough signatures or some signatures are invalid, then she will give you an additional 2 days to get the invalid signatures corrected.
January what?
22nd.
Okay.
And so do we make up our own petitions or are there just regular petitions?
Penny has
Penny has
Petition
it.
has copy of the petitions.
Okay.
We also need a dog officer and a constable. And there are also, as we noted in a couple select board meetings ago, the justice of the peace.
But
And,
we have an opening for a justice of the peace.
and several other open positions.
Why do we have that?
Sorry, is it,
Mark,
yeah, correct.
Huh?
Merrick Garland's passing.
yeah.
Oh,
We discussed that here last
Yeah,
session.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
okay. I knew that, yeah, but.
So we have a few,
I guess
May I
didn't
ask
know
that you,
just
in the
peace.
minutes, write all the open positions
Yep.
and the terms?
Yep.
I think that would be very helpful to the select board and the public as
Yep.
well, to see that written out clearly.
Is there a place on the website where that's?
not at the moment. I mean, we do have there are a couple places that list what term lengths are, but generally this time of year, I will put a posting on the website saying, this is what's open. Because some of the openings Penny oversees, and then some of them I oversee, and so generally she and I need to sit down and go through a list and just to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
But I will do that and get something on the website so people know.
Great.
And in regard to other preparations for a town meeting, well, of course, we need the budget and the town and the warning,
And the-
right?
Yeah, we're a ways off on that.
Yeah, but those are things that are coming up for
Yeah.
us. That
Well,
we have to-
And you have a tickler system for this,
Yeah.
right?
I do.
Yeah.
And
I knew you
also,
Fairly well honed.
Yes.
is have you sent out deadlines for entries in the town report?
I have, and Richard has been CC'd on those.
Oh, good.
I have received a few, not as many as I like, so any social service agencies or other groups who generally submit information to our town report, please kindly do so. If I have forgotten you, I apologize. Please reach out via phone or email or stop in the office.
Great. Thank you very much. And then now we have on to our updates and discussions. Peter is going to present on the personnel policy change suggestion.
Oh, yes.
So, it was brought to my attention by an employee that the section here, I've got copies for all of you folks if you want to. So this is what I'm passing out right now is the policy as it stands currently.
Oh, yes.
It was pointed out to me by a current employee that under the vacation leave portion of the personnel policy that there are a number of things that are a bit confusing here. I'm just bringing up my notes. So in the personnel policy at the moment, it lists out the years of service and then the annual accrual rate that occurs with that. And so as was first pointed out to me is the very first year is termed, it's front-loaded. So your vacation days begin on your date of hire. So, for example, on your date of hire, you get 5 vacation days for that first year. Then all consecutive years afterwards, the way that it's written is vacation days are backloaded. So it means that they're not given to you until you've completed a year. So that's confusing that we have it both ways. So I think for consistency, we need to have it either front-loaded or back-loaded. We can't have it both. And so here's a copy of the draft I shared with the select board. And so I have, the second point about that is there are assumptions made about a number of years of service as far as whether or not how much you get and or when it occurs. For example, your second year of employment, it does not state. An assumption was made that the second year of employment is the same as the first year. But my personal belief is if we have a policy, the policy should be explicit, because otherwise what's the point of having a policy? And if it's not easily understood, then why do we even have one? And so with that, I have got some feedback from coworkers, and I have made some changes here for the select board, or recommendations to make changes. So for the first one is at date of hire and the beginning of the second year is 5 days of accrual. And then instead of after completion of the third year, it says at the beginning, or at the completion of the second year, at the beginning of the third year, you get 10 days. At the beginning of the 4th through 14th, and so on and so forth, as you can see. So it's just making all of them front-loaded versus back-loaded.
And to go into effect on the anniversary of the date of hire.
So that's the other thing is, so it was also pointed out that the policy as it states says vacation leave accrual begins on employee's date of hire and accrues thereafter on the monthly anniversary date of the employee's date of hire as earned. Unfortunately, it has not been applied this way. It has been applied on July 1st, which is the beginning of our fiscal year. My personal feeling is I can understand arguments from both sides. I can understand why it's applied at the beginning of the fiscal year. It makes it much easier for fiscal management, makes it much easier for payroll. But the select board you need to decide whether or not you want it to accrue on a person's anniversary or on the beginning of the fiscal year. The downside to that is employees who were hired after this policy was put into place, either, depending on their date of hire, they either get an increase in their vacation days before it's technically due to them, or some people don't get the increase until after it's due to them,
So
depending on their date.
that would be a good argument to have it at the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st.
Correct.
Wait.
But the recommendation then is for those employees who were on the short end of that, I think that they should be prorated between when they were hired and July 1st. So they,
To catch them up.
To catch them
Oh,
up.
yeah,
to
I
where
think
everyone
that's the
else.
easier way
Yeah.
to handle that, personally.
Penny's personal feeling is that she prefers it on July 1st.
Yep.
For the
Managing
reasons
it.
already
Yeah.
stated. Because then otherwise she has to manage whatever 13 people.
Right.
So it's
Throughout
that,
the
so
year.
then so it would read at the date of hire, and then at the beginning of the third year, on July 1st, it would have to read, or something like that.
It's tricky.
You'd have to say when
Right.
when it comes
Or
into effect.
else, the part about July 1st could be in another paragraph, further explicating.
Yes.
So that could be in this paragraph, vacation leave accrual begins on an employee's date of hire and
Fiscal year
thereafter
start.
accrues at July 1st.
Sure.
And then
Well,
the
but that's-
prorating
yeah.
part could.
Well, that
be-
doesn't need to appear in here. The prorating part is just for this current, the situation we're in.
Correct, yeah. So we've got a couple of employees that have been hired since this was implemented, but depending on the wording that we choose, any future employees that get hired,
Would
it-
still-
it would then apply by the corrected language.
Correct.
And we
But
wouldn't
it's-
have to catch up then.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
So can I suggest, so this, what we've just discussed is not here.
No, because it needed to be discussed openly, I
Right.
didn't solicit your opinions.
So can we ask you to then go back and draft it the way that we've discussed it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It seems to me it would, to describe, somehow keep your anniversary date involved in all this calculations here, is confusing.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you just say on date of hire, you automatically get 5 days.
And
And
then
then
thereafter-
wherever year 1 falls, wherever year 2 falls, then that begins to adjust things on July 1st.
So-
July 1st.
How- May I ask this, since both Veranda and Zahn have given some good suggestions, could I ask you to assist me in writing this, and I'll draft it and then get your
Sure.
feedback on that?
Sure.
Good.
Is that
I also had one other note. It seems, unless I'm misinterpreting, it seems that there, I don't know which of these is, well, I don't know which one's in practice, actually, or if any of this is in practice, but it seems to me that somebody's losing out on 5 days of vacation here.
That's correct, yeah.
If you go from this version to this version. The person in the second year seems to be losing 5 days of vacation.
Yep, and that's,
Is that by design?
I mean, that's the way that it was originally intended.
But this
from
somehow
it. Yeah,
articulates it differently.
that's correct.
So the intention is to have an employee, here's their date of hire, here comes July 1st, and then for 2 years, they're supposed to get 5 days of
This is
vacation.
correct.
I see, okay. Then this.
At least,
then
if
this-
you guys want to change that, I'm sure employees won't be upset about that.
No, I just was noticing the difference.
That's
and,
correct,
if
but because I was part of the drafting of this, and that was my personal understanding of it, is the way you just described it.
It seems weird to me as an employer that we would have this idea that you'd get, that you'd have 2 years at 5 days and then 1 year at double that, and then the next year again you get 5 more days. It seems. Do you see what I'm suggesting? 2 years at 5 days seems like a long time, and then your vacation's doubled for 1 year.
A strong incentive to stick around.
Right, and then the next year it's essentially
It's not really,
tripled.
No,
it's
my
not really
understand-
doubled. It's, I see the second, or that next year is the additional 5
That's
days
what
to
I
get you to
thought.
10
So
days.
first year is
And then
5
5
years.
more for 15, and then 5 more for 20.
Oh, so you get, on this beginning, you get an extra 5 days.
Yes.
It doesn't just stay at
Right.
5 days.
No, that's not my understanding.
No, it does stay at 5 days.
Year
Or
one and, my understanding is year 1 and 2 are both
5 days.
So
That's the way
each.
it was designed originally.
Yes.
The third year, you get an increase of 5 days to go to 10.
Yes.
And then the next increase is after 4 years, 5
Wait,
more
you're-
days.
So
it
then-
sounds to me like you're
the-
saying two
the-
different
the-
things.
The shift between 3 and 4, I see the 1 year point that you're talking about in between 3 and 4 there. My understanding is that was an incentive to employees to have longer work history with the town.
Yeah, I mean, my instinct would be to make it more balanced would be, this is just an idea, would be to bump from 4th year to 5, either lower 2 to 10 days, or bump the 4th year up to 5 years. It seems weird to be at one position for 2 years, an entirely different one for 1 year, and then for 10 years to be at another one. There's something weird about that. It feels out of balance to me.
So if you work
It's-
for the town of Guilford for 2 years, you only get 5 days vacation.
Each
Correct,
year.
each year. First year you get, and that's a little unclear, but the first year you get 5 days, and then the next year, you get another 5 days.
So that's 10 days.
Well,
No, it's not 10 days.
You mean another
Each year you get 5 days.
So each year, 1 year, 5 years,
Correct.
the next year, 5 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then in your third year, you get total
10
of 10 days. You've been increased now.
Right.
5 days.
5 days, so you get a total of 10.
Right.
So, I mean,
And
I
so-
was very comfortable with that when we drew it up back where, I don't think it was changed. I think that's what the
2016.
the policy was
Okay, well, I'm just,
before that.
it just strikes me as a little strange, but.
Well, that's what the discussion
Yeah,
is for.
no, that's good.
So you're going to work with Peter to,
Probably not to adjust the numbers, but
not
just
to adjust the numbers, but to articulate the
the
periodicity of it.
with
Yeah.
Miranda, happy to do that.
Yeah, if, Peter can run a draft by us
Yep.
and
Mhm.
and we
Mike?
can, look at it just for clarity.
Sure. My only question is the verbiage at date of hire, and we have a probation period. And during the probation period,
And later on, in the second
says
paragraph,
right
it says
here.
there.
I understand, but does it have to read like this up here? That's
It
all.
could say,
Could it-
after
Could it
probation.
say something else? Yes, exactly.
After-
Because to me, that's
Upon
redundant.
completion of probation.
probation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Initial
exactly.
probation.
I think
Yeah.
that's clearer. If you're trying
Absolutely.
to spend the time to really clarify what
Absolutely.
we're looking at, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. So upon, okay.
Yep.
So I'll draft something and then share it with
Sure,
Miranda and
terrific.
so on to get feedback
Thank
and
you.
then bring it back to the select board.
All right.
What the hell?
We welcome Gabby.
Did you sign in, Gabby?
Okay, and you're up at the Wyndham Regional Commissioner update is the next item on the agenda.
Excellent, good timing.
Want to invite them up?
Yep, they're coming up.
Okay.
So I'm gonna shoot over.
What a pleasure to see you again.
Good to be here.
Thanks, Miranda.
Thanks for having us.
We said it was nice to see you when we saw you when you came in. Come on.
All right. So thanks for giving us some time, because I know you have a lot to discuss with budget coming up. But Steve and I just wanted to give you a periodic update about Wyndham Regional Commission and what we've been doing, and see if there's any way we can provide additional assistance to the town at this time.
Great.
So just, know there's some new members, I don't know, I assume everybody knows what Wyndham Regional Commission is and what they do. Great, so basically, just in case people at home don't know, we serve as the intermediary in the absence of county government between local and state government. It's the short version of what we do.
And I would point out that if anybody wants a more detailed thing, on page 39 of last year's town report, there's a detailed description of what the WRC is, the towns it serves, what it does, and so forth on a broad basis. So we provide a report for the town, or an annual report to put in the town report every year.
And the town should be receiving that pretty soon. We have a draft circulating around, so.
Great.
And then just a reminder of who is representing Guilford, because Guilford has a pretty strong representation right now at WRC. Steve and I are the appointed reps. We're both on the executive board. I'm the chair, and I'm the chair of the Natural Resources Committee and Brownfields Steering Committee, and Steve is chair of the newly created Emergency Management Committee. And then Linda Hecker is the Citizens Interest Commissioner for Conservation Commissions. So, right, there's 27 towns, there's up to 2 reps from every town, plus 9 or 10 Citizens Interest Commissioners who are part of the commission. So, I don't know how much you know already, but this year was pretty much marked by a lot of changes and challenges at Wyndham Regional Commission. It's some good news. We have a lot of new commissioners and a lot of good new energy in the commission. And we started out by, we actually revised all of our organizational documents this year to start making things current, which isn't exciting, but it served us well in things that transpired later in our fiscal year. Which leads me to staff updates. So Mike Shaughnessy, who was the CFO, financial director for WRC for over 30 years, suddenly passed. So there was, in July, which was a huge loss, not only institutionally, but just he was extremely well respected within WRC and outside of WRC and gave a lot of his time. So there's a grieving process within the organization, to put it lightly.
And I might add that there was a grieving process that just naturally took place in the face of the audit being done. I mean, you can just imagine what that means in the normal, everything from making payroll, on a Friday to getting the state audit done and everything else. So it has been a really active time for Chris Campany, the executive director, and Bobby Kilburn, the treasurer, and our chair here. So.
But it also means we had a lot of really engaged and commissioners who gave a lot of their time, and that made us a strong, and resilient organization. So that came through this year, but under a very unfortunate context. In light of Mike's passing, we are actually revising all of our financial systems and putting things like redundancies in place so that what happened with one person has a sudden accident or death or whatever, we won't be in the same position. We hired a new financial director, Inessa, and she started in August. So we're on a good path. We just finished our FY18 audit and we're moving forward with closing out FY19's financials. But we're in a good position financially, a strong position. Emily, who was Natural Resources staff planner, also departed for other things. And we replaced her with Margot Gia, and she started in September.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, Main Street Arts.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Margot's great. So if you haven't met her or interacted with her yet, I'm sure you will. And then Marion, who was our energy planner and transportation planner, was on maternity leave, and some good news, she had a baby girl, and she'll be back in mid-November. So Chris has been filling different roles over different periods of time, depending on who's absent and not. So thank you to him. We have some new committees we created this year, the main one being the Emergency Management Committee, and I will let Steve talk about that as he is the newly elected chair and is guiding and forming that committee from scratch.
Well, that's a bold statement to make. Most of you know Alyssa Sabetto from many times that she's been in this room, and everything from helping the town of Guilford do a hazard mitigation plan years ago to flood and fluvial erosion information and so forth. But the emergency, it's sort of emergency committee, but it's emergency planning and management. And one of the things that the Emergency Planning Committee involves prevention, preparation, response, recovery, and mitigation. Prevention and preparation are, as you might, whether it's your health or whether it's emergency planning, the two most important ones to provide the town with reasons not to have to do a response, recovery, and mitigation. But when there's hurricanes and other things, this is the planning committee that goes into full swing, including if there are issues like there were recently farther up the state. The Wyndham Regional Commission is heavily involved in communications, both because of its long-term involvement in all of this and the respect that it gets throughout the state. So, but the two projects that one project we just completed to a point of hoping we never have to use it is a phone protocol. Peter, who's the new emergency management director for the town, I think at the last meeting, one of the recent meetings, I reported briefly on it. Peter's the emergency management director. We had it was recognized a few years ago that there was a gap for vulnerable populations, those people, not necessarily just elderly folks or somebody else, but somebody who's released from a hospital and is home and all of a sudden is incapacitated for a couple weeks, and that's when something strikes. So we had some very good meetings, which Peter attended, roundtables with the emergency management directors, the fire department, and the care and giving groups and the assistance giving groups. So everything from like Guilford Cares to hospice to visiting nurses. And I believe from the response that we've gotten at all the meetings, collectively that group of people put together a very effective telephone protocol procedure. And the main difference between what was in place and what now is in place is that before, fire departments and rescue and others depended on getting some list in advance of people who, on that day that the list was created, might need help in an emergency. Well, the day after that list is created, it's obsolete because somebody else gets added, somebody comes off. And there's also HIPAA rules and things that preclude people from saying this person needs help because of this. So what we basically did is took that sort of pre-listing being done, taking that out of the mix and put it in the hands of the care and assistance groups, so that when there's an emergency, the care groups will get in touch with their clients. They will assess, along with the fire departments, the emergency management directors, Green Mountain Power, and also any other situations that are involved in a particular emergency. But a long-term snow event that takes down power just a year ago, in December or whatever it was, that everybody was out for 4 or 5 days. And that's a critical piece. So what happens now is that the caregiving groups will contact their clients. They'll say, are you okay? Do you need to get out? Do you need help? They know if somebody needs oxygen in 3 days, so there's no problem today, but they will then get back in touch with the EMD and or the fire department and say, these are our clients who will need help today, tomorrow, the next day, 3 days after that. So it's a much more efficient situation. There's also a spreadsheet that gives everybody the names of the primary and the secondary contacts in town. So it sounds very basic, but when nothing was in place like that, that now has taken place, this obsolete list situation, I think it's a very important piece of work. And the next project that we anticipate having started maybe as early as January is roundtable discussions on school safety. And whatever that means in the broadest sense, really it's to bring together best practices that are happening in the 27 towns that the Wyndham Regional Commission serves. So we'll start those those discussions and potential plans for saying, oh, that's a good idea, why don't we do that here? Or that doesn't work here because it works this way.
Is the hope to come up with a kind of template or plan for?
It would be, as Wyndham Regional works, it would be to create something that if a town says, or a school system says, we would like to have a template or some guidance on this, here's what we've done, to step in. But one thing you should know is the Wyndham Regional Commission is never a mandatory organization. Right. If the town does a town plan, it's not mandatory that the town submit the plan to the Wyndham Regional Commission. It's highly recommended because the planning and project review group knows from seeing many of the town plans, what's in one that's not in another and what works well. But also it helps facilitate getting grants for the town if they say, do you have a town plan and has it been approved by your local regional planning commission? So anyway.
To tie into that, I last week was contacted by our fire chief. Actually, I presume in preparation for that later this winter, that Jared's been in discussion already with John over at the school, and they hope to be coming to a select board meeting to chat with you folks about the work that they would like to see done, because I know that earlier this year, Jared and John went to a couple of different trainings around school safety, and so they've been working on some ideas around that, and are interested in involving the select board in some of those things.
And your intention is to come up, just to underline it, with a product of these roundtable discussions?
Well, if they go there, I mean, we're not dictating to the EMDs in the fire department or the schools or anything else.
But it wouldn't have to be a dictation.
Right.
It could be
It's bringing people together and say, here's what we've learned. Are people comfortable with sharing the findings and what's happening in each of the schools?
Great.
And then another thing we've been working on is broadband. You all signed on to the grant proposal, so I'm assuming you know that WRC submitted a proposal in response to the feasibility study with Rural Innovation Strategies and ValleyNet to work on a feasibility broadband study. That was submitted in October, and just to clarify, WRC's role is focused on outreach with the towns. That's why they partnered with RISI and ValleyNet. And just to be clear that WRC isn't making money off of this grant. We are only asking to be made whole, and so we've only asked to be paid for staff time. So that's our role and what we see as a facilitator with that grant proposal.
When do you expect to hear from them about that?
I don't know. I know in January, at our full commission meeting in January, the partners are going to come make a presentation to the full commission, and of course our meetings are always public, and we were going to invite municipalities to attend that as well to learn more. We just had our annual meeting. 23 out of 27 towns were present. We don't do phone or Skype or anything, because we try and get together all in person. Jans Hilke from the Department of Fish and Wildlife was there to present on the Staying Connective initiative. We invited all the towns, conservation, select boards, and planning commissions to join because that particular initiative works on connectivity across sort of northern Appalachia into Canada, focusing on wildlife and plant impacts as a result of habitat fragmentation and climate change. This sort of builds into what's going on at a more regional level, with WRC receiving a grant from the High Meadows Funds to continue I forget what they're calling themselves now, connectivity.
The Wind and Connectivity Committee.
Something, yeah.
WCC.
Right? They've been changing their names, which focuses on Marlborough, Halifax, and Guilford. And it also plays into Act 171, which was, put into place in 2018, which our new town plan will have to address.
And the High Meadows Fund, which was a grant that was given out for the second year, was responsible for creating the Green River Watershed Alliance. And that's been a really active group on everything from this connectivity to conservation to preservation and so forth, to sort of looking at the concept of compact housing and broad blocks of wilderness to connect things through. So, and Jens's presentation that he did for the full meeting in October is also on the WRC website. So it's worth taking a look at.
And does everyone understand how WRC's funding works? That it's all, majority is contract based, from ACCT, ANR, VTrans, with maybe a small percentage funded by towns. And even though it's like 5% funded by towns, we don't want to discount that because it is the most flexible funding we have available, right? Other than that, WRC needs to tie its work to a contract or a private grant.
Yeah, each of the staff members, as they work through the day, have to keep, just as if they were lawyers or somebody else getting paid, they have to keep a tab of where it's billed to. So you take a call, and this has to go here, and then that has to go there. It's somewhat cumbersome, but that's the joy and sorrow of being grant funded and reporting on same.
I'm pretty sure their timesheets are, I think, 3 pages. So it's pretty detailed. Other than that, that's our update for the year, or sort of periodic update. I didn't know, I know Peter asked us to just come and speak generally. I didn't know if there was something specific we could answer or specific needs you wanted to have addressed.
Any questions or comments?
We also wanted to thank you both for all the time that you give on the
Absolutely. Yeah. And Linda Hecker, too. She's,
Oh, yeah.
so I mean, to have Linda be the natural resources community interest person is perfect, you know. So one other thing that I'll point out is that every 2 months, or on a regular, I think it's every 2 months, the Wyndham Regional Commission does a WRC staff activity highlights. So I don't know if you want them or not, but you know, it's, I just point out it's all 9 committees. It's 8 pages of what's happened over the 2 months, and we're not talking about showed up at work, went to lunch, went home. We're talking about did this meeting started this initiative. If you were to look at the the emergency planning side of things, you'd see the number of meetings that it takes. But this represents all 9 committees that are standing at this point, and there's 126 items in here, just from July and August. So what it does do is it gives you an idea of what's happening in other towns. You know, like you look and say, oh, this is what Halifax is doing, this is what Windhall's doing, this is what Searsburg is doing. So it might generate some enthusiasm. I'll send it to you, Richard.
Yes, please do.
Okay, I'll
send it to the
I'll send it to the whole group, and then you can look at it. If there's some question that you have at a certain point, get in touch with me or Gabby. Okay.
How much communication is there between, among the regional commissions within the state? I mean, WRC is so essential to our area, and I know that all of the regional planning groups serve the same functions, but I wondered whether there was some kind of communication coordination among them.
There's a state organization, Chris is actually the chair, president, I forget which, of, it's BAPTA, Vermont Association of whatever planners. And so he attends meetings regularly, and aside from that, a lot of the contracts come through and are negotiated jointly throughout the RPCs. So there's a lot of connection between the RPCs and communication.
And it's not just here's what we're doing, what are you doing? It's a real collegial caring group of 11 RPCs across the state, and they share a lot of the same issues and a lot of the same information, which then comes back to the towns individually, which I think helps across the board.
Especially even with with Mike's passing this summer. I mean, other RPCs stepped up and have volunteered to help us without
Fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. So there's a good amount of communication and camaraderie and collegiality. And they definitely share documents too. Like I know Alyssa did a particular emergency management document for how to save, make sure your pets are taken care of in an emergency, and I think she passed that along to the rest of the state. So I think Emily Davis did a little brochure about stormwater and Clean Water Act, and that got passed along. So there's definitely a good amount of communication.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. That was an outstanding report. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That's great.
And thank you for
Appreciate
the work
it.
that you're doing. All right, now the warrants.
The warrants. Big
Bum,
warrants.
bum, bum.
I will make the motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 11/3/19 for $9,624.72. Payroll week ending 11/10/19 for $8,273.34. Expense warrant number 2009, $3,381. And let me start over, it's such a big number. $3,381,486.10. Expense warrant number TR09 for $51,653.66. and expense warrant number FW09 for $132, for a grand total of $3,451,169.82.
Any comments?
I do want the comments. Zahn has seconded, so now we will go to comments. So the comments. I have to look at my notes. So expense warrant number 2009 reflects the school budget, the reimbursement from taxes to directly that go to the school budget of $3,254,886.21, which brings the rest of that warrant down to $126,599.89, of which our new loader, which was a capital planned investment purchase, was $92,000, which brings that number down to $34,599.89, of which the majority of the other pieces of that are fairly typical. So hopefully that's not too confusing.
Not at all.
And then on expense warrant number TR09 for $51,653.66, that's a reflection of the homestead tax rebate that is provided from, or put out from the town back to the people that had overpaid taxes based on the homestead.
Thank you, Gordon. So we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor of paying these warrants?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimously agreed to. Thank you very much. Now, we have executive session on the agenda, but I don't think that we need to do that because we haven't settled the language that impacts that, or has an impact on what we were going to discuss.
If that's what you feel, that's perfectly fine by me.
Because we had a personnel issue, but it's tied to the language of this personnel policy. And so if we don't have the personnel policy straightened out.
I think it's kind of, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I think you all have generally agreed on, because I think that the issue at hand relates to the personnel policy as it stands, not the way it would be corrected. It's my personal opinion, but if you want to wait till after you finalize it, that's up to you as well.
But what's the?
I think we ought to deal with it if
okay.
in
If we
preparation.
think we have enough
So do I have a motion
information.
to go into executive session?
So there's actually, you have to have two. So your first motion is you need a motion.
I will move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage.
So that's your first motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed?
Okay, and then your second motion.
I move to enter into executive session at 7:26 PM and invite Peter Brewer to join to discuss personnel matters per 1 VSA 313A1.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimously carried. We will go into executive session. Thank you, Ian. The Guilford Select Board is exiting executive session at 7:49 PM, and we have taken no action on a personnel matter.
I would like to, are there communications?
We have one communication, it's very short and sweet, is we have our final audit from the auditor. I've got a couple copies if you wish to look at it. It's the exact same way. They made the corrections that we discussed a couple months ago. It looks great.
Good.
That's all I have.
Now I'd like to make a motion that
Please
we
do.
adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Certainly.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
We got a donation.
Great.
Yeah, it was not a huge donation, but it was a very welcome donation.
Helps,
Every little bit helps. What I'm looking for from the audience out there is donations.
Only $100,000. You know, mere bag of cash.
Why do you say thousand instead of million? We don't need much. We need a few dollars. And if we don't get it by the time that the appeal is over, and the appeal will be over about the beginning of spring, if we don't get it, I'll make it up out of my own pocket. But we are looking for donations, and the way you give them is go to brattleboro.tv.org, and you go to the bottom of the screen, and you click on the thing that says
Energy Week.
Huh? No, you say it says support local programming, and that will take you to a place where you can use PayPal or a credit card to make a donation. And
you tell them
a little bit below that, there's a thing that says comments. And
comments.
And so you put in a comment saying this is for Energy Week, and then it gets credited to our show, because changes in cable law interpretation that were brought about at the behest of the currently beleaguered administration in Washington have put public access television into a position where it has to raise its own money, some of its own money.
Well, you didn't support the right wing enough.
I should explain what we're doing here, in case somebody is coming on who doesn't know what's going on. Every day I get a group of 10 to 15 news items, and I put together a synopsis of each with a link to the original article, and they get assembled into a post that goes onto my blog, which is called geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. And
I read them.
And poor Tom gets, I don't know, you know, he gets I put about 20 or 21 usually of these things up.
3 a day.
Yeah, 3 a day, roughly. Not always, but usually. At a separate blog where Tom can get to them and see what we are going to talk about on the following Thursday. And so today being Thursday, the 21st of November, we're starting a week ago today with articles that appeared on November 14th.
So they started a week ago Monday. What we're talking about...
No, they started a week ago today.
Yeah, that's right. The first day of the week is Friday. It's Thursday, isn't it?
The first day of our week for the show is Thursday. We don't do today, we do a week ago today. It's all very confusing. It was intentionally done that way, but that's, you know, the way things operate. We don't want anybody to know anything except for a few people who can understand or something. I don't know. But anyway, we're having fun, obviously, talking about things that are dreadful.
Some of the things are.
Some of the things are dreadful, and unfortunately we've seen some of that in the last couple of weeks. But we are starting on November 14th. If you go to the blog, geoharvey.com, you can click on the calendar for the 14th of November, and you'll see 15 articles or so. And the articles that we read from the 14th will be available at the post that you go to. The same is true of every other day, and we're going to keep you apprised of the days as we go through.
Some of these are worth looking at.
Some of them are.
We could spend, as I've said, a whole show on some of these.
We could indeed.
So I'll try to notify you if there's one that you should be looking up.
Yes.
You know, and you go to George's page and you click on the link, it'll come up, and
there you go.
Read the article.
Okay, we're starting on the 14th of November. We have a picture.
Yeah, we do.
Of a Volvo electric bus.
You wouldn't know it was electric, would you?
And that is
That's a nice bus.
article in Clean Technica. Some of these buses are unbelievable. Some of those articulated buses will carry well over 100 people.
That's correct. 150. This one.
This one is
says
150.
150 passengers. Record European electric bus order. 157 Volvo buses and Volvo trucks launches urban electrical trucks.
Okay, this is
two separate
things that happen to get thrown together in an article. Usually, when I come across an article that does that, I don't post it because I like things to be clean. But in this particular case, it was a good
they're both
article.
about Volvo. And,
they're both about Volvo.
Volvo has been making buses and trucks for a long, long time, but
Yes.
they just don't bring them over here.
They don't bring them here. Volvo is not widely known in North America for buses and trucks. However, in Europe, the company is quite a big producer of commercial vehicles, and it is now rolling out some big electric buses.
Got a couple of quick takeaways here.
Yeah.
The electric articulated buses that you're seeing in the picture will run in Gothenburg, Sweden. All of them, all 157.
In Gothenburg?
That's what the article said. The buses can carry 150 passengers with energy consumption 80% lower than that of a corresponding diesel bus.
Yes.
So it makes a lot of sense. They will be charged at quick charge stations along the route.
Yeah, that's one of the strategies that's used in these things. Typically, in a thing like that, electric buses pull up to the bus station or the bus stop.
Buried in the ground is a charger.
Or overhead.
Or overhead.
Some of them are overhead. Yeah. And the charger is in a place where it won't be available for human beings to step on accidentally. But they don't. You don't notice.
If they do, they get charged, won't they?
Yes.
Well, also, Volvo is introducing 16 and 27-ton electric trucks.
Yes.
That's a good-sized truck.
That's a good-sized truck.
Medium and large trucks. Not
Yes.
giant trucks,
Not
but
giant.
medium and large. But kind of trucks, even, what would you say, trailer trucks that go around town, not the ones that go from
City
state
to
to
city,
state.
yeah. Okay. Our next item is from CNN. And we still have a bus on the screen.
Yeah, but we don't need to get the bus on the screen. I'll put us both up here.
There you go.
The climate crisis will profoundly affect the health of every child alive today. This is an interesting article. There's lots of pics in it, lots of links in it, and this is one of the ones I think, if you got the time, you could usefully
Spend
look
some
up.
time looking at this, particularly if you have children or intend to have children or whatever.
Well, there's a scary 5-minute video in it about the climate crisis.
Yes. If the world continues to produce the same amount of CO2 emissions, children born today live in a world 7.2 degrees Fahrenheit or 4 degrees Celsius warmer by their 71st birthday, according to a report in the medical journal The Lancet. And The Lancet is one of the most important medical journals in the world.
I mean, it's a serious journal.
It's a serious journal, and it says that is really bad for their health. I want to point something out here. A lot of people are going to hear this and say, well, 7.2 degrees Fahrenheit is not...
Doesn't sound like much.
Much. But think about the fact that 7.2 degrees Fahrenheit, well, 7 degrees Fahrenheit, is the difference between 28 degrees and 35 degrees. And
That's
doesn't...
significant.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like much until you realize that somewhere in the course of all that, everything melts.
Yeah.
And, you know, the difference between living in a world covered with snow and living in a world where the ground is dry is enormous. There used to be a saying, there still is a saying, and the saying is, year of snow, year of plenty.
A year of snow?
Year
Okay.
of snow, year
Okay.
of plenty. And the reason for that, snow is called white manure.
I was just going to say, snow acts as a fertilizer.
Right, and what it does is it protects the ground from getting too cold.
Yeah.
And in the middle of the winter, if you have snow on the ground, that day of 10 below is not going to penetrate the ground as deeply as if there's no snow, which kind of tells you why warming temperatures can mean locally short-term colder situations.
What's the difference between climate and weather?
Exactly. And what happens in a situation where there is less snow, is there's less activity in the earth because the
ground gets colder.
Ground gets colder, and the critters,
Earthworms go to sleep.
earthworms don't just go to sleep; they can freeze to death. Yeah, they go to sleep. Yeah,
permanently.
They have to go deeper in order to stay out of trouble. So,
well, from the article here, I never heard it spoken quite this way, but a polluted air exposure is equated with smoking a pack a day.
Well, you know, when I was in college, we knew that going to college in New York City was like smoking a pack of cigarettes a day.
Yeah, probably. And you were in one of the dirtiest parts of New York City.
Yeah,
atmosphere-wise.
I went to school at one time at Columbia University.
Okay.
And I remember
that's a little bit cleaner.
It's a little bit cleaner, but I remember seeing on television. You know, I was in a student lounge or something like that, and there was TV going, and there was an announcement that said that somebody had measured the air for quality on Wall Street, and they found that the air on Wall Street was, it had enough carbon monoxide that you had to have a not just a respirator, but a
breather,
some sort of breather to remove it. I think it was carbon filtration removes it or something.
Oh, okay.
But there was not enough oxygen in the air to support the use of such a thing, and they could actually tell that, you know, testing people for their IQs on Wall Street in 1967, they could see that just working on Wall Street
was lowering
drove their IQs down. You know, I said, no wonder I'm getting bad grades, but and everybody laughed, and I didn't get bad grades.
But we got a picture coming up here.
Oh, we do. There we go. This picture is supposed to have a rainbow in it, but you know what? I find it so hard to believe that that's a rainbow, because there's no indication of any sunshine. And rainbows require sunshine. I don't know what that is. Anyway.
Could be a phony picture. It might be real because the sun could be back here somewhere.
Well, the sun would have to be...
It would have to be back here somewhere.
Yeah, it would have to be... I don't know. I can't figure an explanation of it. Anyway, what do you got for a title?
That's the Capitol building for those who miss it.
Yes.
How to cut U.S. carbon pollution by nearly 40% in 10 years.
This is hopeful.
Now, that's significant.
This is published in The Atlantic. A study from economists at Columbia University found that a tax plan with broad support in Congress could, and they're talking about a plan now that has broad support in Congress.
Well, that's stretching it.
It has
stretching bipartisan support.
It has bipartisan support.
It's limited.
Limited bipartisan support. All right. It has narrow support, but it does have a couple of Republicans hanging on to it. Would reduce American carbon pollution by almost 40% within a decade. It would go well beyond the commitment the U.S. made under the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement. I want to point out that it would not take us quite as far as we need to go, according to the IPCC, to keep us below 1.5 degrees Celsius for climate change.
Well, under the plan, it's interesting. The government would charge companies for every ton of greenhouse gas they emit.
Yeah.
There's a small amount they're going to charge them, but they're going to charge them for all of it.
Right.
And instead of spending that money, the government would immediately send it back to Americans as a tax cut or check.
Yes.
This is why it's revenue neutral. This is weird, but...
Well, it means that you and I, because we're not rich and spending lots of money on on things that emit carbon, would benefit from
well,
it.
as you said, it would slash carbon pollution by almost 40% within a decade.
Right. And it would put it would adjust the cost of propane, heating oil, gasoline, and so forth up.
The article's interesting. There's a lot of details on this, and we couldn't really, even if we wanted to, go into the details on this show. But if you want to find out more about the details, look it up.
Yeah.
And according to this article, coal is basically gone in 2030 under the carbon.
I got news for you, Tom.
It's gone before that.
The Dow Jones Coal Index, the last time I looked, was at 16.40. Now,
What does that mean?
well, the Dow Jones Coal Index in 2008 was at 735. It's
That's
lost,
what that means.
It's lost 98% of its
Wow.
value. It has absolutely, it crashed under Obama, and it tried to grow under Trump, and now it's at the lowest price, lowest level it has ever been.
Amazing.
So, you know, and we've got other things about coal. It's just not going to survive.
Well, let's talk about buses again.
Well,
These aren't run by coal.
Before you do,
Yeah.
I just want to point out that we're moving to Friday, November 15th. And this article...
We certainly are.
Yes. This article is in Clean Technica. What do you got?
Los Angeles, it's another story about buses.
Another story about buses.
Los Angeles places the largest single bus order in U.S. history. 130 BYD buses. And BYD means Build Your Dreams.
Yeah.
And it's the Chinese company that makes buses, but they're going to make them in America.
These particular buses are going to be made in America, yes. The Los Angeles Department of Transportation and BYD announced the largest electric bus contract in U.S. history. The company will build 137 of its K7M electric buses for the city's public transportation system at a factory in Lancaster, California.
Now, these are kind of small buses.
Yeah.
They're 30 feet long.
Yeah.
22 seats.
So,
so they're not huge. They're not like we just saw with
the ones we
articulated
just
buses.
saw were 6 times as big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're
buses.
They're buses. They're going to be used by Los Angeles in certain areas where they make sense.
Yes.
Well, it's
And
just like right
honestly-
here in town. I mean, we got small buses running through town here.
Yeah, and we could replace those buses with electric. And you know what? I think we'd have a whole lot more people using the buses if we doubled or tripled the number of them.
I think you're right.
You know,
yeah.
if I want to go someplace on a bus,
It takes too long.
I go there.
And then you gotta
Well,
wait,
for
you gotta
example, if
wait.
I want to go to Walmart, I have to go at like 10 o'clock or whatever it is. I forgot the time.
Yeah, you can't get back till about
And-
3 in the afternoon.
No, it's not quite that bad. But the bus drives from there to Hinsdale, and then it comes back. And
Yeah.
I have a choice. Either I'm at Walmart for half an hour, or I have to wait for the next bus, which is 2 hours after
2
that.
hours later.
So it
And,
would.
you know, spending 2 hours in Walmart's kind of a waste of time.
Well, yes. Okay. We have a picture here.
Well, let's see. We still.
Oh, you have more?
I got a couple of things.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
They're going to reduce emissions by 80%.
Yes.
And Lancaster, where they're going to be building them, is 80 miles north of LA.
Yes.
So that the bottom line is electric buses, and this goes right across the board, are more reliable, cost less to maintain, and have lower fuel costs than conventional buses.
Yes.
And as an aside, it says the quieter ride is nice too.
Yes. And that reduction of 80%, by the way, is 80% of the energy. It's not. I don't think it's emissions.
Well, the article said emissions.
Yeah.
But it's also
I think
saving tremendous amount of energy.
An 80% reduction in emissions, assuming that the electricity that is used to charge the buses is generated from gas. If it's generated from wind power and solar,
It's going to save more than that.
it saves more
Yeah,
than
I
that.
hear you.
Okay, our next item is from
This is an interesting one.
CNN.
We got a
and
picture here.
This is
That's a
what
nice looking building.
I had to laugh and cry at the same time when I heard.
That guy's
read
up
this
to his
article.
waist in water.
Yeah, well, you know.
Now that's an ancient palace or an old
Yeah.
palace. It was a palace, and now it's an Italian council chamber.
Yes.
Which is what the article is going to say. Italian council chamber is flooded, ironically, immediately after rejecting measures on climate change.
This must
God
have been
was looking at him.
This must have been quite a picture. Veneto Regional Council was flooded for the first time in its history. Ironically, the chamber was flooded 2 minutes after the Majority League, Brothers of Italy, and Forza, Italian parties, rejected our amendments to tackle climate change, one of the council members said.
This is a good good article. There's a lot of pictures.
A lot of pictures.
There's a video.
Yes.
And the video shows the water going through the palace. not an exciting video, but it's not the kind of thing you want going through your palace.
I have on a couple of occasions been in places where buildings got flooded
Yeah.
in ways that were, I mean, this wasn't just an unoccupied basement got flooded. In one case, I had a place where I worked and got flooded, and in another case, it was a school that I went to when I was young. Some of the rooms that we depended on got flooded, and this can be an impressive thing when it happens.
I would imagine. Well, Venice, this is from the article, has been brought to its knees by the worst flooding in more than 50 years.
Yes.
Okay? And you think of Venice as it's being all water, and it is, but it wasn't ready for this.
Yeah.
Okay? And its chamber happens to be located on Venice's Grand Canal.
Right.
And among the rejected amendments were measures to fund renewable sources, to replace diesel buses with more efficient and less polluting ones, and to scrap polluting stoves and reduce the impact of plastics.
You know, I was surprised.
God was watching these guys.
Yeah, I was surprised to read about buses in Venice. I've never been there, and my mind is just too attuned to the idea of canal building.
Yeah.
And, looking at a map.
No, they're floating buses.
That would be nice. There are a lot of streets in Venice, and buses tend to move around faster
Pull that
than
picture back
boats.
up again. Look at that guy. He's struggling. He's at least up to his knees.
Yeah, he's taking a photograph, by the way.
Oh, is he?
That's why he's got that.
Well, I wonder what that building is on the right in there. It does not look like a castle.
It doesn't. It looks like it might be some sort. Well, obviously it's a tower. It looks like it could be a bell tower or a.
It could very well be. It doesn't. It's square, but it doesn't look new.
No,
Those windows look
that's
old.
not a new
Windows,
building.
yeah.
But it's architecturally separate from the. I mean, it's of an entirely separate design from the
Yeah,
palace.
definitely architecturally separate.
It might be
It was
attached, but
functional or
it's
something.
yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along here because
Our next item.
This is going to be the opposite of what we've been talking
Yeah,
about.
and our next item is from CNN.
As deadly Australian bushfires rage, and we're going to be hitting this again.
Yes.
Sydney may be running out of water.
This is really frightening. Australia's deadly bushfires are driven by the worst drought in decades. We're going to have a map of Australia so that people can understand where this is happening.
We're going to be talking about this 3 times today.
Yeah, but fears are now growing that things could get even worse. Sydney, home to 5 million people, this is not a tiny village, faces a warning that its dams, the reservoirs at its dams, could run dry by 2022.
This is drinking water.
This is drinking water, according to CNN affiliate 7 News. This is a problem.
There's a video in this. It's 2 minutes of fire, and it's scary.
Yeah.
It is. The drought's the worst on record.
Yes.
Since June, Sydney has been under restrictions which limit water usage. Well,
Yes.
so they all have down there.
Yes.
More than 1,300 firefighters are battling the flames. And it's also ravaging, as we'll find out, Queensland, New South Wales. It's all over Australia.
All over Australia. And again,
the
we're going
country
to see that
is
in the
getting
map.
hotter and drier, and the rains have stopped coming. This time last year, the dams were 65% full. Currently, they're 45%.
Yeah, this is a problem.
This is a big problem. We'll
Yeah.
touch base with it again.
Okay,
we move along.
Up to Saturday, November 16th.
And we got a picture coming up.
We have a picture, and we have an item from E&E News. What happened there?
I'm trying to figure
there
out
you
why
go.
I got it in 2
Well,
places.
you know, this is what happens when you depend on
I'll look at the
computers.
picture there. That's called a micro mill.
That's
Doesn't look
a
too
micro mill.
to me.
No, that's not exactly micro.
Well, micro is in
Like about 40% of the way from left to right, right above the bottom, there is a gigantic truck.
So it's not a micro mill, is it?
This is not a micro mill that would be micro in most people's imagination.
Well, let's read what it says.
Micro steel mill.
U.S. readies the first wind-powered steel plant.
Interesting.
Well, it's only partially wind-powered.
Yeah, but even so, a $250 million Nucor Corp micro mill, micro in quotes, taking shape in Sedalia, Missouri. It will be the first U.S. steel production plant that will run on wind energy. A report last year from the group Mighty Earth noted that steel represented 7% of global carbon emissions worldwide in 2013.
Well, steel, it takes a lot of power
Yes.
to make.
Yes.
A lot of heat, a lot
Yes.
of power.
Yes.
And one of the things they're doing here is they're using electric furnaces,
right,
rather than coal-burning furnaces to burn to make the steel. And the electricity is coming from basically carbon-neutral sources.
Yes.
I mean, they're exchanging, they're trading credits.
They're trading credits, but they're introducing more renewable energy in
Oh,
order
absolutely.
to get the steel mill. You know, it reminds me of when I was a kid, we would drive from the Chicago area to the Brattleboro area.
That's a long trip.
It's a long trip. And we kids would spend the summer at my grandmother's house.
Over in New Hampshire.
Over in New Hampshire, just across the river. A long walk from Brattleboro.
Yeah.
But I can remember, as a kid going into Sam's,
Okay.
which at that time really was an Army-Navy store.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
getting, my cousin wanted a war surplus Army mess kit so he could go camping. Going through Gary, Indiana, we would come across steel mills that had 14 huge smokestacks. I remember one of them. And my head would start to hurt about 15 minutes before we got to Gary, and it would continue to hurt for about an hour after we left.
Well,
And that
according
was
to the
pollution.
article, the steel industry is a major source globally of carbon emissions.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they also say that the Great Plains has an unlimited supply of wind.
Well, it's not unlimited. But
Well, that's what the article said. I mean, there's a lot of wind in the Great Plains.
More than we can use. Maybe that counts as unlimited. Okay, got more on that?
Well, it's just that they're using efficient electric arc furnace
Yeah,
technology.
what this is doing is it's making steel making more like aluminum making. Because aluminum, you need
Uses
that
a lot of
electricity
yep.
to get the aluminum out
Well,
of the ore.
it's a step in the right direction. I mean,
Yeah.
we need steel. But if we can make it a better way, we're ahead of the game.
Yep. Now, the next item comes from Clean Technica, and it talks about something that we
We're
have.
talking about wind in the Midwest
The
again.
Chokeberry and Sierra Madre Wind Energy Project, we've mentioned before on this show, years ago.
We have.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, the article says the 3 gigawatt, that's big. The 3 gigawatt power project, wind project in Wyoming moves closer to approval. That's a big wind power
That's
project.
a big wind power project.
No, that's the biggest one in the U.S.
That is like, in terms of nameplate capacity, it's about 5 times as big as the
As Yankee.
Vermont Yankee
Yeah,
nuclear power plant used
after
to be.
they made it bigger, yeah.
After they uprated it. The Chokeberry and Sierra Madre Wind Energy Project is slated to have a capacity of 3 gigawatts. If the huge Wyoming wind farm is completed, it will be the largest in the United States. The Bureau of Land Management recently released a favorable environmental impact assessment.
Well, this is big. It's nearly 220 acres.
No, it's bigger than 220. I'll bet it's 220,000 acres.
Well, the article said 220.00. So I don't know.
Well,
so it could have been 222,000, but they put the dot in the wrong place.
It might be.
Well, in any case, it could have as many as 1,000 wind turbines.
Yes, and that
And
is.
it could
And these would be
provide power.
big. They'd be big wind turbines.
They'd be good-sized wind turbines.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Not the biggest ones that GE's making.
But big for land-based.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Oh,
these
yeah.
land-based turbines are smaller than the ones
Smaller.
at sea. They have to be transported, so there's a limit to how big they can
Well,
be.
I think if they're talking 3 gigawatts and they're talking 1,000 turbines,
Talking about 3 megawatt
Yeah.
turbines.
which is good size for a land-based turbine.
Yep. They tend to be around 2 or a little bit bigger than that, I think. Should we move on?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
We got a picture coming
We
up
have
here.
a picture, and
It's a graph.
It's a graph, and this is WGRZ.com.
Now that's Buffalo, New York, and it shows you the temperatures over from 1970 to 2018.
Yes.
And they have been moving steadily upward.
Well, they tilted the graph. The sneaky Chinese politicians moved in and.
Oh, is that what happened? Trump have anything to do with that?
I think he did. Okay, what do you got?
Temperatures in Buffalo. Winter warming may lead, well, warming winters, well, winter warming, same thing, may lead to more snow for western New York. That's a paradox, which I think you're going to
It's
explain
one of
to
these
us.
things that we keep bringing up. The fact that the globe is getting warmer does not mean that we're going to have a warmer winter. And in some places, it can mean that the winter is colder.
It definitely means you're going to have more snow, and it explains
That's
that.
right, and this is really easy to explain. Climate data going back to 1970 show that Buffalo's average winter temperatures have warmed by 3.2 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a lot. That means that Lake Erie stays open much longer.
Bingo.
By golly, 3.2 degrees and the lake stays open longer. Of course.
Of course.
How could you figure anything else would happen? And that means more water vapor rises off the lake each year during the winter. And that increases the amount of snow in Buffalo, which is already the snow capital of...
certainly of New York.
Certainly of New York.
A friend of mine went to college up there, and I remember him telling me about a snowstorm they had where it buried the entire first floor. In order to get out of the fraternity house, they had to jump out of the second story window.
Well, you know, I have told a story about a really bad storm we had in Illinois, about 35 miles west of Chicago. And school was closed down on Friday. And when I got into school on Monday, a little girl in my class, this is about 7th grade maybe, told me that she had waked up on Saturday morning and was desperately afraid because her window was covered with snow. And her window was on the second floor.
Wow.
And she went down, and you know, in those days how that was the time when new houses all had picture windows, regardless of what they looked out on.
Yeah.
You know, and she went downstairs and looked out the picture window and saw that the front yard was bare. And what had happened was during the night, the wind just came barreling down from the same quarter of the.
So the back of the house was all
back
covered
of the
with
house
snow?
was all covered with snow, and the
front of the
front
house.
had none. So it was easy to get out, but you know she was really afraid until she went downstairs, and then she spent the rest of the day wondering what had happened.
Well, a couple of quick takeaways from the article.
Yeah.
Over the past 50 years, the number of days with 6 inches or more on the ground has decreased from 34 days to 19 days.
In Buffalo.
In Buffalo.
Yeah.
Buffalo, and last year, Buffalo got about a foot a month, but they got 5 feet in January.
Go figure. You know, this is what we're talking about, extreme weather.
Extreme weather.
So what does climate change mean? What does global warming mean? It means extreme weather.
Well, they wouldn't have gotten 5 feet in January if the lake was frozen.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, we're going to visit the Saudis today.
Yeah, and today, by the way, is November 17th. This is Sunday we're moving up to. We have an item from BBC, and I'm flipping pictures before I should. Go ahead.
Saudi Arabia has placed a preliminary evaluation. Whoop, that's what you're supposed to say.
Okay.
Saudi Aramco flotation values oil giant at $1.7 trillion. They're going to have a hard time getting that.
Well, they're not going for 1.7 trillion. They're going for as much as they can get for 1.5% of the business. Let me read this. Saudi Arabia has placed a preliminary evaluation on state oil company Aramco of between 1.6 trillion and 1.7 trillion dollars. The company has published an updated prospectus for its initial public offering, seeking more than $25 billion for the sale of 1.5% of its shares.
Well, when I lived there, Aramco was privately owned. It was owned by about five or six oil companies.
Yeah.
And it was a city.
Yeah.
The Aramco compound was probably bigger than Brattleboro.
Okay.
Okay, and people lived there, and they had stores and they had restaurants, and it was a city.
Yeah.
And they sold it to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Most of the stock is owned by the royal family.
Yes.
And now they're trying to turn some of that into cash.
Yes.
And I don't think they're going to be anywhere near as successful
Well, you
as
know,
they want.
If they turn that into $25 billion and then distribute that evenly among all the members of the royal family, that means everybody might get a couple $1,000.
Oh, the extended royal family.
Man,
Well,
the royal family is absolutely
the real
gigantic.
royal family is only about 7 people.
Oh, okay.
But then the extended royal family is about 1,000.
I thought it was more like 15,000.
I don't think so, but it could be. It's
I don't
a
know.
lot of people,
It's
but
hard
they
to
don't
figure.
count.
They don't count. Okay. Okay.
This would make it potentially the world's biggest IPO.
Yes.
What does that mean? Initial purchase order?
Initial public offering.
Initial public offering.
Yeah.
And it says it's the world's most profitable company, posting $111 billion in net profit last year.
That's net profit.
Net profit. Wow.
Net profit.
Well,
that is a lot of
They
money.
have a lot of oil still. They've been pumping oil out of there since, 1940? And they still have a lot left.
Yes.
And it's close to the ground, so it's the cheapest oil in the world to extract.
And it's also about the sweetest.
And it's also clean, yes.
It's
very good oil.
relatively low, or at least the last time I looked, it was relatively low sulfur content.
Well, we're going to bring another picture up.
We are.
And it's going to be up there very shortly.
This is
before
an
we say what it
article
is,
from
but
Quartz.
We've talked about this place before.
We have
so
a
some of
number of times.
Some of our listeners, or our readers, watchers, whatever, might recognize this.
They might.
That's the Navajo Generating Station in Arizona.
That's right.
2 of America's biggest coal plants closed this month.
This week, Arizona's 2.25 gigawatt means big.
Significant.
Navajo Generating Station burned its last load of coal after no buyers turned up during a 2-year search, and now it's as dead as a canned mackerel. And the bankrupt owner of Pennsylvania's 2.7 gigawatt Bruce Mansfield unit began its shutdown almost 2 years ahead of schedule.
It's economic, stupid.
It is, that's right.
America's coal plants are turning off the boilers. First, the dirtiest ones began shutting down, then it was the old ones. Now it's some of the biggest, as this article tells you.
And now you know why the coal index is at 14.6.
Exactly.
Or 16.4.
These 2 retirements equal all the emission reductions from coal plants shutdowns in the year 2015, when 15 gigawatts of mostly smaller and older units were shuttered.
This is, the 2 of those together are
That's very significant.
Just about 10 times the size of Vermont Yankees' initial capacity.
And the bottom line is you're not making money.
They're not making money. And now, you know, as I said, you know why the coal index is
Well,
down.
we got an interesting one here. Matter of fact, we got 2 of them almost related. The world's largest floating wind turbine is launching soon in Portugal.
This is from Clean Technica. We're still on Sunday, November 17th. Portugal is about to be the home of the largest floating wind turbine in the world, an 8.4 megawatt ABS-classed offshore wind turbine. It is continental Europe's first large-scale floating wind farm. It is scheduled to go online by the end of 2019, according to a press release.
According to this, apparently it's only 1 turbine.
Yeah.
But it's a big turbine.
Yeah, it's a big turbine. This turbine is big enough that it would power Brattleboro.
Oh, sure. It's 20 kilometers off the north coast of Portugal. Matter of fact, you couldn't go any further north and still be in Portugal.
Yes.
Floating turbines are used in water that is too deep for conventional bottom-fixed turbines. That's why they're floating.
Right.
And it's interesting because this says it will be the largest floating wind turbine in the world.
Right.
But here's another picture coming up.
Okay, let's put up this other picture. There we go.
And
that's the one you want?
That is the one we're now looking at,
and
which is bigger
and
than the largest floating wind turbine in the world.
And this, by the way, we're on Monday, November 18th. This article is from Renews.
ENGIE, or I guess it's pronounced
ENGIE.
EDPR Select, well, that's the company. Select MHI Vesta's 10 megawatt turbines for Lion Floater. Lion meaning the Gulf de Lion, and floater meaning that it's floating. So it's very much like the one we just talked about.
ENGIE and EDPR have selected MHI Vestas, I'm not kidding about these letters, to supply 3 10 megawatt turbines to the 30 megawatt Gulf de Lion floating. I'm sorry about my French pronunciation. I don't know anything about French, so I just have to fake it.
It's not the Gulf of Lion, though.
No, it's not the Gulf of Lion. Floating offshore wind project 16 kilometers off the coast of the Mediterranean southern France. The companies plan to use the Port La Nouvelle as the assembly harbor.
Well, this is interesting because we just watched the biggest turbine in the world is 8.4 megawatts.
Biggest floating turbine.
And this one's a floating turbine, and it's 10 megawatts.
That's right.
So they didn't get in touch with each other.
Well, the one that is going up in Portugal is actually being installed. This one they aren't installing quite yet. So this one will be bigger, but it's not bigger yet. Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know. You don't think much of France having a Mediterranean coast, but they got a significant one.
It is a big coast. That's right.
I mean,
it runs between
Nice is there, I think, and
Marseille.
Marseille,
Yes.
and there's another one that we never heard of, Montpellier.
Monaco is on that coast.
And Monaco is there,
Monaco is not
right?
part of France, but it's on that coast.
It's right on the border.
That coast runs from Italy to Spain, so it's
It's a good-sized coast.
It's a good-sized
I looked at the
coast.
map and I was surprised.
Yep. Okay. All set?
Yeah, really.
We are back to Brattleboro, and
Now,
we
this
have
is
an
an interesting
item
article.
from the Brattleboro
This is an
Reformer.
interesting article. I don't have a picture.
No,
I'm
there's no picture.
just going to bring you up there.
No, don't bring me
I'll
up.
bring
Bring
us-
us
I'll
up.
bring us
Yeah,
up.
bring us up. Nobody wants to look at me.
Ice battery. Ice battery at the retreat lowers energy costs.
Well, this isn't being run right now because it's being run for AC, and I don't think there's any AC
I don't
going
think they're
on in the
using
winter.
AC now.
Okay, an ice battery has been brought back into service at the Brattleboro Retreat. At low demand times, cheap electricity can be used to freeze water in containers. Then, when the day is warm, and this is why it's not happening in the winter, the ice is used to cool water, which is run through air handlers to cool air, avoiding the use of costly electricity for AC.
So the ice is effectively a battery.
That's right.
Absolutely.
One thing in this article that I had been unaware of is that the generating plants at the retreat are apparently not being used right now.
Well, there's a story behind that.
Oh, is there? Okay.
I approached them back when I was selling energy efficient lighting.
Ah, yes.
And my pitch was, you could save so much money on your electricity that the lighting is free, basically.
Yes.
And the guy said, well, we get a special rate from Green Mountain. Well, then it was public service. We get different, it was different electric company,
Yeah.
but we got a special rate.
Yeah.
And the rate made it so that they couldn't buy my lights.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there's a story behind that,
And the
too.
special rate was so that they wouldn't make their own power.
Yep. CVPS was the
CVPS,
utility, which eventually was bought by
Became Green
Mountain Power. And what I was told by people at the retreat was that at one time they were upset because they were paying the same rate as regular businesses, I should say. And they are using typically about 370 kilowatts, which is a lot of electricity.
Well, they got a good-sized plant.
So
I've
they
seen it.
said, we should be getting a break on this. And CVPS said, no, you shouldn't. And, just really would not listen to them.
So they built their
said
own.
they said to CVPS, if you can't give us a rate that is better than what we're paying, we're going to build our own generating equipment.
That story's true.
And then, CVPS kind of hemmed and hawed and went away and didn't do anything. The next thing you know, they
built the plant.
They built the plant. They were running the plant. The guys at CVPS were saying, what's going on here? So they went back and agreed to very low rates. So, but the situation has changed under Green Mountain Power, and they couldn't do that going into the future. So I don't know, but they had a microgrid there.
Well, what they're doing now is they're purchasing 70% of its power from a solar energy source via Green Mountain.
Yes.
Okay. And it's running its boilers on vegetable oil. Okay. They're replacing fluorescents with LEDs, which is what I wanted to do a long time ago.
Right.
And recycling paper and plastic waste and composting cafeteria waste.
Right.
So they're serious.
Yes.
They're doing a pretty good job.
Okay, our next item is from
picture coming up.
Inside Climate News.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that
We have a picture
there.
of pump
couple
jacks.
of donkeys.
Couple of nodding donkeys.
U.S. suspends more oil and gas leases over what could be a widespread problem. And George is going to tell us what that problem is.
The Trump administration's push to expand fossil fuel production on federal lands is hitting a snag, which is its own refusal to consider climate impacts. After advocacy groups sued, the Bureau of Land Management office in Utah voluntarily suspended 130 leases.
This is kind of crazy.
I think what happened was they didn't want to have to do this under a court order.
Is that what's going on?
I would bet,
You think
because
so,
if they got that court order in Utah, it would be precedent for other courts.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. There's
You
a
know,
bigger picture.
There's a bigger picture.
Yeah.
But what is happening is these leases are no good because they haven't done their due diligence, which is typical
That's the problem.
of the administration that we've got.
Well, nearly a quarter of the nation's carbon dioxide emissions come from fossil fuels developed on federal lands.
Yes.
And that's what this is all about.
Yes.
So they're getting the fossil fuels from land that they're leasing, probably at dirt cheap prices.
Probably.
Huh.
Okay, we're up to Tuesday, November
Moving
19th,
along.
with an item from oilprice.com.
That's true.
And this, I think, is really an interesting...
This is interesting. We've talked about
not a long
India
article,
lot.
but by golly, when you think about the implications... Go ahead, Tom.
We've been talking about India a lot.
Yes.
A huge red flag. India shutters power plant citing lack of demand.
Lack of demand. India, where things are expanding, use of power is expanding so much, half of India's power generation capacity using coal and nuclear power is being shut down because of lackluster demand, the Indian Express reports. It added that while some of the shutdowns have lasted only a few days, other power plants have been closed for months.
That doesn't explain why the demand has dropped.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately. But I think when you consider the amount of renewable energy that's going in India, I would expect it to drop.
I bet my money on that because we have spoken on this show that they are developing
Installing
a lot of renewable
tens
energy.
of gigawatts of renewable energy.
And some of
looks
it is tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a small solar power unit to put on your thatched roof, and it runs your computer and your stove.
Well, one of the big things is getting solar-powered irrigation pumps.
Well, that's a
Because
biggie.
They're
I mean, what
irrigation
we're talking about is individual
Yeah.
Indians getting a solar power just to recharge their phone.
Yeah, but you don't need a big array to operate an irrigation pump. On the other hand, if you're going to put diesel oil out to run that pump, you're going to be producing a lot of pollution.
Well, you got to move that diesel oil around.
Yeah, you do. Okay, we're up to GeekWire. We
got a good picture
a
here.
picture here of the Heliogen commercial facility in California.
And that's not a phone booth, guys. No. This is very interesting because all of those mirrors down there
which look
are
like
individually controlled by a computer.
Yeah.
And they got cameras.
Yeah.
So instead of somebody aiming those things at this thing, they aim themselves.
Yes.
And they can control, they move that as the sun moves.
Yep.
So it's very precise. And they're getting a lot more power out of there than a conventional reflector type of
Yeah.
array.
Yeah, they look like umbrellas at a cafe of some type.
Company backed by Bill Gates claims solar breakthrough, which I just explained, really.
Yes.
Looks to replace fossil fuels in industrial plants.
Heliogen, a company backed by Bill Gates, says it has developed a way to create concentrated solar energy at temperatures hot enough to replace fossil fuels in industrial processes that make significant contributions to global CO2 emissions.
That's the key right there. Hot enough to replace fossil fuels.
And you know what the thing that comes to mind here is making cement, where they use
absolutely.
huge amounts of oil to break rocks down to dust, and then you mix water with them and they turn back into rocks again. It's kind of a
crazy, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Well, here's what the article says. Concentrated solar thermal plants have been in existence for decades. And we've
Yes.
talked about them.
Yes.
They make sense. In some places, anyhow. In deserts, they make sense.
Yes.
Such plants typically achieve temperatures no higher than 600 degrees centigrade, which are too low for heavy-duty industrial processes.
Although
like you just mentioned.
That's a glow. 600 degrees Celsius, this thing is going to glow.
Yeah.
It's
still gonna grow,
this is hot, but it's not as hot as what they want.
Well, their system works by using special cameras and its special software to align this large array of mirrors to a precise target, generating intense heat which exceeds 1,000 degrees centigrade.
Which is growing,
Which suddenly
glowing.
makes it very usable.
Yeah. And that is a temperature at which things glow brightly.
It's hot enough to split carbon dioxide and water to make hydrogen.
Right.
And other fossil-free fuels.
Yes. That's interesting that it would be hot enough to break up water.
It is very interesting, yeah. This 2 megawatt array takes up 2 acres. Some of the very, very good sunshine places in the desert.
Yep. We're
going to see more of this coming up.
We got to move on.
Well, we're almost on to the last day.
Almost.
And we got 9 minutes left.
This is from Renewables Now.
It is. NOAN, the company, plans 50% expansion of South Australia's big Tesla battery, which we've talked about.
I had to laugh when I saw this. French renewable energy company Neoen confirmed that it has plans to increase the capacity of the Tesla big battery system in South Australia. The 100 megawatt, 129 megawatt hour Hornsdale Power Reserve will be expanded with an additional 50 megawatts, 64.5 megawatt hours of capacity by Tesla.
It's a 50% increase.
It's a 50% increase. This is the one that Elon Musk said, I get this, I will put this in 100 days or it's for free.
Yeah,
remember that.
That's the one,
this
I remember.
This is the famous, this is, I think, one of the best public tricks of, you know, what is it, public? Anyway, never mind.
Well, it's in South Australia. Remember that, because we're going to look at a map of Australia very shortly.
We are indeed.
And I want to add that something's going on in Australia on a big level. It looks like they're intending to become the Saudi Arabia of electricity.
They are, but there's hitches in that too. I saw one of them come up today. Renewable energy installations are dropping, and this is a big deal, and they're meeting on it tomorrow.
So we'll probably be talking about that next week.
Yeah, we probably will be.
Well, let's move along here.
We're
We
up
do
to
have a map.
Wednesday, November 20th, and here is the map. And I want to point, well, let's just read the article and then we can talk about
Australia,
it.
this about the fires.
Yes.
Wow.
BBC.
Australia fires. Catastrophic alerts in South Australia and Victoria. Well, it's more than that.
A catastrophic alert is...
It has special meaning.
Yeah, it is, if you had hurricanes at, you know, the F1 through F5 levels, where F5, this is the equivalent in fires of the F6.
Yeah, right.
You know, this,
exactly.
They're saying this
is
unbelievable, it's so bad. And what's happened, you've read that, I'll read this. Heat and winds are threatening to widen Australia's bushfire crisis, with 3 states warned to expect their worst conditions of the season so far. In addition to South Australia and Victoria, South Australia and Victoria.
It should say Tasmania, the next word.
No, it should say Queensland. I got that wrong. The first one was Queensland. Queensland and Victoria had declared these already. Now South Australia has been added. Issued a catastrophic alert, the highest danger.
And Tasmania's in trouble too.
So is Victoria.
The whole country's in trouble.
Look at this. Queensland.
Or go back to the map.
Yeah, go back to the map. Queensland in the upper right. Look at how big that is. Australia is almost as big as the United States.
Yep.
This is 8 states and territories. That's all they've got. South Australia, about twice or more the size of Texas, in the middle of the South, is adding itself to this catastrophic alert at Queensland and New South Wales, which is just south of Queensland. The Australian Capital Territory is in New South Wales.
It's like
cited
Washington, D.C.
It's like Washington, D.C. And then you've got Victoria, and below it is Tasmania. And three of those states...
They're all in trouble.
They're all in trouble. 3 of those states have already issued catastrophic alerts. Victoria and Tasmania are issuing alerts that are just not at that level yet. But their big season for bushfires is January and February, and we ain't even close to that yet.
No.
This is bad. It's really bad. Okay.
Well, massive bushfires are also burning elsewhere in the country.
Yes.
Blazes in New South Wales and Queensland have destroyed more than 500 houses.
Yes.
Temperatures neared 115 degrees Fahrenheit, exacerbated by winds up to 55 miles an hour. They're in trouble, guys.
They're talking about spotting fires where
Where the wind is blowing the fire
yeah,
ahead.
the embers are blown out of these, and the wind blows these things like 6 miles away. And so you have a fire, and all of a sudden it's jumped 6 miles. A fire break, the traditional idea of a fire break, doesn't work under these circumstances.
No.
We've had that in the United States. There are people who claim that the Peshtigo fire, which happened in, I think it was it was the same day as the Chicago fire, but the Peshtigo fire was in Wisconsin. They say that jumped Green Bay, which is 10 to 20
Wow.
miles across. And they have evidence that supports the idea that may have happened. They have a hardware store sign that got picked up in a fire tornado and dropped someplace like 6 or 8 miles away. And so they know that big things that were on fire were dropped at a great distance from where they started. Okay, we should move on.
Well, wait, that's the last item we got.
No, it's not.
Is it?
No.
I only have one item left.
We have EasyJet, and then we have homes to sell.
I got EasyJet.
Well, let's do EasyJet.
I do have, yeah, I do have.
Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica.
It is that. EasyJet.
Yes.
First
you better
air-
take us off, because that is for the next one after that.
We'll put us on.
Yeah.
EasyJet announced, EasyJet is the first airline in the world to go carbon neutral starting today. And we've talked about electric airplanes
so fast.
before.
EasyJet announced that from today being yesterday, I'm sorry about that, because when you're viewing this, it isn't today, it's someday in the future.
It's yesterday.
All of its flights will be carbon neutral. It is the first airline to do so from now being November 20th. EasyJet's 331 airplanes will have their carbon emissions balanced through carbon removal efforts. Did you see in there what that was going to be?
Huh?
I think that's planting trees, but I'm not sure.
It is. They talked about planting trees, absolutely.
Oh, okay, I missed it. In the future, the airline is going to switch to sustainable fuels and electric aircraft.
Well, we've already been talking about electrical aircraft 2 or 3 times already.
Oh, yeah.
And who'd have thunk? An electric airplane? EasyJet operates throughout Western Europe, and there's a map on their website that shows. And they're all short runs, so this is ideal.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to likely see an electric airliner soon going across the ocean. But these short runs are perfect.
Yeah. We should get to this last one. We don't have much time. This is from Microgrid Knowledge, and that's what that picture of a house is for, although the house is not in Vermont.
Well, let's look at the picture.
Yeah. What do you got for a title?
The house is not in Vermont?
No.
No kidding. Homes to sell renewable energy to businesses in Vermont's first of a kind local energy marketplace. This is interesting. It's a very interesting concept.
Called Vermont Green, a pilot project of LO3 Energy, also looks to solve some haunting industry issues, among them achieving 100% renewable energy, replacing net metering, and simplifying green energy purchases. And I can tell you, this whole thing is complicated enough that I'm absolutely certain it will take an article bigger than what they had in Microgrid
Well, I was
Knowledge.
just about going to say something like that. Here's how it works very simply. They let homeowners sell energy credits directly to businesses.
Right.
Okay, replacing. You said that. The businesses have to be served by Green Mountain Power.
Right.
Okay, it's kind of complicated. It involves auctions and special software technology, which was developed by the microgrid in Brooklyn, New York, that we've talked about.
We have talked about that, yeah.
So Green Mountain Power handles the billing and compensates the households. And as you said, George, it's complicated. If you want to see how it works, click the link on this, because it gets into it, and it does explain it. And I can't understand it myself.
I didn't understand it, but I do understand this.
We're running out of
We're
time.
running out of time, so we'll say have a perfectly lovely week.
I will.
See you next time.
Adios.
Next is Commissioner Grisham, and this is fiscal updates. Questions? And Matt, you will have to excuse me. I have new glasses and I cannot read. I'm going back for my third try. Our chair can't read. If I sit and hold them against my eyes, I can see. No, it's the one. I'm not sure what the problem is, but
Madam Chair, next time I will use large type.
this is large type.
It's going to be 14 font.
Okay.
So, anyway, good morning. I have the feeling in the air that legislative session is fast approaching.
It is.
The familiar cycle is. And here's where we're going to meet. So, you have asked us to address a couple of things, the budget adjustment pressures. If it's okay with the chair, we can start with those. So, I think in many ways, those of you who sat through last year's budget adjustment will see some familiarity in this year's. We have some of the same pressures. The committee will recall that at the e-board meeting in July, there was I think it netted out to about an $19 million revenue upgrade. And add to that a couple of increases in direct applications and a little bit of revenue here and there. And we have a little over $20 million available for the budget adjustment. I suspect that will be there will be funding requests that are broadly in line with that. For example, we anticipate asking the legislature to use some of that money to pre-fund some of our obligations that we know are coming up in fiscal 21, notably the 27th pay period, and a couple of payments we need for EROF, the emergency relief fund that we have. We also anticipate a little under $1 million from the request from the judiciary.
I'm sorry. There's a weird noise like
Yeah, and it's in my ear.
Judiciary again? I'm sorry.
A little under $1 million, I think they've pointed out to us. There's some requests from public safety for overtime, which you'll remember from before. We also have the Secretary of State's requests for during an election year for funding. They usually get a one-time request for I think it was $450,000 to run the election. And then within Human Services, I think some of these requests will be familiar. The Brattleboro Retreat, we've been in dialogue with them. I think the folks in Human Services can give you more details on that, but we anticipate a request for the Brattleboro Retreat. Within Corrections, there was an unanticipated increase in out-of-state beds. I think our view, which you may hear later on, is we're somewhere at the point where we've topped out in that, but the out-of-state bed request has gone up. There's also some additional requests within general assistance and the like. So in total, I think we'll be in and around what we have available. We're still dialing in
I couldn't hear the beginning. You think it's about 11 million?
No, we think it'll be about roughly equal to the available funds, which is in and around 20.
Okay. Did
Again,
you
we're-
say something about 11, or I'm just making that up?
No.
Okay.
I think I said.
It's
possible to hear back.
Yeah.
There is something.
I'll make it. Okay.
Maybe I should sit behind you so I
I wonder how they conducted board meetings in here.
Well, they probably didn't have somebody drilling.
I think it's a leaf blower
Oh, that might be what it is.
out there. Yeah, they're cleaning up the streets.
So, but we think, I mean, my general point was we think the available funds and the available requests will be in and around the same. And we're still working on the details of that, obviously, but we wanted to leave the committee with the impression that, you know, the availability will match the demand in and around, we believe. With the budget development process, we, you know, there again, I think there'll be some familiarity with the prior year. We have similar pressures. We've got some, you know, pressures in human services and caseloads, and, you know, we got the usual pay act. We've got some maintenance requests and the like. We're actively working on the budget. We are, as we speak, you know, during the 2 weeks prior and over the next 2 weeks, we'll be meeting with departments who are actively going through our budget requests and trying to figure out what we need to do and what we can do. But I think the budget will be a similar story as we had in prior years. We've had a good amount of additional revenue. We have a comparable, in fact, a larger amount of additional expenditures. And we're trying to make choices that will make those two equal each other.
Questions? Okay. Caseload reserve, is that?
Matt Ribbon, Deputy Finance Commissioner. I guess I would say that the state of Vermont's reserves is strong. The Human Services Caseload Reserve in particular is a little bit under $100 million. When you combine that with our other general fund reserves, we are at approximately $226 million of general fund reserves, which is as high or higher than it's ever been. It equates, the combination of the four reserves equates to a little under 14% of the general fund appropriations. And I think that some of the recent national stress testing that's talked about the impact of a potential economic downturn or a substantial reduction in federal funds had us in sort of that sort of range in terms of the impact on Vermont. So that's good news, and we will certainly be thinking about the ways that our reserves should be structured in a way that present themselves in the best foot forward with the rating agencies to demonstrate the fact that they are substantially higher than they've been in the past.
We actually did some structural changes last year. Are we to infer from your comment that you're going to be proposing some other structural changes to reserves?
No, I'm not saying that would be above my pay grade, but I would say that we certainly want to, at a minimum, make sure that the rating agencies understand the reserves that we do have, and that we have, for instance, we have some concerns that maybe with the 2753 reserve that they may or may not be counting that. So we want to make sure that they understand the reserves that we do have.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
So the 226 million general fund reserve, are you including the 27 payroll?
Yes.
Okay, that includes it.
Yes.
And how much is that?
That is about 16 million, and the budget stabilization reserve, which is the primary reserves at 80 million, and our rainy day fund or balance reserve is at 32 million.
Okay. Tax computer system modernization.
So that is a mouthful. It's known within our shop as CMF.
CMF.
And the committee will remember this was created actually over a decade ago, I believe. And there was a fund set up that was to pay for the new VTAX system, among other things, and also to allow it to be upgraded and new modules purchased as necessary. The committee will recall that going into last year, 80% of the additional revenues that were taken in due to the new VTAX system were directed towards the Department of Taxes to pay for the system, which is now paid for, and also to maintain it. The governor had recommended reducing that because the system was paid for from 80% of additional funds going to tax to 40%. The legislature saw our 40% and raised us to 30%, or I forget the terminology, but anyway, the 40% went to 30%, where it now sits, and we may have other requests of the legislature coming into this session on what to do with that. But you have a memo, I think, as part of your packet that describes in much larger detail what that money amounts to and the use of the money. And I would welcome a few questions, and I thought that our tax commissioner, actually, or interim commissioner, was going to be here. He may have been thrown off by the earlier time, but he is available if the committee would like.
Okay. Questions?
Can you give us a hint of what's likely to come?
We may look at the percentage that it is at now, 30%, and look at further changing that.
Reduction.
That would be the most likely. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think they've been talking about that.
I just want to be sure. I mean, I think we were pretty confident that the 30 was a good number, and you're not saying it was too low. Okay,
I am not saying that.
You're not saying that tax didn't get enough.
I think the direction would likely be lower, but I don't want to get ahead of tax, and they have.
That's fine.
They've thought about that. So.
Question came up earlier. Who is our tax commissioner at the moment?
We have interim tax commissioner Craig Bolio, and we are Bolio, B-O-L-I-O.
I got that first name.
Thank you.
Is he
I don't believe, but
yeah, that's what the
I think the earlier time, I'm probably at fault for that. This was originally. As you know, Madam Former Commissioner.
Which may be why they're late. Yeah.
Would the committee like to hear from him? I'm happy to find him.
I don't. Does the committee want to hear? No.
Okay.
Okay. It was just a question that had come up in the people in the room earlier while we were getting set. It's the tax commission.
Yeah, and it says it for the reduction.
Yeah. There it is. Okay. So that is it. Any other questions for Commissioner Grisham? All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, we are on to environmental contingency fund expenditures for Elmwood Avenue and Patricia Coppolino. No?
We're running early.
We're early?
Yeah.
We're too efficient. Well,
we can do the grant.
which,
I see on during fiscal B, there was a request, I think, Senator Fitzgerald made, that maybe one of the grants that was submitted to us would be taken up by the committee, and I don't think we invite anybody from the grant, but maybe we could have an official, if you want to just explain what your thinking is.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I thought in light of the fact that we actually were meeting, that we could take official action on the grant request. Oftentimes, the meeting and the need to make a decision don't coincide. So I thought that the grant to the Department of Health was one that we could vote on and just get it acted on officially today, since we're meeting. So I'm willing to move approval of grant. It's on the 11:55 time for the agenda. That we accept that grant of $440,955 to do this analysis.
Second. Okay, is there further discussion? I thought I saw some concerns floating around.
No,
Okay.
Representative Fagan said he wasn't going to be here, but he was fine with the grant.
Senator Ash.
Senator Ash had a conversation and got clarification in terms of what the work would be.
That was the one I saw.
We were concerned about the suicide prevention aspects of it, whether it would suggest we should wait for 3 years before we do anything.
But his conversation had to do with consistency and accuracy of coding, and was much more technical and in its focus. So that question or concern got addressed, and he's indicated that he was fine with acceptance.
Okay, he's not here, so.
No, he's in New York.
Could be quiet. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we approve the grant number 2979, $440,955, right? Jen. From the U.S. Center of Disease Control to the Department of Health. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay, that carries. And we're back. And this is under expenditure for Elmwood Avenue. Okay, Patricia Copley.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Thanks. So we're looking to have permission to expend over the $100,000 cap in 2 categories in the Environmental Contingency Fund. There are 2 things that we're working on related to release of chlorinated solvents on Elmwood Ave in Burlington, Vermont. They're specific to assessment of a release of chlorinated solvents to the sewer line that's in Elmwood Ave, and it's causing impacts to indoor air in homes where work needs to be done to take care of those indoor air impacts. And then there's a portion of the expenses that we're looking for related to assessing the degree and extent of that chlorinated solvent release from the sewer line. And the second piece is related to, the second request for expenditures is related to actually taking care of that release, so the cleanup portion of it. The way the ECF is set up, there's different categories that you can spend up to $100,000 in each category, and we're looking to bump up against those limits pretty soon.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah. Are you intending to go after the city of Burlington?
No.
And, no, why not?
The GADU's dry cleaning is the responsible party.
Well, maybe we should go after Gadhu's dry cleaning.
We are. They're currently not.
But it says here that the city of Burlington discharged wastewater sewer line. Industrial discharge is released from the city of Burlington waste sewer line. Water sewer line.
So their wastewater sewer line is cracked in several locations that are down gradient from where releases from the dry cleaning facility discharge chlorinated solvents.
Sounds like we fined the town of Bennington for putting a salt shed in the wetlands. I don't know why we can't go after the city of Burlington. Why are they different from the town of Bennington?
So the direction from the attorneys within A&R, both the A&R General Counsel and DEC General Counsel, have stated that going after a municipality for a failure with their infrastructure, wastewater line, is not something that the agency is proposing to do.
I
Instead,
believe we fined the town of Bennington on its wastewater system recently.
well, I think there may be differences between, and I'm not in the wastewater. So
There's the system, the facility, and then there's all the old water and sewer pipes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the state should be. I mean, what's good for one is good for another, isn't it?
The state is actually working with GADUs to try and get them to do the work in their insurance companies and the dry cleaner before GADUs. There's
Okay.
been a dry cleaner at this facility since the 1940s.
So you're going to,
Seek cost
you're doing the work, but at the same time, you're working with the insurance company for the cleaner that actually produced and released the solvent. Once it got into the city's pipes, there were cracks, and the solvent got in to the ground.
Correct.
All right, so now we've got to clean that up. City of Burlington going to play any role in cleaning that up, like digging it up, supplying the equipment, personnel?
We haven't gotten that far into that process yet. So we're in the process of identifying that there are 8+ homes that have impacted indoor air right now. We've directed GADUs and their insurance company to address those impacts, and they've declined. So that's the first priority, is to make sure that the people living in these homes have clean air to breathe.
Okay.
That's one of our requests, so that we can install these systems. The second issue is that there is a release from the sewer line and a release underneath GADU's dry cleaning building that need to be addressed. The state is actively trying to determine the degree and extent from the sewer line and directing GADUs to do both of those things. GADUs has declined to do anything related to the sewer line. They're slowly moving forward with addressing the impacts underneath their dry cleaner.
Okay, so this isn't a new solvent that they are not supposed to put into the sewer line but did, which is one thing. They're doing something that is presently illegal. Or is there a residue somewhere under their building that, what happened, or do we know?
So there's a dry cleaner there that operated from at least the 1940s. GADUs purchased that dry cleaner, and then they subsequently stopped dry cleaning in the facility around 1993 or 1994. During that time frame that dry cleaning was operating, they were discharging waste through their wastewater line into the city of Burlington's sewer. GADUs owns the building right now. They're not dry cleaning in there. They're doing some sort of furniture recovery process for property that was damaged during fire. So they own a property that has a release under it, and they are liable for that release. We've also determined that they are responsible for the release and the impact related to where the cracks are in the sewer line. So the Agency of Natural Resources has directed GADUs to address all of that. The release under the dry cleaner, the release related to the impacts from where the sewer line is, and the release to all of the indoor air impacts in the homes that are there. GADUs has declined to do anything related to the sewer line or the impacted indoor air, the residents.
So it's going to court?
Yes.
All right. Other questions?
I just find that I'm troubled. I don't want the residents of Elmwood Avenue to suffer with air that they can't or shouldn't be in. At the same time, I feel like I hear from so many constituents about fines that are levied by the agency, and then to hear that we're not even going after the city of Burlington for their responsibility for their own sewer line, when I have to explain to my town manager why they have to pay fines for various things that go wrong in their systems. So it seems, I'd like some kind of report, whether from the Attorney General or from the agency, about why we're not going after the city of Burlington. Before again, I'll support raising the cap only because I don't want to see the residents impacted, but I feel like we have a different standard when it comes to some places, mainly Burlington.
I'm wondering if you have any insight into the extent or the possible extent of the contamination. I hear you saying that's part of what these additional funds will help you understand, but what are the concerns? How broad of a sweep is this?
We asked the EPA removals program to come up and help us last summer, and they did an extensive survey of the general area around Elmwood Avenue, doing soil gas sampling and indoor air sampling for us. We've narrowed down the impacted area fairly well so that we have a very good idea of the impacted homes so that we can address those. We've done a lot of indoor air sampling on our own with consultants that we've hired, which is part of the money that we've spent along with the work the EPA did. The degree and extent that we're trying to understand, since most of the contamination appears to be around the sewer line, it's really hard for us to get samples next to the sewer line without causing an impact to the sewer line. So some of the work that we're trying to do is to come up with what the best remedial option will be. So whether or not excavation and disposal, or there's some other remedy that can happen, we don't know how deep it is. Luckily, groundwater is pretty deep in this specific part of Burlington. So we're trying to understand how much mass is there to understand the degree and extent so that we can figure out the best path forward for a remedy with that specific source area.
Are you feeling confident that the individuals, the homes that are impacted, you've covered that? Or are there likely to be more homes that are affected?
I think we've done a really good job identifying the impacted homes and working with them to try and address how to take care of their homes. We have done, I think, a really good job with outreach to the residents. I think we sent close to 40 letters to everyone. We knocked on doors just to make sure that we could sample either their homes or their soil gas so that we could get some good data to figure out who was impacted and who wasn't impacted.
And do you have a sense of what the potential cost at the end is to the state? I'm just thinking about the capacity of the fund to cover this.
Yeah, so we're estimating it's going to be around $150,000 to address some of the indoor air impacts and then do the additional degree and extent of characterization. The cleanup costs are going to vary based on what we find when we get closer to the sewer line, and that could be upwards of $300,000.
That will be initially borne by the state and then recouped from whatever parties are found responsible?
Correct. So we will do cost recovery through court actions.
Okay. So that could drain the fund. That will come close to draining the fund. If I'm remembering what.
The fund has about $4 million.
Oh, million.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Fortunately.
Yeah. And to Senator Sears's concerns, I would just say that I hope that we approach or spread as large as we can the ability to recoup the costs of doing this. I don't know if it's the city of Burlington, but whatever parties that are out there, that we should be looking at them to pay for the cost of the damage they caused.
It's always our intent to try and recover those costs.
To me, it's not just the city of Burlington. You know, as large as we can, we can cast, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Senator Kitchell has moved that we approve. I need a second.
Second.
Senator Westman has seconded. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we it's been very quiet. Okay, Sarah and Candace, if you want to. It might be the only way to hear. I'll tell everybody the acoustics in this room are terrible. Maybe they're good up there, but we need everybody to talk up. And if anyone in the back is really struggling,
Yeah, why don't we do that?
let us know. But the acoustics are bad. We have your three handouts.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. It's been 14 years since I had this position, but a lot of things haven't changed, as I'm starting to realize as we move on. I'd like to, if it's at all possible, because I want to wait for Secretary Quinn to be here as well, to sort of move the IE&E portion of this until the end and start writing with the strategic plan update, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yep, that's fine.
So let's start with this. Last week, this has been, I've been on the job 1 full week. So last week I had the opportunity to review the progress of the agency's strategic plan. I would describe the progress to date as a culmination of a plan in developing a strategic plan. And the progress to date, as you can see, some of the things that we have done so far on the slide deck is the fact that we have developed an agency-wide project team and development plan. We've onboarded consultants to support data analysis. We've compiled evidence and trend analysis from state, national, and international sources and submitted legislative reports. We've conducted cross-agency focus groups. We've facilitated dialogues with department management teams, 2 rounds of that, and organized the integrated district and department feedback. We identified and prioritized several challenging trends and themes, which I'll just go in a minute. I did ask the team last week, after I had the opportunity to review this, to do a couple of things, and I hope I want to get your feedback. I asked them to focus on the 5 years instead of the 10 years, and the reason I asked them that is oftentimes 10-year plans become less focused, and 5-year plans are more focused than 10-year plans. I also asked them to look at how this plan fits into the larger state strategic plan, because a strategic plan that doesn't fit into another larger strategic plan really doesn't have a chance of moving forward. And I said, look at this as an ongoing process that needs to be refined and implemented. If we look at this as just a report, it's going to be just a report. So if we are really serious about a strategic plan, then it's an evolving document that continues over time as we move forward. So the update is we've done some work to date. We have more to do as we move forward. Quite a bit to do as we move forward. Some of the things that we've noticed so far, and one of the things that won't surprise any of you in this room, is the fact that the aging population in Vermont is going to have a major impact on us. And how we sort of move to address those impacts is something that is going to be within the strategic plan as we move forward. So that's an update of where we are on the strategic plan. Again, more to come, but a lot has been done, but a lot more needs to be done as we move forward. The next item, Sarah, I'm going to need you up here. I think it's fiscal pressures as we move forward. The way that we're on this slide deck, Agency of Human Services fiscal pressures. I've divided sort of the workload here because I have to get up to speed on the federal CHIP program as opposed to when I was knowing it before, and also some of the caseload items that I'll ask Sarah to address. The first one is an update on the Brattleboro Retreat. I am fairly familiar with this. I've been briefed quite a bit on the Brattleboro Retreat, the status of the 12 level 1 beds at the Brattleboro Retreat. Construction is on time and scheduled to be completed in the spring. These are 12 level 1 beds completed in the spring of 2020. That's May. We do have the operating funds, once those beds come online, in our FY20 budget, and it's about $1.1 million gross. And annualized, the cost of an additional $4.4 million gross will be included in the FY21 budget. So the total annualized operating cost of those additional beds will be about $5.5 million. An update on the capital funds. Estimated cost of construction has increased about $1.7 million. A couple of reasons for that. The original $5.5 million was an estimate that they have. These are old buildings, and some of the costs have escalated. We have mentioned to the retreat that we will support an additional $250,000 in capital appropriations to the $5.5 million. That would be reappropriated from existing human services projects and approved by the legislature. This has to be approved by the legislature. But that all cost overrun above and beyond the $5.5 million plus the $250,000 that we said we would support will be their cost. So approximately $1.450 will have to be assumed by the Brattleboro Retreat.
Say that.
About one.
The 4.4 to 5.5. You mean they're going to have to eat the 1.4?
Yeah.
So they're only going to get 4. I shouldn't say only. They'll get 4.4.
No, they've got the 5.5.
Okay.
We are only going to support 250,000 of the 1.7 over, so they eat 1.4.
Okay.
Okay.
I think. I'll probably ask that again.
That's fine. No, it's fine. But we also mentioned that this needs legislative approval.
So while we're on this one, where are you reappropriating it from, the 2.5?
The 250,000.
250, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's to be determined where it is, but it looks like we're not going to be spending all the money in the Middlesex aspect of the capital bill, and maybe looking at 250,000, shifting 250,000 from there.
So we won't be spending Middlesex, but that would be I'm assuming that we'll have that need in the future?
Probably in the future.
Yeah, okay. And for you said that you've got the operational cost in FY20 covered in the DNH budget.
In the base budget.
And so where is that coming from? Their budget was always tight, and so something's not going to be done as a result, or the last quarter?
It's in the base budget.
Yes, there's roughly.
Had we allocated that?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'd forgotten. I thought we didn't put anything.
No, partial year. It was a partial year.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could.
It'll have to be annualized, but.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
I actually misunderstood what we had done. Forgotten.
Okay.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yes.
Vicky?
We had the beds at the retreat, and then in this year's budget, we added 12 more beds to go out more into the community. And they were described as more serving the CRT or providing a greater capacity for step down, and therefore getting people out of emergency rooms. I'm just wondering if you could comment on those beds in terms of when they are coming online. You're looking for Commissioner Squirrel, she's there.
Would you comment on that, please?
Sure.
And it's kind of confusing because we have 12 beds and then we have 12 beds.
Yeah.
So for the record, Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. So in terms of levels of care, we have hospital level of care and then we have residential level of care. So hospital level of care is the 12 new level 1 beds. Residential level of care is actually once someone is in an inpatient bed, we need a step-down residential placement for them. The funding that you provided is for the most clinically acute CRT clients so that we can move them into a step-down residential program in the community, and those plans are well underway.
Are any beds actually online yet?
Yes, so some of those beds went towards expansion of MyPad as well as expanding community-based programs at existing facilities.
So out of the 12, what is that? Are we almost there?
I think we're almost there. One of the challenges, particularly with the MyPad model, if folks remember, this is a program in the Howard Center where it pairs independent housing with treatment supports on site. One of the designated agencies that we're working with on this has been working to actually secure the physical building in order to provide the programming. So that is one of the barriers that we're experiencing right now, but trying to work that through with our community partner, because this is all done in partnership with our designated community mental health agencies.
So they're coming on faster than the retreat beds, which will be later in this
Right.
fiscal year.
That's absolutely right. And just for the committee's background, I've asked Sarah to start looking strategically at where are we going with the whole system in the future. And we'll be developing that together as we move forward.
Great. We can move on to slide 4 in this package, which is about the Federal Children's Health Insurance Match phase down, otherwise known as CHIP DIP. I don't know if Stephanie Barrett coined that or if that's actually something they call it at the federal level, but it's taken on a life of its own. So for the record, I'm Sarah Clark. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Agency of Human Services. As you may be aware, CHIP funding has a special provision called the Qualifying State Option, which has allowed Vermont to draw down an enhanced FMAP for children between 133 and 237% of the federal poverty level. So we were essentially able to leverage roughly a 90% federal share. The current amount that's built into our state fiscal year 20 base budget is roughly $15 million. When Congress reauthorized CHIP funding in federal fiscal year 18, they also included a phase down to this enhanced FMAP. We in Vermont are going to start experiencing this phase down of enhanced match in the state fiscal year 21 budget. We'll be phasing down from roughly the 90% to 70.95%. This is going to have an impact on our general fund of roughly $4.8 million. That's for state fiscal year 21. We will see the second year of the phase down of this enhanced match in state fiscal year 22 to the tune of roughly $5 million of pressure on the general fund. After state fiscal year 22, we will be phased down on this enhanced match rate for CHIP to a kind of relatively stable match for CHIP kids of 67.7%. That's the CHIP dip.
Okay.
And nobody told me this before I took the job.
I'm not sure it's a dip.
Chip cliff. Chip cliff.
No other questions from the appropriations people? All right.
Great. So for the other fiscal pressures, we are trying to highlight for you some of the things that are standing out to us at this point in time. I think ideally you will be familiar with several of these items. I believe I was in here in July testifying on the AHS kind of overall closeout picture. And so the first two bullets under FY19 closeout items, I think, should not be a surprise to you. in that similar to how we closed out state fiscal year 19, we are seeing pressures in budget adjustment and beyond within the Department of Children and Families in two primary areas: family services caseload, foster care specifically, as well as within the general assistance emergency housing program. We are seeing pressure in both the 20 budget adjustment and the 21 build. And so we anticipate accommodating for these funding challenges when we submit budget adjustment and the 21 budget build to you.
Questions?
Can I just I want to comment on the emergency housing and working with some constituent groups in Bennington County. When you get told by an agency of human services employee that if this individual were in Burlington, we'd have a different outcome, it's really frustrating. I don't want to pick on Burlington today, but I guess I will. But it's very frustrating. These folks work very hard to try to get outcomes for many homeless people. This guy's, will end up probably in jail because that's the only place that'll take him now. But in Bennington County, we're told by an agency of human services employee that if he were in Chittenden County, he'd get some.
The rules are the rules.
Huh? I'm sorry.
The rules are the rules, but how they're applied can be.
Well, evidently the housing available in one part of the state versus the housing available for someone who's an alcoholic who is living under bridges in the wintertime and suffering from extreme, may have to have his leg amputated. It's a different outcome according to the people trying to work with this individual.
Let me look into that.
I sent something to someone.
Okay.
No, it's a crisis. I had a mother with 2 children that fortunately had enough gas to get to White River to find a motel so that they were not out living in their car last winter. And she's still maybe out of temporary apartments because they can't get the vouchers to work.
I have a question about the emergency housing. My understanding is when you closed out, spending in that particular area was high, higher than anticipated or estimated in the budget. What did that look like? How much was that over estimate? Because there's been a lot of emphasis. We've tried to get, particularly in wintertime, we did get the Central Vermont Emergency Shelter up. The one in Rutland, to my knowledge, still is never materialized.
Sure.
So how did we end the year, and how much do we have? So probably we're going to have a repeat at the end of this year.
Sure. So emergency housing program ended state fiscal year 19 with a roughly $2.7 million shortfall that was backstopped at the agency. Part of that 2.7 million, let's say roughly 700,000 of it, was actually liabilities from the previous year that had rolled into 19. The reason I point that out to you is because that's one time in nature, and so we're kind of really looking at a structural challenge of around $2 million in the emergency housing program. Out of a total of, oh geez. Out of a total, I don't want to give you the wrong number, so let me get back to you with that number.
Okay, if we had $2 million, could we find housing? I mean, is the housing there and the money the problem, or is the housing just not there or priced out of? Because we're talking a broad range. We're talking people with alcohol issues, and I'm talking a family without alcohol and drug issues, all not being able to find housing.
Well, you may recollect in this budget, for the first time, I think since the mid-90s, we did an increase in the TANF assistance. Yep. And the maximum benefit for a family of 3, a mother and 2 children, was what, $640 a month. And that's for everything: housing, shelter, clothing, etc. So you cannot find housing for the amount of money, and we did, for the first time ever, do, relatively speaking, it was a decent increase, but it's still far short of what our housing costs are today. And those are families just driven by lack of money, not other complications like substance abuse or domestic violence or whatever.
If I may, the strategic planning process that we asked you to go through, I think this is a topical area that we hoped would be part of that. I can't think of any agency program that I've worked with that hasn't said, oh, housing. And so I hope that will, you'll give us some good thoughts on that, along with transportation. That seems to be a good thing.
Yeah.
You'll definitely be part of it now.
According to Stephanie, the total GA budget's around $7 million. So you can see.
Yeah.
So that's
substantial.
a large percentage. It's a very large percentage.
Is that the total for GA?
Yeah.
Looks like
The total grant line for GA in the budget document.
Yeah, so there's other components in the GA budget, but emergency housing is certainly the largest.
No, this is the total.
component.
This is the total?
I thought it was more like 11, but
Mine was bigger.
Okay. Some of the other, there were three things that I wanted to point out, because one we'll be exploring later this afternoon with another committee, but 211 contract is not one of them. I wanted to put that on the table. Last week I asked the agency to explore a more robust response to the current situation with the 211 contract, while trying to avoid spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. I will report back to JFC in the very near future on this exploration. It's a matter of days, not weeks, when I will report back to this. But like I said, I've asked the agency to give me some more robust alternatives in this area.
So the short answer is you understand that it's a critical problem and you're working on it.
I understand that. When I saw that this was on my agenda for my second week, I said we better put 211 on here and talk about it. So,
So what does that mean? I mean, will the contract continue? Are you looking for a way to support it?
I'm looking for a way to support it at 24/7. What components are in and what components are out, I don't know yet. And frankly, I didn't get to this till Thursday, so I'd like just a little bit more time to figure out what's the best avenue that at the same time doesn't cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
well, originally 211 did not do the after-hour emergency.
Right.
It was more the information and referral and a partnership with United Way. And I think somebody said we were spending about $500,000 to support that information referral system. And then a few years ago, DCF expanded to use it in this way. So is there money already in the base that is available? If we're not purchasing it from Indiana or whatever state it was, is there money that is available to support this alternative yet to be developed?
We are looking at those questions right now. I don't know if there's money in the base at the current time for this.
Or does 211 need everything that's there in order to?
Wasn't that a private contract? In-state private contract.
There are two contracts that are getting confused here. There's the contract that we have with 211. 211 had a contract with Indiana, and that was the snowball effect that sort of happened. That canceled, and now we're in the situation we're in. But we need to take this seriously as we move forward.
Well, we had snow in Danville yesterday in the air, so
Yeah, we had it
about
up here,
cold weather is not far away.
That's right.
You and the banana belt probably passed.
We had beautiful.
Perfect.
Just so you know, I was late this morning because Smuggler's Notch was closed.
Yeah, there was 7 cars I heard stuck in there yesterday.
Behind a
Can I go
truck.
back to 211 for a second? So you're going to be giving us within a week or so? Is that what
Within
we're
days,
saying?
yeah.
Within days, and that'll come to the committee?
It will come
Okay.
to the
I
committee.
just want to be clear what we're
Yeah.
looking for.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah with DSRs?
So delivery system reform investments, we just wanted to bring this issue to your attention. I think some of you are probably aware of it because of recent events. But we are, as we develop our budget adjustment for fiscal year 20, we are taking into consideration these requests from the ACO. As I said, it is still under development, so we don't have any final numbers yet, but it is part of consideration.
If, Madam Chair, can I lie heat? Friday I went to bed really worried about LIHEAP and the LIHEAP block grant. We had not received the funding. There was no clear indication from the federal government of when we were going to receive the funding for LIHEAP. This morning I woke up and found out that the money came in over the weekend. At 90% of last year's amount, we'll be getting that money out. I plan to had spent more time on this, on sort of contingency plans and everything that we had developed. But we plan to get the money out on November 12th, which was the original date that we had planned to get the money out. We'll be finalizing all the IT things that we have to do on November 7th. But the funding has come in at 90% of the last year's level.
And so that's, we're getting 90%. We're not going to get another 10 later on.
Yeah, I'm not certain on that, but I was worried we were getting 0.
Right, no, 90's better than 0.
Yeah,
I was just,
I don't know what will happen. There still isn't a continuing resolution on any of this. So how the federal government is giving us the money, as long as we got it, I'm not
I'm just
asking.
going to cash the check and spend it really
That's right.
and what is 90, or what's the difference?
I think it's around $10 million. I haven't really.
So the 90% award is roughly $18.5 million.
I'm sorry.
So I think it would be in the 20 million range to get 100% of the award.
Okay. 100% of where we were.
Right.
Nothing 100% of others.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions?
Global commitment.
Global commitment.
This is an area that I'm generally well versed in, as you realize, as you probably all know, that I was intimately involved in the original 1115 global commitment waiver. But I've noticed things have changed since then, to some extent not for the better, with constraints in the amounts and how we sort of use the Medicaid monies that we can spend. I am becoming familiar with the new variation of the 1115 waiver, but I thought, so I wouldn't stick my foot into my mouth, is to turn this section over to Sarah to give a clearer and more concise update, so I don't say 10 million as opposed to 19 million as we move forward. Sarah?
Okay. So go to page 2 of the 1115, or the Global Commitment Waiver presentation. For your awareness, the state has submitted an amendment request to CMS for a serious mental illness, SMI, waiver to our 1115 waiver, which is our Medicaid program. We submitted that on September 9th. This waiver would allow us to draw down federal participation for services in psychiatric institutes for mental disease, IMDs, where the statewide average length of stay is less than or equal to 30 days, and the maximum is less than 60 days. So from a fiscal perspective, this will essentially allow us to shift about $12 million in expenditure from investments to our regular program Medicaid. This is critical, and we'll talk about it on the last slide. This is critical as we assess our ability to make delivery system reform investments underneath our investment cap. We anticipate that this waiver amendment will be effective for January 1st of 2020, and we are in the beginning negotiation stages with CMS. I want to make clear, though this is shifting $12 million from investment to program, it's not actually new federal dollars. I want to make clear that for the forensic patients, they will, long term, we have to phase down those folks as part of our IMD phase down, but we still have the authority to leverage federal dollars for the forensic patients as part of our investment authority under our existing waiver now.
So the 12 million is net of the forensic?
It is, the 12 million total will be shifting.
But I thought you said some would still remain in investments for the forensic.
Correct, so it's net then, correct.
Oh.
Okay, the next slide, just in general, as we talked a bit about during the session, we are in our preparation phase for renewal of our next 1115 waiver. Our current waiver expires on December 31st of 2021, which is really not that far away. We are currently in the planning phases and will be requesting legislative authority from you in the FY21 Big Bill to pursue this waiver renewal. We anticipate that negotiations with CMS will begin in January of 2021, and the new waiver would be in effect on January 1st of 2022. So some of the big considerations, going to slide 4 for our next waiver renewal, we talked quite a bit about this during the last session, is our budget neutrality cap, which is essentially what we have to spend overall in our Medicaid program. Longstanding CMS policy requires that 1115 waivers have to be budget neutral to the federal government. So that means anything that we spend with our waiver has to be less than what we would have spent without a waiver. So in Vermont, what our waiver has allowed us to spend Medicaid funds are investments. That's one of the key areas. In the calendar year that we're in now, that's $138.5 million that we would not be able to spend if we did not have our current 1115 waiver. One of the things that the federal government has signaled to Vermont and to all states is that they're going to continue rebasing budget neutrality, which essentially means they're going to continue to tighten down on that overall Medicaid cap, how much we are allowed to spend. And so as we prepare for negotiations, this is one of the key areas that we are focusing on. In addition, next November is an election year, and so with the change in federal administration can come new areas of focus. I think it is important to remember that when we negotiated our last waiver, which is where we really started to see the kind of tightening down of flexibilities that Vermont has enjoyed for years, that was under the Obama administration. And so the Trump administration is really kind of still continuing on what had been a tightening that started with the prior administration.
Can you tell me what WOW is without waiver?
Yes, WOW is without waiver. WW is with waiver.
Wow.
Wow, that's right. Slide 5 just it gives you its thermometers kind of at a glimpse. Prior to the last waiver negotiation, our overall Medicaid spending cap was cumulative over 5 years, and at such a large amount that we would never have the state funds to even come close to getting close to that cap of spending. But as you can see from these thermometers, with the new definitions of budget neutrality, we've gotten closer than we ever would have previously. So the middle thermometer is for calendar year 19. We are predicting to be within 8% of our cap, roughly $114 million. For calendar year 20, we are showing a slight increase to 11% of our overall cap, just to kind of give you a flavor of where we are now and where we think we're going to be. The last slide talks about our investments. So underneath our overall Medicaid budget neutrality cap, we have a sub-cap for investments. The small table with the numbers shows you over the calendar years what our annual investment limit was. So the middle column of $138.5 million, that's for the calendar year that we're in right now. So even though we are still, a quarter from this year ending roughly, we are predicting to be roughly on budget when you see a balance of $304,000. You'll see that prior to calendar years, we were basically on budget in both of those years. As we look to the future, you do notice that there is more room in the futures, but that's because we are assuming in most cases level fund budgets. And so we know that over time, spending will change and that we will likely continue to push up under this investment cap. So the analysis that my team has put together does allow for the rettable rate increases that we both did last year, as well as for the 12 new beds coming online. That's a significant pressure on our investment cap. In addition, in this scenario, we are assuming that we are making some delivery system reform investments, and so we have to make sure we have the cap authority underneath our investment cap. We also assumed that the SMIs, serious mental illness waiver that we talked about my first slide, that we get that authority in January. We need that authority so that we can make the delivery system reform investments as we move forward. And so I think the bottom line, space underneath our investment cap is tight.
Questions? All right, thank you.
So let's, Secretary Quinn.
Okay, yep, we're going to put Dan Smith on.
He's the consultant who is traveling, but he is going to listen and be prepared because he provided recommendations.
Okay, great.
So we thought. Have you seen
I have. I've read it last week.
Morning, Dan Smith.
Hi, Dan. It's Teresa. You're on speakerphone with the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're off.
Okay, this is a joint presentation between the Agency of Human Services and the Agency of Digital Services. We've submitted the required report on the Integrated Eligibility and Enrollment Project as a prerequisite for releasing the third installment of the monies, $750,000 appropriated through the FY 2021 capital bill. The update gave the status of various projects as of October 22nd and reported that 3 out of the 4 projects that were anticipated to be delivered in 2019 were either done or on schedule. The 4th product, the business intelligence, has encountered delays and is now scheduled for delivery at the earliest of February, at the latest of April, as opposed to the original date in July. In 2020, 3 additional projects are scheduled, in addition to the CMS mitigation commitments for the aged, blind, and disabled so far. The premium processing and the online application deliveries are on track. The master data management project has been put on hold because of the number of projects that are in flight. These presentations have been made to other committees, and we would request the 3rd installment of the $715,000 to be released. John, I don't know how these usually work, so take it away from whatever you want.
I don't think there's any set program.
I would just say, John Quinn, for the record, Agency of Digital Services. Last time we were here, Deputy DEVA Commissioner Cass Madison was sitting where Secretary Smith is sitting. And to just talk about that transition for a quick moment, the AHS leadership has put new people in charge of the project. And we're doing a retrospective right now on the roadmap that we've taken and the work that we've done to look at the overall project technical roadmap and how it aligns with MMIS to make sure that we're utilizing our money and our resources as effectively as possible across not only human services but across the enterprise. The new leadership in place comes from the MMIS side of the DIVA house, so to speak, and we have a very good working relationship with them. I feel very confident in the communication going on with them, and under Mike's leadership now I feel very confident that going forward we'll see project success with this.
Questions?
Is there, we took testimony on this at our Joint Information Technology Oversight, and is there a memo from the chair and co-chair of that committee?
If I might, this is Catherine Benham from the Joint Fiscal Office. There's not an official memo at this time, but there were 6 legislators who were supposed to provide a recommendation, and they emailed the chair and vice chair of JITAC emailed and said yes, they approved this, but they're concerned about some of the projects, and they're going to keep an eye on this project, and will continue through the rest until the legislative session starts talking and hearing more about this. So of the 6 chairs that had provided a recommendation, I heard from 5, and they all supported approving this funding, but along with Dan Smith's recommendation, keeping an eye on how it's moving forward. And I think there were some other questions, but I'll let you all.
The other question was, you're able to keep in budget because some things are delayed in terms of when they're coming on or the expenditures. And so there was concern overall, are we going to be within the estimated costs? And we were assured, and I think this is the purpose of this financial sheet on the back, that yes, there's variability when bills come in and so forth, and some things may be coming in higher, some a bit lower. We weren't seeing as many of the lower ones, but the estimate was that it's still within that estimate that was provided to institutions when they were developing the capital bill request. So that was, am I the only one on Joint Information Technology here? Okay. So I'm just letting you know what our discussion was. And then the other was the consolidation, recognizing that the Medicaid management information, that's what the MMIS is. It's a claims. It pays the bills. It pays providers. So the MMIS, which has been headed up by Lori Collins, it was viewed that because sort of the functional interplay between these 2 IT systems, that it would be good to consolidate the project director. What do you call it? I love all this new jargon. In flight. Does in flight mean you're started and your plane has left the airport, but it hasn't landed yet?
Yes.
I mean, you know.
From the time it leaves the gate, right? Whether you're taxiing on the runway or you're in the air.
So we could have just been sitting in line at the end of the runway.
No, I take it as in moving, right? So the project, the contracts have been executed. There's people on the ground, and we're starting to plan.
So that was what we had for testimony at the time that has led to this. There was concern about, obviously, when you have a change in leadership, but Lori has been with DIVA. She has been there so long. She started in social welfare, so it's like 40 years experience in working with this. And so the money was the other, and the concern also was around what's in the red box, and that was, you know, the delay of that. So that's sort of the discussion from your, what are we, JITAC? Oh, all right. Is that?
JITAC. Yep.
Does
Yeah,
that,
that's correct.
Pretty much capture our
And I believe Cassandra Madison walked through the ups and downs with Senator Brock after the last meeting to show where the low points were and where the high points were to you know, further explain in more detail than the report had.
I'm glad somebody knows what's going on, because I'm feeling totally lost at this point. Mary?
Thank you. So what does doing a retrospective mean?
We're looking back at what we've done so far on all of the projects that we've undertaken as part of the IE portfolio, what's worked, what hasn't, we've been moving so fast for the past couple of years on making sure we're hitting timelines and building new capabilities for Vermonters that we thought with the leadership change, getting everyone up to speed, looking back and doing lessons learned, what have we learned so far across these projects? What have we learned about our timelines? What have we learned about budgeting for these type of development projects? What have we learned about our resourcing? You know, in the beginning, I remember we were trying to do all of this in-house or a large part of it, and we've been unable to find the right skill sets to come and work for the state of Vermont. There's a workforce shortage that we experience just like everyone else, and that's been challenging for us to be able to get some of this work done. So to look back and say, you know, that hasn't been working for us, what's our strategy going forward to make sure that we can meet the timelines that we need to meet?
I should say to the committee, I have a number of questions that came from Representative Fagan and Representative Toll, so I'm trying to kind of, plus throwing in my own questions as we go along. One of the concerns that I think Dan Smith raised and Representative Fagan did was the issue of leadership and having one individual responsible for this. And did I understand that we now have somebody appointed who can be held accountable? It's the individual Senator
Laura
Kitchell.
Collins.
Yeah. So that is the person in charge.
Right, so the way I would address this, because I think this is really important, is
No, it's always Mike's heads
Yes.
on the line.
Yes.
That's why I was going to say, let me look into this a little bit more, but yeah.
I mean, one of the things we've heard clearly from our consultant is that there should be one person responsible for managing this. And obviously the secretary is or both secretaries are at the end of the day on the line for this, but we want one person accountable. Okay.
So there is a program person responsible, and that at this time is Lori Collins, who's doing a great job. At the end of the day, the governor's responsible, right? And holding Secretary Smith and I accountable to make sure that this gets done. But with these types of projects, there's program pieces and then there's technology pieces. So for, you know, the way I look at it, you know, this has to be a 50-50 partnership under this new model of ADS and the consolidated model of IT resources. You can't hold Mike completely accountable for something that may be technology related that is solely, you know, on the Agency of Digital Services and vice versa, right? So in my eyes, this has to be a shared accountability between Mike and I. I understand what you're saying about one person, but in this model, the way these big technology projects work, there has to be shared accountability. I'm 100% at the table sharing that responsibility to make sure that we get this done.
You're making me a little nervous. I understand what you're saying. I understand our government model, but again, we need one person who can call and make the phone call, whose only attention is on this, not on the vast array of obligations you all have.
Right.
Under you.
Yeah.
Where does that little triangle go next?
So I'll speak if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
In my eyes, in our organizational structure that we've recently redone, it's Lori Collins. It's at the top of that.
So if we want to say, how come this doesn't happen in the way it's supposed to happen, Lori is the person we want to have up here explaining to us what went wrong, what went right.
Okay. I would think the same way Cass Madison
Right.
has been the lead individual for.
I haven't had an opportunity to really delve into that model yet, but you know, I understand what you're saying, and the way that I understand that Cass Madison had sort of, you know, you could call her. I want to try to replicate that as much as possible. I had one meeting on this already. I just need to sort of filter through this.
And then, as I'm sure we all were, a deep concern about the business intelligence project and getting it going. So we've discussed that, but I just feel obligated on behalf of my two colleagues who aren't here to say that there's a real concern about that, as well as with the master data management project. I know that's on your radar. I personally wonder if at what point do we have the courage to say it's not working, we're done trying to do it this way. And I would hope that that you all look at that instead of, it just seems that with a lot of IT projects, we just keep trying to make it work. And we find ourselves 4, 5, 6 years later continuing to try rather than succeeding. And I think we're all deeply concerned about that and knowing when to fish or cut bait. To that point, Representative Fagan's original thought, his original reaction was, we should not be continuing with this funding. We need to be, holding, understanding this better. Subsequently, having spoken with everybody and understanding the consequences of not going forward, he's cautiously supportive of doing that, which again, that's where I am and Representative Toll were in our conversations about that. But we just wanted to be clear about the degree of concern that we have with this. And that, again, at some point we need to say this isn't working if it's not working, and we're looking obviously to our legislative committees, but also to you all for assuring us that we've got it.
Representative Hooper, let me just assure you, and I have a reputation, I'm not afraid to pull the plug if things aren't working. As you know, I'm pretty results driven, and so if the results aren't there, then why pour more money into it?
Thank you. I think the other thing that we need, and it comes back and it's referenced all the time, and that was the system that we set up at the time with the ACA, and that's in essence being replaced, which is so. As painful as this might be, and this one area of delay, if we were to decide not to move forward with all the green, which is some indication of success, then we would be with what we have, which is enormously expensive and still requiring, last I knew, 50 employee workarounds. So I think we are cautious. If this had more red, I think we would certainly be more concerned. But in making any decision, I think we've got to also weigh out what does it mean to stay where we are or to pull the plug. And if you should recommend that, then we would have to understand what are all those implications.
I would assume if the plug were pulled, that there would be a plan for, how we're managing this.
Right.
I'm not saying just stop, but when do you know to go on a different path?
And now I wish I wouldn't have said pull the plug.
Because it's not quite that simple.
It's not.
Take a different form.
So I think it's important to mention that we triggered a contingency. So we have two paths going in parallel right now. The path that we were on to do things in our environment that we already pay for in the state. And then the second path is to add the Oracle Business Intelligence Enterprise environment to the Optum FISMA environment. There's all these acronyms. I'm trying to make sure I spell them all out here. In parallel, we need one of those things in order to meet our federal requirements and compliance. So we're looking at making sure that we have multiple paths. So if we fail over here or if it's not working, we're able to offer that other option as I think is what you're saying.
The importance of technology came home to us. As many of you know, we're going through Justice Reinvestment 2, and Mike was, I can't remember if you were Commissioner, Secretary of Administration or
I can't remember.
Human Services at the time we did Justice Reinvestment 1. But one of the challenges we're having in trying to move forward is the lack of data that they're able to get from both DCF as well as the Department of Corrections, Department of Public Safety, and all the different agencies. So if you try to make data-driven decisions and none of the systems talk to each other, it creates problems. And I asked the commissioner of DCF, well, what's the recidivism rate among juveniles who end up in the adult system? Well, if we even tried to find out, we couldn't do it under our present system. So I think it's, before you decide to pull the plug, it's tremendously important to have that information.
I've got to be more careful with it.
I think that we've always seen that as part of the value in doing this in our environment that we're already paying for, is being able to use that data across not only human services, but across the enterprise where appropriate. And by having systems siloed all over the place, it becomes very hard to create those data-driven decisions.
So I think it's an example of why.
Okay. Other questions?
So you need a motion to authorize the release of, what's it, 750?
It does? Yes, it does. Yes, I do. Yep.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, Senator Kitchell made the motion to release the next set of funding. Senator Westman seconded. Further discussion? If not, further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. That motion has carried. Okay, that's
So we have about 15 minutes.
Dan, we're gonna let you go now.
Secretary's out in the hall.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary of Transportation's in the hall.
Oh, great.
okay. Some of us may get longer than a 20-minute lunch before our next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great to
I'll
be
go
back.
So you're going to do two strategic plans at the same time?
Well, what's the second one?
VSAC.
Oh, yes.
That's going to look like a piece of cake.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Good to see you again.
Or she's out, I don't know.
Oh, she's out of style. She's dressed like a You're left to learn, so.
Okay, we're ahead, we're now back. Okay. Back to being serious. Okay. Secretary Flynn, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We're here at your request as a follow-up, I believe, to the first meeting. Some questions were posed regarding the condition of the bridges that we were just advising some of you of at that point. We followed up with the committee, and I think perhaps there's some more questions for us. So we're prepared to discuss what we've been able to release for the public records request at this point. Obviously, this is still an ongoing investigation being worked with the Attorney General's office, so we will talk about what we have released, and we'll try to answer whatever questions that you have, bearing in mind we have to maneuver the investigation carefully.
Okay, and I think also, how do we prevent this from
Correct.
happening in the future?
Correct. With me, I think you all know Chief Engineer, sorry about that, Chief Engineer Wayne Simmons. Wayne spent the bulk of his career also running our structures division, which is bridges, so he's eminently qualified, and we will discuss how we provide oversight to our field staff, which we tried to outline in this letter dated on October 3rd, but it's easier to do it in person. So I think I would turn that piece over to Wayne, because construction and managed materials is under the highway division, and we can start there.
Can I just ask one question? And that was in the minutes as well. And that is there kind of any action underway in terms of compensation? Because at least from what we read in the paper,
right,
the life span of these structures is less than would have been
right.
the case. And so at the same time, AOT is looking at these oversight practices. Is the Attorney General or any legal action being taken in terms of compensation to the state for the reduced utilization?
Currently, no action has been taken. The Attorney General's office has filed a notice of false claims and potential breach of contract, but no actions beyond that have occurred. We are tracking all of our expenses related to this project. You know, our engineering time, the testing, the materials testing, the contractor that's doing the testing, and what Wayne can talk about is what we see as the mitigating fix, if you will, which will deal with the shortened lifespan. So those are all costs that we will attempt certainly to recover through the process, but that process hasn't ensued yet.
But the plan is to.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I did have a conversation with Assistant Attorney General Diamond, and he offered to come before the committee, but said he'd have to do it in executive session. But that they are pursuing what to do about the losses. I guess I characterize it as the lost years off the project. I guess it was supposed to be 100 year and down to 25 or something.
So yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, I don't even know how long, since the bridges are, one of the bridges I use almost daily, I wonder.
I think it'll be good for as long as you're.
I suppose they'll probably take my license away before the bridge crumbles, but I'm just concerned that, you know, do we wait until it crumbles or do we replace it sooner than we expected? How do you deal with this?
So if I may, I can start there if you would like. So for the record, my name is Wayne Simmons. I'm the Chief Engineer for the Highway Division for the Agency of Transportation. So the design life of a bridge is not an exact science. We are designing bridges every day and putting in certain practices that we believe that will get us to a 100-year life on a bridge. As you may know, we're replacing bridges that are nearly 100 years old now, but what we forget is that for the first 50 years of their life, they weren't subjected to road salt. So the first 50 years were relatively easy on those bridges, which is why our interstate system, we're replacing bridges that are 50 years old because they pretty much have had salt attacking them for their entire life. So what do we do to extend the life of bridges? It is in the types of materials that we choose. We design them with reserve capacity, so they're not designed right to exactly what we need. So, and they also are designed in a way that reduces the ability for salt to attack them. So I believe that it's my quotes in the newspapers that have talked about we may have lost up to 25 years of life on these bridges. And what may not have been quoted very accurately in the paper is that I qualified that by saying that I do not have an equation that says here is how much life, but based on my experience and what I know of the situation, we may have lost up to 25 years of life on some of these bridges. And where I get that from is the fact that, as I talked about it, Mother Nature and salt attack our bridges, and if we have construction practices that eat into that reserve capacity that I talked about, we won't have that reserve capacity at the end of the life of a bridge to have that stay open and be safe. So it is somewhat of a guesstimate. And if I may, I have some things to hand out, and I'll get back to what we're looking at in terms of repairs that we're considering. So I'll just pass this out so I can set the stage for what we're talking about. So last June 2018, we were asked to meet with the Federal Highway Administration, our local partners here, and they made us aware for the first time of allegations of improper construction practices on 4 bridges that were constructed by J. McDonald. And at the time, you can see in the handout that the first sheet of the handout is a redacted version of what we were shared that first day. It talked about 2 bridges on or over Route 279 in Bennington, and 2 bridges on I-91 in Guilford. and the allegations had to do with anchor bolts and reinforcement in bridges. So just to kind of set the stage, and I apologize, I am a little bit of a bridge geek, so sometimes I will say things like I know what people are talking about, but I just want to get some language out. So if we go to this picture of Guilford Bridge 3 on I-91, looks like this. So what you see here is a picture of one of the bridges in the allegations. There's the superstructure part on top that carries the traffic. And then there are these intermediate supports. Those are called, I'm going to call those bridge piers. Okay? On this bridge, there's 2 piers. And then at the ends of the bridge, there are these components that I will call abutments. Okay? That's where the bridge ends and goes into the roadway portion. So when we got the allegations, it was vague in terms of how much might have been cut, where it was cut, whether it was in the abutments or the piers. So we immediately took a look at the designs and we started to consider the risk associated with those allegations. We reviewed all of our bridge inspection reports, what we had on the project, to see if we had any idea if we could narrow down what exactly was meant by potentially cutting anchor bolts or cutting reinforcing steel. And what I will say is that from a risk standpoint and the way that the bridges are designed, we were much more concerned about any of those actions happening on the piers as opposed to the abutments. There's a bunch of structural reasons for that, but the short story is that if reinforcement was cut in the abutments, it likely was not going to be a safety concern, because right now we weren't talking about life, we were talking about, all right, immediate safety concerns, what do we know, and how does this affect the safety of the traveling public. So we did some work, some initial work, and in September of 2018, we went out with a substantial effort hiring a specialized consultant to do what we'll just consider, or I'll describe as non-destructive testing on the bridge piers. That non-destructive testing is using radar and other high-tech methods to look inside of the concrete, to look for instances where it was likely that reinforcement and anchor bolts had conflicts, which could tell us whether or not there could be issues there, and to try to figure out what the extent of that risk is. So we got some preliminary results, and in January, when the final report came in, we were certain that there was a number of conflicts that made us concerned that these allegations, there was something to really look at. We immediately initiated some engineering expertise from a consultant to look at the way the piers were designed and to make some conservative assumptions on how many reinforcing pieces might be cut in any of these bridges, and to tell us if the worst case came through, do we have a safety concern? Again, not knowing how much or the extent, we just knew that there was likely an issue. The results of that analysis told us that to varying degrees, we had used the reserve capacity with these assumptions in all of the 4 bridges, but that even with those worst case scenarios, that today there was no safety concern immediate because the bridges were still relatively new and it was safe. But we still wanted to make sure that we knew the extent of it. And I'm sorry.
Was the survey done just on these 4 bridges that you're indicating, or was it, because I'm trying to, is this confined only to 2011 bridges?
So that non-destructive testing was confined to the 4 bridges in the allegation. In the spring of this year, as soon as the weather permitted. We did order our bridge inspection teams out in the field, and they inspected special inspection, hands-on, to look at all of the bridges that J.A. McDonald had constructed between 2002 and the present. You have a list of those bridges that we inspected in your package. Not all of them had piers, but the ones that did have piers, I ordered the bridge inspectors to actually have full access so they could get up there and see them firsthand to see if there was any reason to believe that any of the bridges weren't performing the way that they were supposed to. Yes?
This company got sold sometime between the period of time you're referencing. So
Yes.
are the allegations both under the prior ownership or isolated with the subsequent to the sale? Or you don't know yet?
So the allegations and the construction of these bridges preceded the sale of the company.
And they were all in a set period of time.
They were all, at least for these allegations, narrowly confined, but you may be aware that previous to these allegations, J.A. McDonald also was subject to an investigation, again from a whistleblower, about improper construction in a Bristol bridge, in which the Federal Highway Administration and the federal government settled a monetary, and they had to go in and do repairs on the bridge after it was constructed to restore that. So once we had the engineering review of these bridges done, I prioritized the next steps based on how much of the reserve capacity was used. Because again, to me, I care about the long term, but immediately it was about safety and making sure that we knew what was going on. And because of the design and the types of the bridges, the East Road Bridge over 279 was our highest priority to get to the end of the investigation and to take a deeper look. So in July of this year, using the results that we had from the non-destructive testing, we started destructive investigation, not something that we take very lightly. It's never good to break into new concrete to see what's under the surface, but it was necessary here to confirm what we believed to be the case. So in July, we began testing destructively on the East Road Bridge, and we have received confirmation based on that testing that some of the allegations were true. The good news is that we did not discover anything outside of our initial assumptions that we made in terms of the safe aspect of the bridge. So based on that, we are moving ahead, and we have actually started a project to repair and restore the reserve capacity that we originally had in this bridge, and that construction will happen most likely in the spring of 2021.
And this is the bridge that takes you to the Mount Anthony Middle School.
Yes.
So it becomes school buses going over this bridge daily, dozens, and kids from all over the supervisory union go to the middle school. So it's I go under the bridge, not over.
So
all trolls go under the bridge.
So
right.
And again, I mean.
But I have to be under it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, all trolls go under it.
Nearly every bridge has school buses that go over it. My family uses
I'm just pointing out that
bridges.
it is right next to the middle school, so you're using this.
And I guess if at any time I thought that this bridge wasn't safe for all of the loads, including school buses, we would have done something. I would have had the bridge inspectors down there that day with parking their truck across that to stop it. Or one of the things we could have done would be to make it one way to again reduce the loads. But from a certainty standpoint, after the destructive testing, as an engineer, I know pretty certain what I'm analyzing there. So, I think that we are in good shape until 2021. We'll do some repairs to restore that reserve capacity so that we'll get to the useful life of the bridge as it was intended. So that was what I was prepared to sort of tell the story of where we've been and where we are with those bridges. I'm happy to take questions on that.
Guilford, right? Sweet.
Yes.
How do I know that on the way up here, I used a temporary bridge in Pittsford, and I think I emailed you about that. The bridge is temporary, but it was built with 2 lanes so that traffic could go both ways and you wouldn't hold up Route 100. But something happened, and so somebody didn't build it wide enough or decided it wasn't wide enough, so you put in a traffic light to stop traffic both ways, which is probably for safety. But who's responsible for that particular decision to put up the traffic light? Actually, when I went across it this morning, there was a fuel truck and a dump truck coming the other way. I don't know how the dump truck, we had the green light, but the dump truck was there, and both passed flying. So how does that, you obviously paid to have a 2-lane temporary bridge, and then while you're building the new bridge, how would you know that new bridge is being built to the specifications that you're paying for, and who's responsible for deciding the temporary bridge wasn't wide enough? Those are, and
2 questions.
who gets charged, right? Who gets the bill for not doing it right?
Okay. So,
those are 2 questions.
All right. So let me take the responsible.
And I hate to use that bridge, but it just.
No.
So in terms of who's responsible for the decisions about bridge safety, whether it's that bridge or any bridge, okay? We have a 4 teams of bridge inspectors that are out there daily inspecting bridges, and we also get information from the field if it's a construction that gets pushed up through that group. They are doing that analysis, and essentially the bridge maintenance engineer, okay, that's in charge of the bridge inspection group is the first one that says we either have a problem or this is good. If there is a problem, ultimately that gets brought to me, and I'm the one that makes the decision about whether or not something should be posted or restricted in the guise of safety. So it's not a contractor that gets to make that decision. It's not field staff out in the district that get to make that decision. Ultimately, that decision comes up through very qualified people, and they make a recommendation to myself.
Who pays for the failure? It's
our bridge, anyway.
So
I know, but who does the contractor who didn't put it in properly, or is it an engineer who didn't plan it properly, or how does this happen?
So on that particular project, the one-way versus the two-way is not really a capacity issue. It's more of a geometric issue and a safety issue during the construction phase. So we often design and specify, because in that case we designed we designed where the temporary bridge would go, we designed the curves, but sometimes we can't always predict exactly how traffic is going to go through there, and we can't always get that right. And so sometimes we do need to make an audible where we say, you know what, this two-way bridge isn't working. So
But clearly in this case, what was done was the bridge was designed a certain way and they didn't complete the design in a certain way. During the construction process, we have periodic reviews and inspections by our people of the work that's being done. So someplace in that inspection process, something wasn't done for them to put the materials that were designed in the place. What I don't see in any of this, this outlay is what are we doing to make sure that that inspection process as these projects are going forward. I think the agency in all of this had the right design, they had the right pieces. The company didn't do what they said they were going to do when they let the bid.
Right.
So how are we making sure that in that inspection process during the building that we're changing that to make sure that we don't have this happen to us?
Before Wayne gets into the details, Senator, I would say this. We cannot fully address that in an open forum, which is what I believe the Deputy Attorney General is referring to. Okay? Wayne can, with detail, talk about the job of our resident engineers who are on our projects, if not daily, nearly daily. At times, we also have consultant inspectors. We have a combination. It requires communication from a contractor to the state and from the state to the contractor.
Yeah.
So I think that's the limit on specificity regarding these bridges that I really am comfortable giving at this point. We can talk about our ongoing process. I think the point I'd like to make is we're not changing something. We believe the system we have is a decent system, but it requires partnerships. And so I just wanted to make that
I don't want to compromise any of our case, but what for me is most important is that going forward, not looking back or anything, that our inspection process during the construction period is up to snuff so we catch these things before it happens to us again. You know, it kind of seems like bridges built in 2011 and I'm in 19 and this is just coming out. It's the luck of the draw that we caught this now. And I want to make sure that the companies that get the contracts build to our designs.
Correct, we do.
And I know you do. But I mean, what that would require, though, is some review of the process of inspection during the time of construction. And I don't have to have an answer today, and I don't want to compromise any case, because I think that if all of this is true, in my view, McDonald's should pay. But I want to make sure going forward that we get what we ask for.
So we would agree with that.
So let me talk about a little bit about what we've done since this has come to light. We do have a rigorous safety program. The safety program, frankly, starts in design, because again, you know, the design does recognize that not always are things built perfectly. There's some tolerance, so we have to accommodate that as part of the design. But what this has highlighted yet again is that there are certain means and methods that a contractor might choose to install anchor bolts on a bridge that are more risky than others. So we have put out guidance to all of our designers and to those that write our specifications that we will no longer allow any anchor bolts to be installed after the concrete has been placed. Essentially, the operation that caused some of this conflict. That's taking a little bit of the creativity out of the contractor's hands, but I think that it makes sense because it does lessen the risk that this is going to happen again. We've also put out specialized training this spring to all of our field staff, including the consultants, about what the importance of inspection of this particular type of work is, how to make sure that we get what we're paying for and that it's installed correctly. But at the end of the day, we do have a safety program, and actually, let me pass this out. You can have some of these. This was a memo that we put together for Secretary Flynn to Commissioner Gresham as a result of the last meeting, knowing that there were some questions. On all of our projects, we do have a resident engineer and we have field staff assigned to each of them to inspect the construction activities that go on. There's a lot that goes into what our quality assurance plan is and how we carry that out. But the takeaway I'd like to leave with all of you is that is risk-based. We do not have the staff or the budget to watch every single thing 100% of the time because it's just not possible. But we are looking to make sure that these activities that are higher risk do have that inspection and they do have the oversight in the field. And that said, when the contractor is scheduled to be on the project and scheduled to do work, we schedule the field inspection to be there to match that. And I think that as more comes out about this, you'll see how this dovetails with preventing what happened on, or is alleged to have happened on these bridges.
I guess I can't recognize myself, but I'm finding it concerning. If this were just one bridge, I'd say we made a mistake. But this is a whole lot of bridges that were done. And fortunately, it sounds like there's no immediate safety concern. And I understand that we're working it through and we're doing some more training. But obviously, somewhere in our safety inspection program or something, there's a problem. And I understand that there's lawsuits and I'm sure it's who said what to whom when gets in there. But as we go forward, I hope when this is finished, that we hear what happened in a lot more lot more detail. And if you have, if you need more personnel, if you need better equipment, I've heard a rumor you don't always have the most up-to-date tech equipment. That we get to hear that. I mean, I'm sitting and looking at all these nice new shiny bridges, but you guys drive to Moortown lately? And then there was East Montpelier. That bridge, I didn't drive over it for a few years. I got to go under some of the bridges in Montpelier and see where they were before we closed 3 of them. We need to make sure that something of this scale doesn't happen again.
We would certainly agree with you, and I wish that we could sit here and tell you things that I think would speak to your concerns, but it's some of those things that, in deference to the investigation that the Attorney General's office is running, we're really not at liberty to speak about at this point. I think it's important, I hope you believe me, I think I can talk about this because it's a matter of public record. If you go back to the Bristol Bridge project and the settlement between J.A. McDonald and the United States government, there was nothing in that process that suggested the Agency of Transportation was at fault for not finding something or not seeing something done. What occurred there was the contractor was charged with putting anchor bolts in the bridge, which were deliberately shortened because of the conflicts that Wayne talked about. It clearly wasn't done while a V-Trans inspector was there.
Once it's in the concrete, you can't see it.
Well, bolts are, yes, that's true. The bolts were shortened. So the point I'm trying to make carefully, and again, that's a matter of public record, and I'm comfortable talking about it. The point I'm trying to make is, a moment ago I talked about there needs to be communication back and forth. There has to be a partnership with the agency. As Wayne said, it doesn't matter how many employees you have or how many pieces of equipment you have. This summer we have about 58 active construction projects simultaneously around the state of Vermont, so I'm obviously coming to conclusion now with the weather. It isn't possible to have eyes on every single muscle movement every day on every project. But as Wayne said, when these critical portions of these projects occur, we always are. But this all assumes the partnership. This all assumes that everyone on that project is working in the same direction. And again, it's hard for us to not be able to share things with you, and I can only imagine how frustrating it is to want information, to either determine whether you think we need to increase our oversight or just to understand this situation. And I certainly empathize with that.
So I think that only question, or not the only question, but the question I've got is, and maybe it's a timing question, given the fact that there was this issue around the Bristol Bridge, shouldn't that have heightened our concern? And I know, putting aside these 4 bridges, which were done in 2011, but we have contracts currently with this company in Waterbury and another, I can't remember which one.
So let me,
thank you.
Bristol, in the chronological order of construction, Bristol was the last one constructed. So it's not as though Bristol had occurred. We found out, the government came in, there was a settlement, and then the bridges we're talking about down in Bennington and Guilford were constructed. Those were constructed before Bristol. So my point is, whatever had occurred on those bridges in southern Vermont had already occurred by the time of the Bristol project.
I assumed that was right, but we entered into 2 other contracts.
We did.
And I'm just.
We did. We entered into
at least 2. I mean, the
Cabot Route 2.
So the settlement on Bristol and the investigation done by the Federal Highway Administration and the federal government settled on the fact that this was an isolated incident perpetrated by, the report says, 2 rogue employees that decided to do this on behalf of their employer. And when we reviewed the evidence and the settlement, we didn't have any other information to believe that that wasn't true.
Correct.
So that resulted in financial penalty for J.A. McDonald and substantial cost for them to fix the Bristol Bridge to get the capacity back to where it was supposed to be. But it also resulted in 2 J.A. McDonald employees being disbarred for life on working on federal projects. So taking that at face value, we were progressing, and J.A. McDonald was in good standing in terms of being pre-qualified to do other work. Now that doesn't mean that we weren't still looking at their work closely. They did construct 2 bridges following Bristol on the Cabot-Danville project most recently. Very small bridges that did not involve piers and were subcontracted. So again, and we've looked at that pretty closely. So your point is taken. I think our approach was, okay, here's the settlement, but we were in a mode where we were verifying that they were doing the work And the Waterbury project that's currently under construction does not involve bridges and is a very sort of different utility and drainage type project instead of a bridge project.
And in Waterbury's case, when we signed that contract, we did not have evidence. We had allegations, but we did not have evidence. I had seen paperwork when I became secretary going back 25 years on Main Street, Waterbury, and I had to sign off on the last piece of that and made the decision that the right thing to do for the taxpayers, the right thing to do for the residents of Waterbury was to go forward with that, because as Wayne says, it's a completely different type of project. It's a road project. The company had a history of success and capability on those types of projects, and we are working very closely. We are watching that project very closely, but for a whole series of reasons, to have attempted to have broken that contract, the state itself probably would have been held liable, and it could have taken a year or two or more to re-engage at a higher price with a different contractor. Meanwhile, Waterbury continues to wait. That was the reason why that decision was made.
We're now over time, so I'm going to have to start moving this.
My only comment is we have a JTOC committee, and I didn't know whether there was any discussion, but transportation oversight, of which some of us are members as well. Right. So I didn't know whether, you probably had discussions with the chairs of the two policy committees.
I would think that the transportation committee should take it up. Where my specific concern is not after the fact inspections on the bridges that we have out there, but when you identify high-risk items and you made changes in both specification and employee training, I think at some point you owe it to the legislature to say, here's the changes we made to address those specific things. Because if the materials that they're using are not what were specified ahead of time, and we're caught flat-footed after the fact, that I don't care which company it is, we should catch that before the project gets finished.
And you're right, I would agree with that. It's not about substandard materials, though. And again, it's just hard to not tell you what I'd like to tell you.
Okay, we will.
I would say the Judiciary Committee will also follow up on because it's we wrote the False Claims Act. We are responsible for that.
I mean, an analogy.
We'd like to follow up if it has to be an executive session. We can do that.
You know, this might be a bad analogy, but to the point about we changed inspection practices as a result of this, or we gave different information to our field staff to look for different things. I think some of the analogy I might offer is 50 years ago, if you look at how police departments policed, they policed, I think, maybe based on the body of knowledge that they had regarding the activities that they oversaw in a society. As a whole myriad of activities changed in 50 years, we have a whole different way of how we police to meet those needs. So the analogy I'm trying to draw is it isn't so much about policing was not sufficient back then or it's not sufficient today, but circumstances change. And
I think in this case we understand it. We understand that the vehicles that travel are heavier. We understand that more salt is being used. We understand those have all changed. This is really a case of, are we getting what we asked for in the specifics of the contracts that we signed? And apparently you've changed some functions that you've done. And for a comfort level, I think the committees of jurisdiction, which would include judiciary and transportation, ought to be apprised of what you've changed.
Talk to Senator Mouser.
I'm going to have to wrap this up because we've got at least one more issue we need to cover.
That's fine. Thank you for taking it up, Madam Chair. We all use bridges.
Some of us have a long history with bridges.
Some drive in under them and they don't know what they're doing in their head.
When they were the
They
choice
had a great
company.
reputation.
Yes, they did.
You know,
I
after
think
Bristol, I wrote letters to the delegation, and I wrote letters to the Federal Highway Administration, which are on open record, in support of the company. Because as Wayne said, everything at that point that we knew indicated that it was, in the words of the settlement. Right.
It's okay. I'm Steve Klein from Joint Fiscal Office, and we're going to start off by just going through quickly the grant approval process, which the committee needs to act on. Basically, just as background, we changed the grant approval process a little bit, and Becky will go over that. And so that in the law last year, and so what we need to do is make some changes to our policy.
Sure. So Rebecca Wasserman, Legislative Counsel. So last year in the budget bill, there were some changes to clarify the grant approval process in Title 32. A lot of that was separating out the executive branch approval process from the legislative and judicial branch process, so that the legislative and judicial branches don't have to go through the same process where they're sending the grants to the governor's office for approval. There were also some clarifications, such as adding some definitions to clarify, exactly what a grant is, what state agencies that have to go through the process. There was also some reference to what a small grant means, whether or not a grant with a certain monetary amount has to go through the process. And then the last sort of big change was that the Joint Fiscal Committee was given authority to implement policies to implement the statute. Before this, the only policies that were in place referenced the expedited approval process that was done off session. And so as a result of the statutory change, we drafted some policies that speak to more parts of the process than just that expedited review. Did you want me to go on?
Well, no,
Okay.
I don't know whether you want to go through all of it, or do you want to just highlight things from it, or what would be useful?
What do we need to do?
We actually have to approve it, policy, and
So maybe you better tell us what it is.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the only thing that was in the policy before was what the process was for expedited review. So this is much more substantive, detailed than that.
This is it.
That's it. Those are the policies. So the first sort of big change it does is add in some definitions, and these are coming from what is in statute. So there's a definition for grant, for loan, and small grants and state agency. And this is just trying to clarify what we're talking about in the policy. The other sort of change or thing that is highlighted in the policy is that in the statutory section it says that when you receive materials from the governor's office, it goes to the Joint Fiscal Office, who then sends it to this committee. But there's no timeline to that, so what's added in Section 3 is that the Joint Fiscal Office staff will send copies of those materials once they are completed to this committee as soon as practicable. And I think that's trying to give Dan or whoever's working on it a little flexibility of if grant materials are received and the package isn't complete, then he can have a back and forth with them.
Maybe, everybody know what this is? I found it. So.
Okay, so there's just giving some flexibility to sending over the materials as soon as grant materials are completed. Although the hope is to get them to you all as soon as possible. The statute was also changed to say that the legislative and judicial branches had a separate approval process. So in section 4 of the grant policies, there's some language added about what actually has to be submitted. So the Joint Fiscal Committee is requiring approval from the legislative and judicial branches of grants that are valued at more than $15,000, and those materials would be sent directly to the Joint Fiscal Office. Section 5 under expedited grant review. So this was in the previous version of the grant policies. The change here is that the process for expedited review requires that a majority of the committee vote to approve expedited review. There was a little bit of a conflict in the language before. At one point it said a majority of the committee, and then at another point it said 7 members of the committee. So it was changed to 6 members to not require more than a majority. I don't know the historical reason for that, but that was just more of a cleanup change.
This is just to do the expedited review. Any one member can still.
That wasn't going to be my
Yeah, anyone,
question.
right.
Is that clear that that hasn't changed, or I didn't find it, that any one member can place something on the agenda?
Yeah, and at 5.4, that
That's in here
shall not be
somewhere.
waived in the event of an objection by any member.
Okay. Got it, okay, just couldn't find it.
The statutory changes also try to clarify that, that the approval process doesn't apply to grants that are under $1,500, so some nominal gift doesn't have to go through the whole committee process. But it does require grants over $15,000, so there's sort of that in-between amount between $1,500 and $15,000. And it does say in statute that notification has to be made to the Joint Fiscal Committee of those grants between those amounts of money. And so the policy in section 6, the small grant notification, is asking that that notification is made on a quarterly basis. So a list of all the grants would be sent over that are valued in between $1,500 and $15,000. And then the final change in statute that had to deal with the approval of limited service positions. So the statute was changed to essentially say that to give authority to the Joint Fiscal Committee to approve a limited service position in conjunction with a grant, because the language was what was being done, but the language was a little vague that the committee had that authority. And this is actually a point that is in the other part of my memo. So the language was changed to say that if the position is explicitly stated for a specific purpose in the grant, that position is accepted pursuant to the same approval process that the grant goes through. So if there's a limited service position request for an executive branch grant, it has to go through that same approval process.
Can you just approve a longer than that today?
I think we have a 5-year one.
We had a 5-year one today, right?
Yeah.
It's
That's a subject I would love to revisit, but not this moment. But it's just the way we use that term is getting broader and broader.
Well, you're correct. Some of these limited services go on. I know you have in the Attorney General.
Well, it's a way of saying to the public that we have this many state employees.
Right. Big issue.
It's a much bigger issue than we can do.
Right, and there's no statutory definition of limited service position, so we put in the definition from the Department of Human Resources personnel policies. That's, I guess, a guide, but it is a question of whether there should be a statutory definition.
Yeah. Since they're not following their guidelines.
Well, we're not following.
Or we're not.
Either.
Well, they're giving it to us to
Right.
approve.
We're
Yeah,
approving.
and then we're reviewing.
And then, I guess the second part of the memo, the proposed revision to
I have a question. Are you going to be communicating with GovOps, or in other words, we're saying we really need to deal with this language around limited service
I'm just sort of like, well, now we have it, how are we gonna?
We can give
Are
a
we,
commission.
are we gonna introduce it as?
But we're the ones who end up approving them.
Yes.
Look at the issue first, and we'll get back to you on it.
I think we just
So
don't want
are we
to,
members
we
of
need to
this
make sure
committee that
it ends up on an action list so that
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
talk to people and go, oh, I'm sorry about this, yeah.
At the very least, we should have, if it goes beyond these guidelines, it should be approved by the full committee, something of that nature. Rather than coming, through the email system where 6 of us say yes.
I always raise a question about it, so. Doesn't make any difference.
Well, we
but
don't have
I
the
always
authority
do
to
it.
create permanent positions.
I know.
We can, look at that issue.
Well, this is the much larger issue of
Exactly.
how we go through the process.
Many people 5 years in a permanent position.
Yes.
Yep.
For many people,
Okay,
if you take
so
away something that's going to be
that
2
is,
years, you're a bad
just a summary of what the policy is. I do have another issue that I raised in the memo that has to do with limited service
The statutory
positions,
question.
but I don't know if you want to deal with
Let's hold with
the
just
policy.
on the policy, and then the statutory stuff we can
It
raise.
sounds like the rest of it needs more time and like, we're close enough now to do legislative involvement.
Well, on the policy, I had a question about 2.2 on the loan. I don't know if you saw my
Yes,
email
I
on
did,
that.
I did.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
yet.
Okay, so this is good language. I just was wondering.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the definition of loan in the policy and in statute is referencing specifically loans that are considered a gift to the state where there's no, they're getting something for free, so something that is interest-free or below market value. So a loan that is that has an interest rate or is above market value or at market value, there's.
It's not relevant in
It
this.
wouldn't need to go through the grant process because there would be.
You're not granting anything.
Yeah, you're not getting anything, a gift or anything for free.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what we need is a motion to approve this document.
So moved.
Representative Ansel has moved, I need a second.
Second.
Okay. Senator Westman has seconded approval of the Joint Fiscal Committee grant acceptance policies, dated, I think we'll put in today's date. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. That carries unanimously.
And just maybe before we go on this, I just wanted, you want to flag, there is one issue that's going to come up in the statutory in
Yeah.
the session.
So this also has to do with limited service positions, not the duration question, but this came up, I believe, it was this fall or summer, late summer, where the judiciary had a request for a limited service position, and we realized when looking at the language from last year that it says that the limited service position approval would go through the same process as the grant, but the cross-reference is just to the executive branch approval process. So the statute actually doesn't really contemplate an approval process that is separate for judicial and legislative limited service positions. So what that would mean in practice is that a judicial limited service position would have to go through a more cumbersome process than would be required for the actual underlying grant. So I came up with some proposed language just to separate out those processes.
But I think we'll do it, put this in a memo about limited service position issues and submit it to GovOps and both committees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you both.
I think, Steve, you have.
Okay, I just wanted to flag the 3 issues and then we'll break, hopefully not too late. One is on, one thing that's in my report is on the Ed Finance, the December 1 letter. It is going to be a little unusual this year because the arbitrator on the health care determination is not going to rule until December 15th, and that could have a $25 million, give or take, impact on the ed fund, depending on which way they go. It's last best offer. So when the letter comes out, one of the things...
So it'll be one or the other.
Yeah, it has to be one or the other. So we need to just think about, and maybe work with the administration about how they present that letter, because that's 3 cents on the tax rate, and it can be, and it's just or more. So we just need to, as that letter comes out, make sure that that's handled in a way that's appropriate. Second thing, it was mentioned in the fiscal officer report. We did finish negotiation on a 4-year contract with Tom Cavet, who is an economist. It is part of what makes us renegotiate rather than going to bid is the price of his contract, even though it seems a lot, $170,000 a year, is probably about half or less than anything that could come close. And I talked to some other states in this area, and their numbers were way even higher than that. And Tom actually did sign a contract which has cost of living increases for the 4 years. He did mention that compared to other work he does, including for New Hampshire, we're less than half of any other billable rate. So, right. So I just want to, so it is done, and it is, but at some point, 4 years from now, maybe who knows what his life. One of the things we'll think about in the next 4 years is this process of an external consultant make sense? But that's it. Final thing I want to flag that wasn't in our report, Representative Ansel and Senator Kitchell know way more about this, and they can talk to you if you like, or with you on this more. But there's the Joint Labor Management Committee Joint Legislative Management Committee. Oh boy, okay, Legislative Management Committee. Actually, Catherine is involved with it too, staffing. I'm the least involved. But they are looking at the issues coming out of the NCSL report. And 2 of the things they're doing are, or have done, I think, is separating out the IT component. And that means we'll probably move in the budget process a separate line item for IT as opposed to having it under Ledge Council. And so the second thing that they're doing is moving forward in some way with human resources capacity, which is a big issue in the sense of just maybe unified classification systems, pay systems, things like that. And then the other issue, which is just coming up increasingly, is just sort of hidden bias questions and just how do we really recruit our staff and make sure to do it in a way that's better. And the details on that are not with me. And the only other thing I wanted to flag is there's been a lot of discussion about changing the structure. Joint Fiscal Office currently, I was hired by you all, and my predecessors were hired by you all, and we do a lot of work with the committee, and one of the things that's come up is an issue of whether to let the Joint Legislative Management Committee do all the hiring of all, the staff heads. And it's just me taking the position. I think it probably should stay with the Joint Fiscal Committee, the hiring of the fiscal officer, partially because of the unique role that we actually do. Your committee does a lot of work in the summer where you have to make decisions and delegated things like the rescission process. And I think you have, in the past, it seems to have worked very well, but you actually have an interest in who that person is and what it does. Right now we have a dream team Joint Legislative Management Committee, and we have 2 money chairs on it, and the Speaker and Senate President both have been money chairs. So there's tremendous involvement, but that's not a guarantee. And so it's just, that is an issue. I don't know if you all want to comment on it because you're much more tired.
I asked Steve if he would at least brief the committee because there's been quite a lot of discussion about, what would happen to the Legislative Council Committee, what would happen to the Joint Technology Committee, and then what would happen to the Joint Fiscal Committee. And the Joint Legislative Management Committee has not made a final decision. I made the pitch, I guess, to leave Joint Fiscal as it is, but I realized that we had not had any discussion in here, and certainly this committee's view of that matters. So to leave Joint Fiscal as it is, certainly in terms of its statutory functions, but also in terms of its staff supervision and the hiring of the fiscal officer. So that came up last week, I think, last Monday in the meeting. And it just seemed like
The other
since we're
part
here, we should be briefed on.
that came out is
Maybe
some
Paul.
members of the committee really aren't that familiar with the functions and responsibilities on the joint fiscal. And I thought, Tim was not there, but the speaker was there and really talked about the fiduciary obligations and that decisions have to be made when we're not in session. And that the nature and the creation of this committee is somewhat distinct.
I'd just say there's been conflict between the leadership of all the different players involved, and I don't think joint fiscal is the center of where that conflict is coming from.
No, but there is a proposal to establish an executive director, which would sort of have be the.
I understand.
Which I think the
but
committee is not likely to do, but it's possible.
I understand that, but I'm just saying from my vantage point, part of all this has come because of the conflict in other places, and I don't think that conflict has been from the leadership of joint fiscal.
Six o'clock, call this meeting to order. Can we get a motion for the minutes for November 6th and 13th?
I'll move that we approve minutes from select board meetings November 6th and November 13th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, warrants 11P, reappraisal fund 4 and 10A.
I'll move to approve bills for payment warrants 11P, reappraisal fund number 4 and 10A.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Otter, would you like to come up to the table?
Sure, absolutely, thanks. So thank you for making a bit of time for me to come in. I think Mike will be here any minute, hopefully. So Mike and I, we're going around doing a bit of a listening tour. We're going to all the select boards in the Wyndham 4 district. And, you know, I get so many emails these days, but I much rather prefer talking to folks in person now because I can actually, you know, engage and ask more questions and all that. So I wanted to hear from you guys about, you know, what some of your concerns are coming into the upcoming legislative session. You know, I've gotten a lot of different information from folks around the area, and so just wanted to touch base and see how things are going in Dummerston more so and see what ideas you might have. I can tell you a bit about what I've been working on, some of the more detailed stuff regarding the Judiciary Committee. You know, we recently passed a youthful offender bill.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, there he is. And there was a little bit of a loophole that they forgot to close, and so that was brought to my attention regarding domestic violence. And so I'll be working on that. Also, given some of the recent deaths and injuries of highway workers, AOT workers, I strengthened the bill regarding the move over law. So those are two things that I'll be pushing for specifically in the Judiciary Committee. And I know that in the broader picture, one of the first things we're going to be working on is the paid family leave bill and the $15 an hour minimum wage, as well as, I hope, cannabis commercialization. So that's what's on my mind going into the session. And Mike, I was just telling them that, you know, we're doing the listening tour, going around to all 3 towns, and just giving them a tidbit of what I'm working on.
What?
I was giving them a
listening tour.
Yes, yes.
We work well together.
Yes, we do.
I do want to apologize to you guys right up front. We'd done emails about the meeting, and Friday I completely forgot to put it on the agenda. So I'm sorry to people out there that, you know, you guys were here without. You're under visitors, so it's more than welcome to speak and stuff, but we may have had people show up to ask questions, so I dropped the ball on that, and I just want to apologize to everybody for
Yeah, I
that.
think we can offer that if there's another time that it would work.
Right, if people-
Have a meeting, especially if there's a topic that comes up, we're certainly available.
Right, so I just, so if anybody does have anything that they want to
Yeah.
ask, give me a call or give the select board a call, and we can set something else up if that's necessary.
So it helps me to think about things, to hear what it is you're working on. So I wonder, Mike, if you can just kind of like run down a list of the things that you're focused on in the legislature.
Well, much as anything, I also want to hear from you.
Right, I understand that, but it also, I'm just saying for context, it's
Certainly,
helpful.
big picture, things that we're looking at. What I'm hearing from a lot of people are concerns around healthcare and the costs. I don't know what your costs this year for insurance, what the increases were, but we're hearing from 10 to 25%, which is just not sustainable. And what we can do immediately is not clear. There's a growing sense that what we've done regionally, for instance, with the Reggie Compact, the regional greenhouse gas initiative, where we combined with 10 other states, and it's a cap and trade thing. We've been involved with for 10 years now. That may be the way to go, because to change our system in Vermont by ourselves, we can't do it. But what we're seeing is the current systems are not working. Healthcare is again becoming inaccessible because of copays, deductibles, increases in premiums. So we have to watch our outcomes to see if this is affecting whether people are going in for services or waiting for them. Climate is something that is on a lot of people's minds too, and how it affects right here on the ground level. I know most towns have been going through the upgrades for their roads and drainage based on what we went through with Hurricane Irene. And I don't know how Dummerston, where you are in that process, but I know it's been a challenge for Westminster, and Putney is banging away at it too, but we're increasing size of culverts, drainage ditches, and I mean the reality is we're looking at storms of a greater magnitude and frequency than we've known before. I know, just talking to Jack Mannix this year, he said when he first started farming over at Walker Farm there, you could pretty much guarantee around mid-September, in that week you get a killing frost. And this year it was first week of October, and he's down by the river. Other people mid-October and later. I'm not saying individual weather events add to climate, but that's something over 40 years that we're seeing. And what we can do individually and collectively, I think is important. One of the things a lot of people are doing, and certainly your house is an example of what a lot of people are doing, but just the way we heat. We have a lot of good programs now to help people buy heat pumps. Heat pumps are, I went through my first winter and went from burning 5 cords of wood to a little less than 1, which was to supplement the heat pump on the worst days. You get down below 0. My back likes it. And the fact that we're hooked into the Green Mountain Power Grid, their grid is 90% green. Their portfolio is 90% green. So we're making a difference there. It's also cheaper. From what I used to cut a couple 3 cords myself, buy a couple 3 cords, and when I look at what I was paying for wood in my time, it's cheaper to run the heat pumps too. And it's kind of nice to have the air conditioning in the summer. So that's something, we've done a lot to help. We're subsidizing that, we put money into that. We had a big meeting last night. Nodder and I are both part of the Climate Solutions Caucus in the legislature, and we're clear that this is something we need to keep right on pushing. One of the things that we're going to keep trying to do, though, is to we don't have a public transportation system in Vermont, and we need one. Electric cars might be good for some people, but for most people, the cost of electric cars is just prohibitive. We can bring those down to a degree, but the reality is that that's not the only solution. We need a public transportation system, and that's why there's a plan among 10 states in the northeast of New England to create another regional compact, a cap and invest program it's called, where there would be a surcharge at the source, the dealers who are putting gas and diesel and heating fuel out there, and then that money would be pushed back to the states to use as they see fit. What we would like to do, since we don't have a public transportation system, is create one. And some of the things included in that are light rail to go up and down the Connecticut River Valley for us. And what that would mean is they have cars now that are trains that are basically 2 cars. They can go backward and forward without having to turn around. And then an Uber kind of feeder system to get people there. These are big picture items that we're looking at. Going back into the healthcare realm, 2 years ago we passed a bill to help us import prescription drugs from Canada. We're on track, but we've taken a little delay because what we found out is other states want to do this, and if we can do this collectively, we might have a better position to put that in. The final step of that, though, is to get some approval from the federal government. There have been signs since the election that this president says he wants to do something about the price of prescription drugs, and this would be something he could do. Whether he will or not, we'll have to see.
That's good. I mean, I just, I didn't want to,
So I have a very local question, though, and this is a hot topic in Putney and Westminster, and I hope you're not having the problem with dogs that they are. We've had some horrible attacks on other dogs, people getting to the point where they are asking us to put something in statute, and it has to do with strict liability for, right now Vermont has what's known as first bite free. People are not held liable for attacks that their dogs perpetrate. It's something they can do at the town level as well, but what they're looking for is some help. So it sounds like you're not encountering that kind of thing.
well, I don't know.
And I'm glad.
I'm not sure that's the case.
It's something that they've been forced to take a look at, and at some point you may too.
Are we having a trouble with that? I mean, Zeke, you would be the one to say.
No.
Not to that degree.
Right.
I haven't heard much about that in Dummerston either. Primarily Putney was the catalyst, and then I started hearing it happening in Westminster as well.
I mean, it's not that we haven't had any incidents, because there have been some, but
Yes.
Yeah.
But not
to that degree.
right.
Yeah. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But before we would do something, we'd certainly want to keep you in the loop on that too. I mean, this is one of those things right down to the ground level that's affecting some of the towns, so we want to be responsive to what's happening.
So it is kind of interesting to make the connection between the legislation, the legislature and the select board. It's not our typical conversation to talk about what's going on in Montpelier and sort of, I don't think that we as a group necessarily have our ear to the track in terms of all Dummerston residents and what it, making that connection between our town and Montpelier. So I'd actually kind of be interested if anybody has particular things that we feel like we want to pass on to Mike and Nutter.
No, I didn't know they were on the agenda, so I
Yeah, that's
haven't
again my
put
mistake.
Thinking cap
Yeah,
on.
yeah, so.
But one of the things that I hope you know, that we're accessible, probably email is the best way to do it, and I know when things come up in regards to agriculture, and I don't know if you're hearing any pushback, I don't know that you have big dairy farms in Dummerston now, around the required agricultural practices that were put in place last year, but some of the bigger dairy farms are pushing back on some changes that have been made. I don't know that they're radical, but there's two regards. The first was that it's in regards to cleaning up our water. David Dean for years has been pushing for some of these things. The other thing is it works in regards to regenerative soil practices, and that's something in terms of carbon sequestration that makes a lot of sense. And if you haven't been hearing from people, that's a good thing. But if you do, we'd certainly be glad to talk to people about that. We think for the long run, these are actually good practices. There's flexibility. That's the other thing I wanted to say. One of the farms we heard from was Westminster Farms, Goodell's up in Westminster, Route 5. And one of the things they said was, well, nobody in Montpelier wants to listen to us. So we got the ag commissioner to come down, and we had a meeting with a bunch of dairy farmers there at Westminster Farms, and they brought up the question of the dates that they had to have their corn chopped, fields cleaned, and then planted a cover crop. The point was well made that the dates that they were being expected to meet were the same as they were on the northern border, and that we really have a different climate down here. So the Secretary Tebbett said, we've got some flexibility around that. You want to put in for a waiver, we can probably get it for you. And they did. So that, I think it shows you that things can work and we can help move them along. So there are some considerations made.
Well, one thing I wanted to ask about on a completely different topic had to do with sheriff contracts in the town. I wasn't sure what the current situation is for Dummerston and contracting with the sheriff or the state police, but one of the conversations that I've had with Jeanette White, Senator White, recently was she's very adamant that we need to change the way we fund the sheriff departments in our state because we kind of have a peculiar system. And so I was wondering how you folks might be feeling about your current sheriff contract, if there is still one in place. I'm not sure what the current status is.
We still have a sheriff's contract, and we put it it's in our budget. We're going through our budget right now, and we're gonna keep it the way it is at this point anyways. We're talking about leaving it the same. What is it, 290 hours a year we do with the sheriff's department? And then the state police takes on the criminal part of it, so that saves our hours, keeping it away from the sheriff's department, giving it to the state police, because the state police do that.
Yeah, I've known Sheriff Anderson for a while, and I know he's got some really great hopes and aspirations for the sheriff's department in Windham County, and he really wants to grow it and actually provide jobs for a number of folks. So I was just wondering what the general vibe is regarding the status with them. So
We're pretty happy.
Good.
Wouldn't you say?
They're very receptive when I'm the liaison.
Great.
And so when I email him, he's usually emailing me back,
He is
or if
very
I call,
responsive,
very responsive. So I've been happy with the way it's been going.
Great.
Yep.
And would you say that for the most part, the sheriff's role in Dummerston is primarily about speeding and, sort of
Yeah,
keeping things,
Yeah.
that's, I mean, when we get
Couple other-
calls
yeah.
from residents who say, I'd like the sheriff a little more, in this part of town or that part of town, and so that's often the conversation that happens.
And something else we're hearing really across the state is the challenge of our first responders, local fire departments, of keeping enough people on staff. They're having a hard time.
On staff or volunteers?
Volunteering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've got over 24 on our volunteer fire department.
Yeah.
And we've got.
It's more than Putney.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we've got, I think it's 19 firefighter ones.
Yeah.
And so we're,
That's good.
yeah, and they're still trying to get more, so.
Yeah. So some of the concerns we're hearing is that, buying equipment is prohibitive. The costs of trainings are prohibitive, and so that we may be looking at ways to try and help with that. I don't know if that becomes a challenge here. Let us know, because I think.
Okay, we're letting you know. Anything you can do to help out is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, with the volunteer fire department where, the town gives them a certain amount toward their operating budget, but then the same guys that are out there at 2 a.m. fighting a fire are selling pancakes on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
So funding is definitely an issue.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's good to hear that you got enough people. Now, you don't have to, Putney has to answer to I-91 calls. Does Dummerston have to as well?
I've seen them.
There's
all.
part of
Yeah.
Dummerston that's,
Yeah, okay, so.
Mutual aid.
That,
yeah.
that adds to your job tasks.
I guess one of the things I would add is that we depend a lot on VLCT
Yeah.
as an incredible support for our work, and the structure that they maintain, in the state, I think really helps the state function really well, town to town, and I kind of see them as one of our main liaisons with Montpelier. So when they're engaged and speaking up, and they're speaking for us, and we're leaning on them to, if something's confusing to us, they're the people we call. We don't call you guys, we call them, because they're really
And then
well
they call
versed,
us.
and then they call you.
They're very active and accessible. So
And I'm just encouraging you guys to keep a real open ear and be very mindful of their role in the
They're up
state.
there often.
Yeah.
Probably every day.
The committee I sit on, the main committee is government operations. So they're in my committee a lot more, I think, than yours, but
Yeah.
they're very accessible.
They're awesome.
Yeah.
And they do trainings, and they really keep us, and not just us, but also the town clerk and the treasurer,
And they've been very helpful in looking at these dog issues as well.
I'm sure,
'Cause
yeah.
It's not an isolated problem, and it's, you don't have to go far to find that people have had some pretty awful stories.
I have
No,
one more
go ahead,
thing.
yeah, no, that's fine.
It's not exactly a question, but it's just a general topic that maybe folks might have some input on. But outside the Judiciary Committee, I think a lot about the younger demographics of Vermont, and you kind of broached the subject earlier about children, teenagers, young adults, in Dummerston specifically, and I was wondering if there are any thoughts about do we have more folks moving to Dummerston? Is our population going down, or and how does it relate to being in the orbit of Brattleboro, and where do we see ourselves in 10 years given our changing population? And I've said this to a number of folks, but a lot of people my age, early 30s, they want to live in places like Vermont. And just the other week, I was talking to an old friend from college, and he's now looking at buying a place in Vermont, and I'm telling him, buy a house in Dummerston. And so I guess I don't really have a question, but I was wondering what your, if you folks might have any thoughts on, you know, where we might see ourselves in 5 years with our demographics and our population.
I know, I can't speak for the rest of you, but I'm getting older each year. So,
You are?
yeah. So I expect in 5 years, I'm gonna be 5 years older.
So, well, I have something to say, but I've been doing a lot of talking. So what were you going to say, Terry?
No, I was, no, go ahead, Gerald.
So, you know, I guess what I feel about Dummerston is that because we don't have any commercial center, we're very Brattleboro focused in terms of meeting our needs. And what doesn't happen is when new people move into Dummerston, there's no place to bump into them or no place to sit and have coffee or so that's to me kind of a lack in terms of a magnet for new people. I think our school is awesome and the school is very strong and attractive, and I think we've done things with our kindergarten that make it more feasible for parents to choose that over continuing with full-time daycare. So that's great. But I do think for Dummerston, and I don't know as the rest of the select board would agree with me, but organizations like BDCC are key to Dummerston because we don't have that center, and we become, in terms of economics, really linked with Brattleboro in a way that maybe Putney doesn't, because Putney has, and even Guilford now has, you know, the Algiers Village, and so I think it's a little bit of a lack in Dummerston of not having a place where people would just bump into somebody.
I do agree with what you said about the school, though. I know that's, when I talk to other younger families in the area, that's always the #1 draw.
Absolutely.
The school.
Yeah.
And it was for me as well.
Huh.
Yeah.
There are some people that would disagree with you.
In what way? Why do you say that?
Oh, I mean, the whole Act 46, a lot of people in Brattleboro were saying that people in Dummerston were behind, and it's just interesting, you know?
That was nonsense too.
I think it was too, but a lot of it was said that should have never been said because it was not true.
Totally, yeah.
But
it
was a real frustrating whole ordeal, and
I had to sit next to Jody Norman though while it was being said.
So yeah,
I was in the room when it happened.
So,
it was just not a finest hour.
But no, the school is great, and I went down to my son's parent-teacher conferences down to the high school, and one of the teachers, well, actually 2 of the teachers said right up front, without being asked anything, said how the kids from Dummerston come there much more prepared than any other town.
Oh, that's good.
And that was not. I didn't say anything to her. You know, she asked where we were from, and I said that, and she said, "Well, that explains why he comes to class prepared. He's ready," and so that's been going on for years at Dummerston.
I've heard the same thing when my daughter was there, and she graduated in 2009.
Yeah.
Thinking that some of the teachers can just tell the kids from Dummerston.
Yeah. And so for anybody to ever say anything against Dummerston schools is just nonsense, and they have no place to speak. Because there are teachers in their own town are saying how great the students from Dummerston are when they come down there and prepare.
Your Dummerston scores right up near the top statewide, consistently. I have a warning flag to raise for you, and it has to do with internet and even copper line phones. One of the things we did last year, because there's a continued cry for people to have broadband to the last mile in Vermont. So we set up a process, and I hope we can talk about it at another time, or that the towns start to talk to each other to set up consolidated communication districts to create municipal telecom utilities. And there's a sense after 20 years that the companies that are in Vermont are not going to expand much beyond what they've done. And that if we really want to get broadband and cell service to the last mile, we have to figure out something to do. And what happened up in Norwich, they created what's now a 20-town telecom municipal utility that does provide broadband and cell service to the last mile of all those towns. So using that example, there's money now to do planning to create some more of these districts. And why this may be even important is we just found out recently that the Federal Communication Commission is giving companies that maintain copper line, which for a lot of Vermonters is all they have, an option to forego any more maintenance or establishment of copper lines. That if they have a plan that says they're going to be going another direction, no matter, pulling cables, then they don't have to worry about their copper lines anymore. There's a lot of Vermonters who that's all they have. And we're very concerned that I don't know if you've heard complaints about Consolidated, but I know I have. And that this may be a way for them to start to look in another direction. They want to expand. I think right across the river they're doing a big expansion of cable. I hope they're getting ready to do more of that here, but I'm not going to hold my breath. So anyway, we'll certainly be on the lookout to see what happens, but just as a heads up, we need to be aware of that. And the other thing is with those telecom districts, it may be something, and what would be is not asking you necessarily to do something, but ask if there are people who would want to be on a committee. Another group that we work closely with, BDCC is part of this, but also the Wyndham Regional Commission. Chris Campany is heading up these efforts to start the planning for this, so he would be somebody you can contact.
So, Mike, I'm a little confused. So, are you saying that these municipal telecom companies, if a town is part of this municipal telecom group, the FCC has money to offer them?
The state does.
The state?
Yeah. The FCC has to do with the copper, but not with this. This is the state.
The state has money to offer these municipal groups, and so they're a good way for small towns to move forward with getting internet to the last mile?
It is. The first stage of this are planning grants.
Mm-hmm.
And to create the entities. And what they want to do is to make sure that they feel like larger groups, so they want to see different towns. Don't know that it needs to be as good as it did with EC Fiber in Norwich, where they have 20 towns, but it works.
Because certainly that's connected to bringing young people to the area. I mean,
one of the things.
I have friends that just moved up, way above me, and one of the people moved, and she said, well, here I'm living in this place and I can't work at home. I have to go into town to work. She didn't even realize what it meant to only have dial-up.
You've talked
she just
about
couldn't
this
even
with your
imagine
friend.
not opening her computer and having internet.
Exactly. I have a very close friend of mine. She lives in Boston, but she very desperately wants to live in Vermont, and she runs a successful business online, selling jewelry and making jewelry. But there are very limited places where she can live in Vermont. She wants to live in a rural area, but it would.
So I'd say it's pretty equal to schools.
Yeah.
For people moving. Is this house going to have internet? And how are the schools?
It is a selling point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And looking ahead to the future of Vermont, I think it bodes well if we can do this. And this is the plan we have, because we've come to terms with it. I have Southern Vermont Cable, but I think every year they maybe add about 10 customers.
Right.
I don't know if it's the same here in Dummerston, but what happens if you know, they're a pretty small company? What happens if a pretty small family company? How much longer into the future are they going to be able to do this? So these are, you know, some long-term things, but it might be something to look into. And Chris Campany, I think, is the person over at Wyndham Regional who has more and better information about this.
Great.
Well, thank you guys very much, and I'm sorry I dropped the ball once again to everybody here and to everybody for not putting it on the agenda.
Glad I'm not the only one who does that. I'm in good company there.
There you go. So, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. Really appreciate your time.
And even though I made a joke about emails earlier, feel free to drop me an email if you have any questions or anything. We're both pretty responsive.
And good luck with your budget.
Right.
Yeah.
So, road foreman's report. Did everybody get a chance to see that? Right on the top.
The Surf Pro.
Yeah, the Surf Pro.
Yeah.
That's about the bat. And I was talking to Lee about that, and he really thinks and I do too. After we saw the amount for it, that we get somebody else to look into that, because he didn't think it was as bad as the first pictures had showed, and he thinks this
I'd do it for this much.
There you go, right?
Go for it. I haven't gone up to inspect it yet.
It's not as bad, so.
Okay.
So that's that.
So not to go for this.
Right.
Yeah.
Get a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correspondence for information, anybody have anything there?
Pretty short.
Correspondence for discussion and or action. Geraldine, you were gonna do that, right? The report, the select board report, I thought.
Yeah, I think the deadline was December 10th, was it?
Or 9th, I think.
December 9th.
Yeah, I think it's the 9th.
Yeah, and Louis, I'll write it, but I do want to send it to you and have you make sure that you're good with it. And you know, I've been writing my articles and just submitting them. I haven't been passing them to the group, but I think for the town report, I think it's important that you're good with it.
Absolutely. Okay. New business. We've got the LHMP
Yes.
paperwork.
That's got to be submitted in by January for the big report for FEMA. It's a matching grant, so we'd have to budget in $2,500 for our portion of it. I think it's $10,000 from the state. I'd have to look back on it. It'll take 6 months to know if we're going to get the grant, and then it'll take a year. We'll have to put it out to bid to have it done, and then it'll take a year to do the whole thing that's needed to be done.
And what is it?
It's the overview of the whole town for emergency management. It's the best way to put it, really. The detailed, and it's set for. So if we ever had a disaster, we would be set for the FEMA grant, FEMA money.
And we can't get FEMA money unless we
We
have this.
have to do, yes.
Sounds like a great thing for a group of volunteers who feel, you know, strongly about this to get together and help do it. Sounds like it's a lot of work.
This money is for somebody to do it for us.
That's great.
And
This is
Wyndham Regional has done it in the past.
Yes, and it's changed this time around. Normally, they would bid on it. When I talked to Alyssa, she said we need to put it out in the newspapers to go out. They don't look at the newspapers, so if we want Wyndham Regional to bid on it, we have to call them to tell them it's out.
Okay. All right. And then usually there are public hearings to consider different things. So there are opportunities for the public to be involved and express their thoughts and concerns.
Great. Well, thanks for following that, Terry.
So I'll fill that out.
So do we need to,
Do we all, since we're all EMDs on this, should we all sign it, or?
I'd say so, yes.
Okay, all right, we can.
So you want to make a motion to sign that?
So I'll make a motion that we fill out the LMP paperwork to submit for the grant.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll all sign that before we leave tonight. Health insurance, we have to sign that paperwork. I talked to Lori about, there's a slight, did you see that in there?
Yeah.
Going with the same thing, there's a
Yes.
slight raise in there,
Right,
so we'll
right.
have to put that into our
Yeah.
budget number, but she thought they'd be happy with staying with that, so we have to.
And I don't think it was, I think it was Mike that was talking about 25%. I don't think
Yeah.
it was
No,
25%.
No,
Oh, no,
10
it's not.
point something.
Yeah, it's much,
We're on
much
the
lower.
low end of
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
10 to 25, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Yeah.
Now, so are we gonna sign that or is Lori going to sign that?
We have, I think there's one signature, I have to sign
Okay,
it,
all
but
right.
we have to make a motion to sign that.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve for Lewis to sign the renewal for the health insurance, MVP.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, I guess we had it under
Estimate
new,
for the
new
town office?
business instead of road stuff, but that was the estimate we saw.
Yeah.
And we'll be putting that out to some other people now. We gotta find people that actually do that type line of work. I think I
No
know,
idea.
I think some of these pest
Ah,
companies
that's an
Yeah, that'd be a
idea.
good idea,
do it, so. Yeah, I saw that, we'll have to put that on the next agenda. Anything else anybody has to bring up?
Just that I went to the
Oh, yeah.
Shelters Fundamentals course on Monday afternoon, and I've got a thing for everybody to look at, for the American Red Cross, just to give you an overview on it.
Okay.
So, it was an interesting course.
It was?
Yeah, it really was. There's a lot of information to be had, but it doesn't mean that we have to have our shelter surveyed by the American Red Cross. I mean, we always call them in and they'll help us, but it is a slight bit of work to have them come in and go through the building and certify it.
Yeah.
And
So-
what is our shelter?
The
school?
church.
No, the basement of the church.
Church.
The basement of the church is
Yeah.
Dummerson's shelter.
That's one of them, yes.
Yeah. But it's an interesting read, if anybody's interested in reading.
Anything else anybody'd like to bring up? Again, guys, I'd like to apologize. I can't believe I let that slip. I was going back and forth with him and we were gonna do it the last meeting and then we decided this meeting and I just let it go. Sorry. All right, motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
All right, we are adjourned.
In terms of the appropriateness of us paying the dues to the VSA, you know, it's hard to see how it's hard to see the value of that to the school district. It's a professional organization, it's a private membership organization, it serves the superintendents, which I think is probably valuable, but I'm not sure it serves the taxpayers. So and I think the same with the VPA dues, which we'll find in the principals' lines and the VPA conferences and things like that. I think if the principals or superintendent want to join a professional organization, that they are compensated well enough that they can do that on their own rather than the taxpayers be sending that up. I would submit that we get very little in return for that, and when we do need their services, we wind up paying the fees anyway. When they help train a superintendent, or if they help when they help the superintendent evaluation, same with the VSBA, we pay a healthy fee. And there was a $200 fee in one of the SU budgets to rent or to lease the VSBA database for negotiations. We pay fees for their services, and I think that paying dues is, I think we need to just stop doing that. So I don't know if we can get a more specific accounting of what those things are, because subscriptions, if it's valuable subscriptions or something, we want to keep that. But as far as the dues and conference fees and things like that, I'd like us to consider not including those.
I will say that for VSBA dues, one thing that we will be using, and it's cyclical, is for negotiations, they maintain a survey of all the state contracts, and that's a very, very useful data point.
I think that's what we just bought a subscription to, isn't it? The database of all the contracts.
Yeah, but if we're not members, I don't think we would be.
Oh yeah, so they list the fees right in their book. They're happy to take our money.
Even if you're not a member.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've come out with now in the last couple months. They've approved a range of services, and so the price is different if you're buying a la carte versus buying the full fixed price menu of services. So he's correct. And the superintendent evaluation comes through the superintendent evaluation process that we use was a VSBA dues thing, not a Vermont superintendent system. I just want to clarify.
Right, but you did a training there, didn't you? I mean, isn't that how you learned to be a superintendent?
Yes, I did, but I paid for that.
Oh, that was you. Yeah, okay, I thought that was a service staff as well. But anyway, the point is that both of those organizations, particularly VSBA, but both those organizations are becoming more and more fee for service because of the structures of the school districts have changed, and I think we just speed that process along by not paying those dues. We're not getting anything for it.
Perhaps we should have a couple people take a look at kind of what we're spending money on and what the fee for service is, and figure out what is the best savings for us with what we expect to be using in the next year of their services.
So let me ask this. The Three Vernon went to start our meeting just so they can get things going here, and I don't want to rush us, but I guess long-term, how are we seeing this happen over the next couple weeks? What are you expecting to need from us?
Have you seen our budget timeline?
Yeah, so maybe that's something we should go over and just make sure everybody's aware of.
Does everybody have it?
When you're hoping to see us.
It's also on the website as well. Yeah, so what we are looking for is another budget review next Monday, really to focus on those allocation methods. And then if we don't get to something tonight that we had on our topics, like food service, if we just don't get to it, we can pick it up on the 25th. But the idea is that after reviewing special ed on the 12th, the board would have the entire budget at that point. The objective would be to take a vote and approve, the SU board approve the budget on the 11th. The reason for that timeline primarily is so that when the what it used to be, all the other districts start their budget planning, they've got a good baseline for some of those core services already. And now it is Vernon and the SD that will benefit from those assumptions. And the first draft for the SD is the next week. You see that as December 18 on line 12. Okay, that's the first draft for the SD. And for Vernon, we had a first draft, looks like also on the 2nd of December.
So you're looking for us to regroup next Monday and
Yeah.
then the following Tuesday?
Is the December 2nd Tuesday?
December 3rd is a Tuesday.
We had December 2nd.
Oh.
Yeah, we have
Yes.
December 2nd, it's a Monday? Or
This says the 3rd.
is that an older calendar? 'Cause we
Oh, I
did-
don't know.
Yeah, here's the ones that we have on the website that do say, I can't pass that there, do say December 2nd.
So it is the 2nd?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's,
All right.
that might have been a very,
This is the one I think you handed out at the SD meeting?
probably, yeah,
Okay.
first version.
Okay. So can everybody meet the following 2 Mondays?
Come with little phones. December, the 25th and the 2nd.
So Monday, the
the second-
25th of November, and then December 2nd, Monday.
I can.
They're all scheduled for central office.
Okay.
5:30,
Time?
yes.
5? Everybody do 5, central office?
Yeah.
Or-
I think 5 might be a little tough for me. Is there any possibility 5:30?
Does that work? 5:30? Not a problem. Okay, so central office. And then I guess my next question is, as we look all of these over, so this document is not going to change until you have salary and health benefits.
Well, I think we want to talk about how we want to present that, given that it's public information. The two formats are, we make an assumption and we load it in as we would under any normal budget, in that we do a projected salary schedule and that filters through all of the positions, and we make an assumption about the increase in health and we load that in.
Okay.
And then we go in and we negotiate, knowing that to be fair labor practice, it needs to have some reasonable context. So we make that case, in our discussion. That's a traditional way of doing it when we're in the middle of negotiations and don't have a contract for that period. The other way is the board comes to an agreement on a reserve for increases in salary and benefits, and you just put that in a single line item in the budget. 400,000 reserved for salary and benefits. It goes into one line, and it's a reserve for whatever is negotiated. Both approaches get you to the same place, in that you set a tax rate that funds whatever you ultimately end up negotiating. The big advantage of putting a number into a schedule and integrating it throughout the many documents, the many pages of documents, is that when you use that as a historical document and as a reference point, you don't have to make this constant adjustment. Oh yeah, we went up 6%, 7% when you look at one period to a future period, because the money wasn't in that box, it was somewhere else. That's an endless sort of source of confusion for both public boards and folks in the building. But we can talk about that at the next meeting.
So then, health benefits and salary aside, how does everybody feel about getting questions answered? And what's the most efficient and effective way if we all have a question about this line item?
Typically, our questions go to the chair, and then they're organized, and then as long as they're not redundant,
Okay.
you filter out what seems to be whatever the question is, and then you send it along to me in advance, and then I or Lyle can respond.
Okay, so is everyone good with just emailing me anything you got? As detailed as possible, and then I will gather everything up and hopefully send it off in a way that...
Yeah, and then of course we respond in the meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Just a quick clarification, is the grants part of this different than the one that we got? I know the page numbers are different, but have things changed since when we got an email?
No.
Okay, I'll just have to figure out why I don't understand what I'm doing. Thanks.
I do have your questions, that from the email, so I can easily go through it.
No, I'll do what you said.
Okay.
Gives me time to reconsider.
Okay. So, shall we go to the grant proposal? Okay. Paul, if we could, we're gonna turn to page 8. If you're just going with the document I handed out, it keeps on going from 1 to 24. Page 8, if you're using your email document, it's the one that the title says Regular Ed Grant Program at the top. So Paul?
Right, so in order to sort out the grants, it's really helpful to look at the budget numbers, and the very last set of numbers that are actually cut off. You'll see at the top of page 8, the first budget, the first set of numbers is 1920, right? That, the way to interpret that is look down at the bottom of that block of numbers, you'll see that's adult tech ed, okay? So you always have to look down to the bottom to understand what's this block of numbers about, right? So I am most able to talk about some of the larger grants, specifically the 3 federal programs grants, Title I, Title IIA, Title IV, and then a separate tobacco settlement grant. And those are encountered first on page 9, 4250 is the Title I grant. And you'll see some changes there. One of the more obvious ones is moving from subgranting to individual schools in the first 5 or 6 lines or 7 lines to granting all at the supervisory district level. So the totals are the same, they're just moved in a different account number. And then the rest follow a pattern, that same pattern of first talking about salaries, stipends, then talking about benefits, and then travel, supplies, etc., professional educational services right toward the end. The lion's share of the shift is, let's see, up in the overall, in general, Title I, the vast amount, percentage of Title I is money that we send to individual schools to pay for academic support teachers. So part of our multi-tiered systems of support, we are funding at each of the schools that are Title I schools, and that is all 3 of the Bratt Town schools, Putney, and Guilford, not Dummerston and Vernon. That's based on poverty percentages. To those schools, we subgrant money to pay for salaries for the academic support teachers, salary and benefit for academic support teachers, and some stipend money for district-wide programs like the summer academic support camp. Hardly any other money in Title I is spent on anything other than salary, benefit, and stipends. The next, so you can look over down through page 9. It ends in the middle of page 11. You see what the bottom line is. A relatively small percentage difference from 20 to 21, but that's not accounting for any of the potential changes in salary. And because there's so much salary loaded into the salary and benefits loaded into Title I, you'll see a shift there subsequently when that's all sorted out. The next block, 4570, is Title IV. That's a new grant program. By the way, I should say, Title I is specifically intended to be federal money provided to states, provided to individual schools for the purposes of improving education for low-income students. For all of the schools in our district, we are able to access what's called a school-wide plan, where we aren't individually identifying and providing specific services to particular individual students. Rather, the poverty percentage is high enough that it's vastly more effective to simply serve all of the students in the school. Right? So we're not making a distinction between students in poverty, students not in poverty. When we're providing those services, we're providing the services to any student that requires them. Okay. The next grant, the 4570, is a relatively new federal grant. It's for well-rounded education, safe and healthy schools, and integration of technology. Those are the 3 target areas that are identified. And so there's a mix of strategies involved. Some salary, that salary is part of my salary for science coaching. Identifying science as one of the areas that we want to provide additional support in, science and social studies. There is a part of my time is spent being a science coach to get more science happening in schools. And some of the supplies budget is about providing for additional science equipment for schools. There's also funds in place for professional educational services for technology integration support. And there is, let's see, garden coordinators is a new piece that we've added in. So, and I will also say there's a number of professional development opportunities, materials opportunities for independent schools that are also built into this budget, the Title IV, and also 2A. Part of the deal with federal programs grants is we have to share some of that wealth with the independent schools in our catchment area. Most often we spend it for professional development for those schools, or for materials and equipment that will support this well-rounded education or teacher professional development. Okay, so that Title IV ends on the sort of top part of page 13. The 21st Century Schools Grant is a grant to BAMS that provides for, at this point it's funding a portion of their Beams after school program that's quite popular, provides a lot of services to kids. 4651 starts on page 13. That's Title IIA. That's specifically designed to be professional development for teachers. That's where we fund some of our literacy coach, all of our math coach, all of the administrator coach, plus some professional development activities for both our district schools and also, as I say, part of the independent schools. So again, the first piece is the subgrants, and then it's salary and stipends, and then benefits, and then some general supplies, employment, contracted services, etc. And that ends on down toward the bottom of page 15. Then going into territory I'm less familiar with, 8920 is Medicaid. I'll let Frank talk about that. And EPSDT. And then Asian Studies. I missed that. The tobacco grant. I do oversee that grant. That's the 5555 ending on the middle of page 17. Much of that is, we arrange a contract with the Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, work in coordination with them to provide some of the services that are required by the state for attaining the grant. Part of that is work with youth groups at the high school, Our Voices Exposed, and at the middle school, the Vermont Kids Against Tobacco. And we work in conjunction with the student assistance providers at the high school and middle school to work with students who are maybe have a tobacco infraction or have contacted the SAP because there are substance issues. Their BAPC and the SAPs work really closely together to provide those services and to work with kids in those schools. Asian Studies is the middle of page 17 and down. And then...
is that the Director of Instruction 1127? Is that Asian Studies?
Asian Studies is 5700, starts on, yes, but it is that program. I think Lyle can talk more about that. The long-standing program we've had for Asian Studies language instruction. And then some smaller grants, Vermont Education Health Initiative, VHI, Workforce Investment is WIB, is it, Frank?
Yeah, that's what it is.
And then Regional Standards Board.
There's also that section there for social competencies and diversity training, which is the school leadership teams from each of the schools. Each school has a leadership team. We go to Landmark College a couple times a year. Each school leadership team looks at the school's climate surveys, and then they work towards improving school climate.
As Frank mentioned, all of these, the grants are, we have this amount of money, we have a plan for spending it. If the amount varies, we have to vary what we spend. We can't overspend on any of those. So it's what comes in should be what goes out.
The Asian Studies is grants from private sources. What is?
Yeah, it's in this group because it historically was nearly 100% from private, the Freeman Foundation.
Okay.
But that is changing, and there is a local share through the districts, and I don't know if you have an update on that, Lyle.
I don't. We have applied again for a Freeman Foundation grant. What I'm hearing is that the Freeman Foundation is more interested in funding things like PBS, news, some colleges. We are one of the last like school districts that they've been funded, so I don't know how long that will be available to us.
So the high school has had a fairly significant line item to fund the program, and that is a revenue source to the. So it's one of the few where there is now local money coming in, and because of that, it probably should come out of this group because it's no longer the group of activity in here is intended to be basically self-funded. So if it's no longer the case, then we need to restructure.
Would that happen this year, or?
We're still waiting to hear.
Yeah, we need to know.
So that might happen.
Yeah, it could happen for fiscal year 21. I would expect we'll hear from the Freeman Foundation fairly soon.
Frank, where do the WIB funds come from?
It's a state agency, and that's been used to get the nursing program integrated with the collegiate high school program. So we've been working with Paul Cohen to develop co-op opportunities for kids at different medical facilities.
Can we get more money from them?
It's been about the same for many years, but what little bit is there, that 16,000, I think has really been very well used.
I was looking at the total amount at the bottom.
Yeah. It's in the. You had a question on the social competency and
Oh,
the
the diversity training, yeah.
Yeah, that's work that Diana Wally's been doing. Did you already describe that?
Yeah, a little bit,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
leadership.
Yeah, I know
each-
some of her, I just didn't know who that was.
Yeah.
Are they expanding that program? Is that why that?
We're
line
gonna look
item's
at that.
gone?
We're thinking that there may be some redundancies there, and that, in terms of that line item, up 15,000.
Mhm.
Yeah, what's conspicuous is if you look at FY 20, 15,879, it's the same amount that's up.
Okay.
So that tells me that we gotta double check the revenue source and make sure that it's,
Something didn't get.
yeah, that maybe
Okay.
something got duplicated there.
Okay.
I don't know if you know, Dana.
That seems up too much, but I do know that we are up some because we're trying to work a little bit more with the community justice and restorative justice, so that they come in and do some training with each of the school leadership teams around restorative justice practices. So we have put some money in the budget for that as well.
That's it, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and David, I think we covered all the questions on your email, unless there's something.
No, I
you
think that,
remember.
yeah,
Okay.
I didn't have 16 and 17 in the packet. That page didn't get stapled on, so I couldn't find it. It was very crazy, so I finally pulled it up my screen now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
But go through again, David, and if there's anything
Oh, no,
you
I'm fine with
feel
these.
like we've got
Yeah.
to send me questions.
Mhm.
And then we'll do this again next Monday and see
Yeah.
where we're at.
Shall we spend a little bit on food service, and then you can
Oh,
decide?
yeah.
If you wanna,
No, I forgot that there was,
yeah.
because that one I do not understand.
Okay, well, here we go. Understandable why you don't understand, because of the way, again, the state has kind of facilitated the transitions. Okay, so food service. Let's see, where does that start? On your document, it should start on page 20.
20, yep. So I think I know the answer that Academy is so large because they do all the food prep for Oak Grove and Green Street?
Yes.
Is that the case?
They do that, but the volume also reflects that they're, 3 times larger than Oak Grove and
Okay.
nearly, a third larger than Green Street. But yeah, so, but the cost there, the 1,001, and being in a district-wide, you see the 51 on that, where it's
Oh, yeah.
$452,000?
Yeah.
It's important to recognize that when you go from the 11, see, this is a good illustration of our chart here. The third sequence of numbers is 11, and it
Yeah.
starts out that way, and then it changes to a 51.
Okay.
That's where you're no longer just serving Academy School. Now you're serving Academy, Oak Grove, and Green Street. So
okay.
you're right about the 450
that's-
being all 3 schools.
Okay.
So the community eligibility program has been doing very well. We've remained eligible. It's good for 4 years. We've got another year to go. And the reason why it's so successful, not only does the specification that went out to bid require a very specific set of nutritional guidelines, it's the fact that the Brattleboro community qualifies for the high poverty subsidy. Fortunately or unfortunately, the way you look at it, none of the other communities qualify. However, there's something called Provision 2. Community eligibility provision is what Brattleboro Town uses, but Provision 2 is where you have feeder town like Brattleboro going to the high school where you know that's the majority of the population, so the community, over half of the community in Brattleboro Union High School are not accustomed to filing the application for the federal food program support. And high schools across the state and across the country, families are reluctant to participate in that application process. So it would seem logical that you'd be very close to qualifying at the high school, but because families don't take advantage of the program, we don't. So as an alternative to just saying, well, okay, we're going to have those kids that parents don't participate pay for those meals, and then the few that do get the free lunch. VOHS board approved provision 2 a couple of years ago, which does the same thing as the community eligibility program in that it everybody eats free, but it's a much higher cost to the district. For Brattleboro Town School District, the local budget was subsidizing about $50,000 on, you can see, on a $535,000 budget of spending. That's, about 10%. The high school will have to subsidize their similar volume of $500,000. We can flip to the high school, which is a couple more pages down. We go to this nice sheet here, just if you want to find what the high school code is, and it's 1040. So when you get to the 1040, it happens to be the second batch of numbers. You see it's 510,000. It's actually a little less. But the high school subsidy was more like 25%, not 10%. And that's because the loss of the revenue from the kids that would pay, it goes away. Nobody pays. And that is replaced by the school budget. So there's a much higher subsidy. And you're not looking at revenues, you're just looking at operating costs. Right? We have to develop the revenue, and we typically go over that at the last meeting for all of the programs. First we have to look at costs, because that develops a lot of the revenues. Then we have to talk about how we assess costs, and then I can go through the final, and here's how the revenues come back to make this a break-even budget. So not a significant change in cost, though. We do anticipate the bid for cafe services to continue to go up about 3%. So those costs are in there in some of the programs. But in each site, Dummerston, Guilford, each site on page 2, and then page 3 of that food service group, Putney, Vernon. These are pretty stable programs with a pretty predictable cost, because most of it is a contracted service. In general, I have not, I don't hear about, lots of concerns. There's always room for improvement. We know that, and you're never going to make everybody happy. So there's always work being done on menu and on quality. But programs seem to be doing pretty well, pretty stable. The big change in the food service group is in the Putney presentation of data here on page 3 of the food service group, and it's Putney is district number 1, 2, 3, 4, which is on page 22 in your package. And the big difference is that Putney was not fully integrated in the supervisory union in the prior year. The only part that was in the supervisory union was the pass-through money that the state would send to the supervisory union, which is their share of the free and reduced lunch reimbursements. And then the supervisory union would just cut a check back to the Putney School District, and they would incur the rest of those expenses. But now we have the full operating cost of 239,000 instead of just 87,000 pass-through revenue. So that's why that is up so much. And what we will look at relatively soon is what are the revenue sources to fund that. And Putney has also been contributing a higher percentage of total operations than the other schools generally. It started out 45,000, but I think it came down a little bit. Putney's also tried to expand their services to some catering groups, because from their point of view, a higher volume covers their fixed costs and allows the program to be more financially viable.
So Frank, is there I've seen the difference between 11 and 51, the 3.9% and 3.6% increases in Academy and Bravo make sense because those are for the whole, for a much larger, it's not just those two places. But why the increase in the food service management fees? Why are we paying, 17,000 in the BUHS section? It's not just BUHS, I understand. And then 17,000 in the Academy section. Why did the management fees go up so much?
So that's part of the bid process. Do you have a specific line?
Yeah, 3100 5710 4454.
Yeah, that is, I mean, you see the 3% on page 20 there, the 439,000 is going to 452,000, and that's for Academy, that's 13,200, that's a 3%.
That's a 3% increase in the...
Yeah, that's what we're projecting, but, it will be, it is a one-year bid every year, and they request a renewal, and the state reviews their request, but I don't know if you recall the bid that was just awarded. This is the second year of their bid, and they did compete with the Abbey Food Services and Fitzvoigt, and they actually were not the low bidder, but when principals, there was a evaluation team, when they compared notes about the quality of the food, and the response of the staff to address concerns about any part of the program, the consensus was to retain copy services.
They're responsive. Thanks.
Yep. Anything else?
Other questions? Sean, how we doing?
Good.
You're
very
our
good.
expert in the room. We get to go.
I'm
How we
sorry?
doing?
Well, the one last thing, I hate to make it our wrap up, but I gotta believe it's no surprise to you that the biggest service group in the central office is special ed, and we are seeing very large increases in special ed services. Unfortunately, it relates to I'm sure you've heard it. It's your local districts in your local schools. It's the attention to addressing the behavior issues that are throughout all of our communities. They're throughout Vermont. We're hearing this across the state. The need for behavior intervention, the increase in outside placements to Bradbury Retreat and Kendall Farm and these specialized programs. We've gone from $1 million outside placement budget to $2.5 million is where we're at now. That was not budgeted. A lot of this is, when I say not budgeted, for this year. So we're heading for a deficit this year. And a lot of it is families moving in as well. So
isn't there a revenue stream for that?
So for some there are, but a lot no. They're new residents of the Bradboro area. So for those, there's no new revenue other than the standard state aid. A little bit of good news on that is that the commissioner or the Secretary of Education rescinded his earlier sort of edict that they weren't gonna pay for the first like $50,000 of these outside placements. They were gonna call that regular ed. Is ignoring the argument that, well, if we could educate these students in the regular ed environment, we would do that. And they're in these placements because, and the VSA, the VSBA, engaged folks in Washington to say, I think you better review what Vermont's trying to do to special ed funding, and I think that made a difference. And he rescinded his attempt to essentially shift a lot of costs to the local tax rate. So maybe back to that point, David, you know, there's a very significant impact, you know, of getting the benefit of a VSBA, VSA initiative. You know, you put it in a context of a $10,000 dues, you know, we were talking about losing potentially, you know, 500,000, 600,000 in state funding. And it looks like the groups have prevailed so far. So that's to come, but we'll have a little bit more, maybe a document for you, but we've scheduled Shelley and Marisa to come in and talk to you on December 2nd, answer your questions.
Okay, so that will be focused on special ed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll send you a draft as soon as we can put it together. They're required to send something called a service plan to the Agency of Ed in October 15, and they've done that, and that's why we have these preliminary estimates, but they're not codified yet into the system.
They're coming December 2nd?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anybody special next week?
It's just us.
I guess it's just the same old thing.
Deb can come and report out.
Yeah.
Same thing again.
Okay.
Any other questions for anyone on the budget?
I'll just reiterate that hopefully we'll have a little more discussion on what is a reasonable assumption. We probably want to go into executive session for that.
Okay.
But if you could think about that, I will bring together data that I can find available that would suggest that it would be a reasonable assumption, and then it will be helpful, obviously, to us if we had consensus on that, because then I can integrate it into and it changes everything.
So would that be negotiations or contracts, the executive session?
Yeah. And keep in mind, the supervisory union is the legal responsible party for negotiations.
Okay.
It gets ratified by the district, but it's supposed to be coordinated by the SU.
Okay. All right, so I think the last thing on our agenda is the executive session.
Yeah, I'd like to move into executive session to discuss negotiations issues. We invite the superintendent to join us.
One BSA 313?
Thank you.
Nerd talk.
Public knowledge would be put the district at disadvantage.
Are we inviting Frank as well? Or just Mark?
Yeah, you're welcome to come.
Okay.
Yeah, you should stay.
I'm not a voting member, though. I'm not a voting member.
Can you
Yes.
invite Sean?
Oh, we can?
All right. Board member Murphy?
Oh, negotiations, that's right. All right, so we're inviting Sean as well. All right. So we will move into the executive session number 12.
And there's not going to be a decision afterwards, I don't think.
Yes,
So-
we would not be making a decision.
You can have
this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Tonight I am turning the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau and the chair of the GOP. And just so you're wondering, on September 23rd, we will have Terry Anderson come on the show. Terry is the chair of the Democratic Party here in Vermont. Just to sort of balance things out, I've extended an invitation to the Progressive Party. Haven't heard from them yet, but we'll keep working on it. So I hope you enjoy this show. Deb will introduce her guests, and I'll turn the show over to Deb. Just take it away.
Thank you, Pat, for allowing us to use your studio again for this panel discussion that we are having today. Today we have a panel discussion with 3 panelists. Those people are Dave Kelly, Rick Keene, and Job Tate. And the topic of discussion tonight will be education in Vermont. And with that being said, I will ask a question. Each one of you will have 2 minutes or close to that to respond, and then any questions from each other after that. So, are you ready?
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to take a moment and have each of you introduce yourselves to the audience and just tell us a little bit about who you are.
We'll
start with Dave.
Okay, my name's Dave Kelly. I'm an attorney. For 25 years, I was the general counsel for the Vermont ski areas. So I represented most of our ski areas here in Montpelier. I've been the chair of our local school board, and I've spent years organizing high school exchange programs for Vermont students throughout Europe and Eastern Europe. I think that's probably enough.
Wonderful. Rick?
My name's Rick Keene, and my background, I'm a 30-year resident of Vermont. I've spent 6 years as vice chair of the Calais School Board, and then another year and a half until merger replaced us on the school board as well. And my background has been in engineering and robotics in the past, and then I've worked also in transportation engineering and planning for many years, working with municipalities. And then I have a business, a prototype design business as well in Portland, Maine.
My name's Job Tate, and I'm a former state representative. I worked down the street for a little bit more than one term, twice elected. Represented Bridgewater, Chittenden, Killington, and Mendon in the legislature. Currently, I'm a chief petty officer in the United States Navy Seabees, and I serve on the board of directors for the Ethan Allen Institute. And I am the very fortunate husband to Lisa and the loving father to Mendon and Everett.
Wonderful, wonderful. Tremendous amount of experience in the room here. So we'll get started with our questions. The first question we have is, what would you say is the most important consideration for legislators regarding education issues in Vermont? A couple of ideas would be funding, cost, scores, children. Joe, we'll start with you.
For me, I think it starts with the kids. I think that when we're trying to think of what is the priority when it comes to education funding, I think it's an excellent question to ask, is where is our focus? And I think we need to stop thinking of our education funding as funding schools. What it is it's funding kids. And so I think as long as we keep the kids in the forefront, and there's some orbital stuff there too, we've got to keep the parents at the forefront. I think that's where I land on that. It's kids first, obviously, making sure they're educated, making sure they're equipped for what's ahead.
Great bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Kids first. Rick?
Kids are really important in this, and they are the primary focus. However, I think fundamentally, something that's been lost, I think, is that our communities are very important, and they're fundamental to the success of our kids. And the schools in Vermont are unique in their the deep connections that they have with the communities. And I think this is under challenge these days, and I think it could have a severely negative impact on the long-term success of our kids, and certainly the quality of our schools.
If we're talking about priorities for our legislators, I think there are 2. First, there's an enormous financial mess that's going to catch up with us because we have a $1.5 billion deficit. It's our public teachers pension fund is underfunded by $1.5 billion. And the medical health benefit for public teachers is underfunded by $1 billion. And even if we are really disciplined for the next 20 or 30 years, that's going to be an enormous challenge to bring that under control again. The people that manage those funds have been talking about a 7.5% return. If we get 5%, we'll be lucky. So we're not even managing those funds the way we should. I also think there's a deficit in leadership, because we are at a point where we need to redesign education, where we need to be thinking, what is a 21st century education? What does it look like? And while we have some good leaders in the legislature, I don't think we have the imaginative, creative, visionary people we need to be creating that kind of a school system. We have great leaders in our school system in Vermont, but we don't have enough really imaginative, visionary leaders. So I think there's a deficit with money and leadership.
Okay. Any questions amongst yourselves? I have one perhaps for you, Rick. So were you suggesting that communities and the school systems are disengaging from each other?
They are, and it's got a lot of ramifications. With the consolidation of schools and the ultimate closure of many of the small schools, it has a couple of really bad impacts that you actually transcend education. There are a few major pathways where we grow our leadership for this state. Select boards and school boards are big ones in this state. And it is a direct path that engages people in the community in their governance. So this is kind of a high level. It's one of the reasons that Vermont has been so successful, I think, as a state, and that we actually turn out honest politicians generally. I'm originally from Maryland, and I can tell you the politicians are not honest there. That link does not exist. There's a break between the constituent base and the politicians. And I think that, this reduces that pool of talent that we'll see filtering up into our legislature. And what is really disturbing is that the reason people get involved in community and participate in these boards is because their voice matters. They're heard. They've got kind of a regulatory presence. And that is getting shoved aside. The voice is just becoming a checkbox on public participation. Decision-making is being now isolated, often by people who are not elected officials, and certainly are not protecting the interests of the community itself.
I would agree with Rick 100%, because what Act 46 did was it disposed of his enormous amounts of volunteer talent and leadership at the grassroots level where it's most important. And I think importantly, our school boards have become especially important training grounds for women leadership. And if there are going to be more women in leadership positions, our school boards are important to bringing those leaders forward. And to just throw them out the window the way we did was a really tragic loss.
One thing I'd say off of that, Dave, or back to your original statement there about the deficit in leadership, I think you're absolutely correct. One thing, though, is on the other side of the coin. I think there's some excellent leadership for the teachers union and some of those other forces that we've been able to see them make incredible inroads, especially over the past 15 years or so. And to challenge that, this is one of the problems I have with Act 46, is you're forcing school boards to go up against this this massive force in the NEA. They don't lack for leadership, but more and more we see with Act 46, we're seeing ourselves get gutted, and we're bringing a knife to a gunfight more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to your point with regards to lack of, I think, did you use the word creativity, in terms of redeveloping our educational system? Do you think that is the case because there is so much pressure from the current the lobbyists, the NEA in Montpelier, on the legislators to keep the status quo and not think outside the box?
I think we have sort of a narrow-minded conventional wisdom about education across the board in our legislature. The notion that somehow more bricks and mortar, more centralization is going to be more efficient and provide greater equity. And I think that's just plain nonsense. We live in a time when technology has given us enormous advantages we didn't have before, and we're not taking advantage of those opportunities. Our small rural schools are vital to the future. We are not going to attract young couples. We want more young people with children coming to Vermont. We are not going to attract those people to Vermont if we take our small rural schools out of our small rural communities. They won't want to go there. We'll ghettoize those communities. And so I think the leadership in the legislature and their priorities and their vision is just misdirected. We need to be thinking in terms of more personalized education, more community engagement. We don't need to be thinking about longer bus rides and more bricks and mortars and bigger, more centralized schools.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move on. We might have touched on this a little bit already, so we might not need to spend a lot of time on this. Act 46 merged many communities in Vermont. Mine was one of them. I'm in Essex Junction, and we merged with the town of Essex and
Westford, right.
Yes. Westford lost school choice in that process, and they were willing to give that up to merge. What is your opinion of the successes or not successes of these mergers? I think we just went through.
I'm glad to start if you want. I think that's yet to be seen, but I think what you will see, and speaking, having a business in Maine, and Maine did this in 2008, went through this consolidation, and last time I looked, roughly 42% of the schools that were forced to consolidate were either in the process of or had pulled out of consolidation, because what the suburban schools tend to do fine, or the Middleburys, or your larger school centers, but the small municipalities end up giving up schools, and then they give up a heart of a community. That schools play a unique role, especially in rural communities, which is most of Vermont. They are a gathering place for adults with and without kids. And in our town of Calais, we're the fourth poorest town in our group of 5, and yet we consistently have, if not the highest performing kids, probably the second highest, and very neck and neck for first position. And we had, on all my years in the school board back from 2000 to 2006 originally, and even recently, we had close to 100% engagement in that school by community members, by parents, and then other community members also who didn't have kids in the school. And it's that connection to that local entity and that kind of ownership that is the reason our population, our student population, has been stable since 2000, whereas the rest of the state has been dropping 1% a year. It's a destination. The kids are there to learn. They see the importance of this by the engagement of the community and the people. And that is key to the success of learning. And I think, within one thing that has been lost, and it actually touches back on the last question a little bit, one thing that has been lost in our education bureaucracy is it's become this isolated bureaucracy that just does not look at a community as a living, breathing block that education is part of. They think that is the thing in itself, and within their own dogma even, they come up with these processes that are kind of cookbook, and they are rather inflexible, and Act 46 is an example of this, where it's a one-size-fits-all model that's forced down on communities, whether they fit or not. And you look across the state at the dozens and dozens and dozens of alternative the plans that were put forward, and very few of them were even looked at or accepted. And these, countless hours were put on by, working on by community members to make systems, merge systems that might work better, and they were basically ignored and forced, basically the preferred model was forced down upon those communities. And I think that the net result of that is that you will kill engagement of if community members won't put effort in, if it's wasted effort, if their efforts are just for naught.
I think if you talk to an average Vermonter about Act 46, the general consensus is it's not doing enough. If it was doing anything at all, it was a miss. Property taxes are going up. We're still hemorrhaging kids out of the system. The consolidations, it's been a bumpy road. And I think that Vermonters were expecting more from Montpelier on this issue. Back in 2014, that was the clarion call, fix this. And instead, we came up with this uber complicated thing that you need a Sherpa to hike you through the bill. It's too complicated. The average Vermonter doesn't understand it. I sure didn't understand it when I voted no on it in the legislature, but I understood enough about it that it was bad. And you ask a general Vermonter, how is Act 46? What do you think? They'll say, that's bad. I mean, what's the point? And I think, I agree. But we had a consolidation down in Bridgewater, a town I represented. They ended up sending their kids over to Pomfret. And I think that what I saw, the biggest obstacle was it was an emotional one. Mm-hmm. That was hard. And I think it's important, though, I think some schools need to close. There's going to need to be some mergers. We have lost so many kids in the system. There's just not. We can't keep all these doors open. So I think we need to sometimes separate ourselves from the emotion of it, focus on what's important, and go from there. But just to answer your question, Deb, I think you ask the general Vermonter, they'll say, oof, no.
Well, I think, just to clarify on that, there's nothing wrong with consolidation. In fact, it is a good idea, and you're right, it needs to happen in certain places. The problem is, the mistake made is that it was driven from the top with no thought to the community. This needs, and we said this from the very beginning, we testified in House hearings and multiple people, not just myself. This needs to come from the communities. I said, provide the expertise and provide the resources they need to do this, but let the communities figure out what works for them. Provide the professional assistance to help guide them. And that was completely ignored. And this, I think probably the only way to begin to look at solutions toward this is to restructure. AOE is a very tops-down organization, and it needs to be restructured in a way. I would almost suggest, in fact, Scott Thompson and I proposed this in an alternative plan to Act 46 back when Act 46 was first being proposed. We wrote an alternative and submitted to Peter Shumlin, but it was, essentially using, Regional Planning Commission model that exists now. The infrastructure is right there. You create a commission, one town, one vote. And each region of the 11 or 13 RPCs around the state would have a commission, and they would elect an executive committee. And basically, they would have oversight over they would show oversight over even secretarial decisions.
Dave, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, to some extent, I disagree with Joe and Rick. And it's why I think leadership is so important. If you look at the other states that have gone through a consolidation process, West Virginia, North Dakota, Arkansas, Nebraska, Maine, what's happened is the bigger communities with the most votes have closed the schools in the little communities, and they put students on longer bus rides, bringing them to more centralized schools with more bricks and more mortar and more expense, quite frankly. The buses are expensive, the new schools are expensive. I think we don't have, if we were imaginative and creative and if we had vision, we don't need to be closing these small schools. Technology gives us possibilities that we're not taking advantage of. We should be thinking in ways of keeping our schools close to our families, close to our students, and we shouldn't be thinking about long bus rides. We should be thinking about how can parents be best engaged in our schools. And that's by keeping the parents involved. That's by keeping our community leaders involved. That's by keeping local businesses involved. But when we follow the pattern of other states, what will happen is attracting businesses to communities, or even entrepreneurs or people that are going to run businesses to communities without schools is going to be incredibly difficult. We are going to hollow out rural Vermont. We're going to do just what they did in West Virginia. And that's just plain, it makes no sense. We need more leadership, more vision, more imagination, and more creativity.
Okay, thank you, Dave. We're ready to move on?
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all right, thank you, Dave. The next question, I think we've already answered it. What's the impact of mergers on small communities? Basically, it destroys the fabric of the community.
It does. It reduces property values. It reduces tax base. What you're seeing around the state of Vermont is buyer's remorse today. If you go over to Addison Central, where they're talking about closing Addison, Ferrisburg, and Ripton, those communities are beside themselves. They voted yes. Now they're saying, what did we do? You go to the Harwood region, where they're talking about closing Moortown and Facein. And again, those communities are saying, what did we do? I know those little elementary schools. They're great schools. And it makes no sense. And we do have some really great leadership in the education community. I don't mean to suggest we don't, but we don't have enough. It's few and far between.
Okay, great, thank you. Next question. Do you believe Vermont should have a statewide school choice? If so, why? And what are some of the barriers that you see to preventing choice in Vermont? That's a big question.
Where do you want to start?
And we'll start with you.
I think the answer is yes. Yes, period. I think we have a statewide property tax. And repeatedly in my law practice, I've had families and students come to me with really legitimate reasons for wanting to go to a school beyond their residency. I will say this, I think that Vermont's come a long way since I started practicing law. I think the technical centers were a big step forward. I think that we finally adopted a form of public school choice. It's inadequate as far as I'm concerned. I think Act 77 was the biggest step forward we've taken in the state of Vermont. I don't think it's good enough. I think we can do a lot better. I think fear is probably the biggest barrier of more school choice. I think a lot of people are afraid of it. But if you look at the 90 tuitioning towns in Vermont, almost every one of those towns is fierce in the defense of tuitioning. It's why property values in those towns have grown while property values in other towns have not. It attracts people to those towns, and I think it's proven successful, and I think it's a good example of how things can work.
Is the fear that you speak of, is the fear in the current academic arena that we have, or is the fear in the taxpayer?
I think it's both. I was the chair of the Hazen Union School Board, and we were surrounded by tuitioning towns where they had choice. Walden, Wolcott, those were tuitioning towns. Stannard was a tuitioning town. We worked hard to attract those students. But I think the notion of actually working to attract students scares. Public education in Vermont functions as a monopoly, as many monopolies. And people who depend on monopolies like monopolies. But in point of fact, if you look at instances in those towns where they do have choice, it encourages schools, even like Hazen, to be better, to go out and to become more attractive, to think about our music program and our art program and our science program. And I think choice is good for everybody. I was an attorney. I actually worked in Eastern Europe as an attorney for quite a few years. And I learned a lot of lessons there, especially about public monopolies. I watched all of Eastern Europe collapse because they liked public monopolies so much.
Joe?
I think school choice is a priority. I think statewide school choice is the silver bullet to a lot of the problems we're facing. You ask about a hurdle or a barrier. I'll be frank with you, it's the teachers union. They have a stranglehold on that building down the street. And you look at the campaign donations, the way they operate, it's going to be incredibly difficult to convince a legislature to pass that kind of bill. But I think again, this gets back to the first question, what's our priority here? Our priority is to educate these kids, to give parents agency over the education of their kids. We see that it raises property values, improves outcomes, saves a ton of money. School choice, and especially in a state of our scale and our size, this is a place we could do it and do it right. And Dave's absolutely right. I represented 2 of my towns had school choice for high school. From their cold, dead hands, would you take school choice? And we saw down in the Rutland area, the high schools, it is very competitive to try to get the kids from Mendon and Chittenden to go to those high schools. And they bend over backwards. And the towns, they send a bus. They'll do anything they can to get those kids. And it's a wonderful product. And we talk about economic development. We talk about wanting to attract people to Vermont. Statewide school choice, beautiful.
To me, this is a no-brainer, because if you stop and think about it, if you're going to close small schools, would you close them because the bigger town has more votes and wants the money, or would you close them based on quality?
Right.
And who's the most attractive? Where do people want to go? Who's doing the best job? To me, it's like here we are designing a monopoly system of consolidation that has proven that it's disastrous in states like West Virginia. And if we have to close schools, let's close them on the basis of efficiency and quality, not on the basis of money and votes.
Right. Right. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Go straight to nature.
Well, you know what's interesting is there's fears on both sides here. The VEA, NEA has a stranglehold on your legislators, is what I'm hearing. So they're afraid of school choice because they're afraid that the schools will become competitive they'll compete with each other for clients, our children, and so they're afraid that schools are going to become vacant and empty through that competitive process. But if you look at Act 46, they are selectively closing schools. So they are closing schools, but on their terms through Act 46. Right. Does that make sense?
You know something? And I would have liked to have seen the NEA have a voice and play a role in that issue. They stayed neutral. I was surprised. I don't think there is anybody in the state of Vermont who has been a more zealous opponent of Act 46 than I have. And I was surprised that the NEA sat on the sidelines. I would have thought they would have been on my side. I want to say something in defense of the NEA, because I have seen what they've done for professional development. And I think if we're going to really maintain costs within our school system, we have to understand how teaching is changing and how the burdens put on the classroom are growing. And I think we need to look at the bureaucracy and the administration, and that's where we need to really cut some costs. But I think the NEA, in terms of professional development, is doing more than almost any organization.
And those teachers and educators and staff need to be paid what they deserve to be paid. But one of the things that I do hear is they're very top-heavy. The organization has far too many, and that's what's keeping our educational costs skyrocketing.
Well,
we have less students, more staff, and
it's very important in all of this. I actually love school choice as well, because it adds there are a couple of real benefits. There are many benefits, but the quality control piece is important, because it really does. I mean, Calais is a very small school, but we've had very high-performing students, and the boards for years and years took great effort to really hire the right staff and work with the staff to do that, and that makes it a destination for parents with kids, but also choice. From my experience, most schools are small, and you have a different flavor at each school. And it, in a way, in its small communities, it serves you well because kids have different needs, and they might meld much better into a nearby school than they do into this school. And we can't serve those kids as well in that community. We should have that ability, and the parents should have that ability to match that. And this is an avenue that allows, it gives that flexibility to, or some semblance of that, to the smaller community schools. I think there's one thing we have to be careful of with school choice, and that is to be careful to make sure that we do it in a way that's truly accessible to everybody in the school and not just wealthier parents or only one working income households or things like that, because that can deal certain parts of the population out of it, but I'm sure that can be done pretty effectively.
Yeah, that leads to another question. Since you just touched on it, do you believe that school choice, as it is established today, or even if we went to school choice, is designed for the wealthy? Because it's
just the opposite.
Because
just the opposite.
The wealthy have choices today.
Right.
If your family is affluent and you want to be an exchange student, they write a check. The students that are left behind and the students that don't have choices are students whose families can't afford. The wealthy, they can buy a house in any community they want. Their school, they pick it. It's the students, quite frankly, it's the students that are stuck in, East Hardwick, whose folks have lost a job. They don't have choices. They don't have opportunities. And quite frankly, that's one of the great things about Act 77. For a student with talent and passion, committed to education, those students that don't come from affluent families at least have a chance to begin college now, to take courses outside of school, to be exposed to other possibilities. But we need to do more. It's not good enough.
So, some would say that in terms of school choices for the wealthy, I'll give you an example. Let's just use Hardwick. If you had full school choice in Hardwick, you as a lower income family might not be able to afford to transport your child. And the wealthier people can afford to do that. That's the argument, that it's more designed for wealthier people.
That really, I think, is cynical about the abilities and the imagination of people from less affluent backgrounds. If you look at Walden, if you look at Wolcott, these towns are not full of wealthy people. These towns are full of people, sometimes in some of the lowest economic situations in Vermont, but they find a way to get students to the schools they think are best for them, and they would be fierce to defend their tuitioning and their choice.
I agree with Dave on that as well. I mean, I think, and just watching from our experience of people moving into Calais because they had elementary school age kids and without a lot of wealth, but they valued education, they'll find a way. And I think it's our job as a state and as communities to help make that as feasible as we can. We can't solve all these problems, and we can't, there's this great myth of equity everywhere and everything. It doesn't exist. We can't, but we could do our best to make it as equitable as possible. And I mean, that inequity also drives the creativity.
Well,
and this is a thing that, I think we get lost. We lose huge opportunities sometimes because we try to, this doesn't work in 100% of the cases.
What you just told us, Deb, reminds me of a joke I heard in Russia. There's 3 farmers. One is an American, one is a Frenchman, and the third is a Russian. And each of them has a neighbor with a cow, and each of them wants a cow. So the American works really, really hard, and he saves his money and he buys a cow. The Frenchman petitions the government, and more he wants more taxes, so the government will give him money so he can buy a cow. And that's what happens. And the Russian still wants everybody to be equal, so he insists that the government kill his neighbor's cow. What you're talking about is the same situation. If we say, oh my gosh, wealthy people already have choices, and we're going to give them more choices, and maybe less affluent people will be left behind, what we've said is, we're going to deny less affluent people the possibility to have these choices because we're somehow afraid that wealthy people might have more choices. That doesn't make any sense.
Joe?
I agree completely. I don't think you're going to, even if they are not able to get their kids to that school, some of them will. You're providing more choice, and just like Dave said, the wealthy have choice already. This is not for a wealthy only scenario.
Very good. I think we all agree on that. Let me just go on here a little bit. If you could suggest a legislative bill for the 2020 session on helping kids in education, what would that bill look like?
Do you want me to start?
We'll start with Joe.
Okay.
I'll take an unusual stab at this, and my bill would be to get rid of the corporate income tax, because we're having a discussion about education funding. We're talking about bailing out the boat. We aren't talking about the leak, and our big leak is the economy. We have a demographic. The term gets overused, but we have a demographic crisis in the state, and it's not going away unless we address the economy. And the legislature, Vermont as a whole, it's the fourth quarter and we're down by a couple of touchdowns. I don't know why we're running the ball. We need to drop back and throw for the end zone. We need something bold. For me, I would put in a bill, get rid of the corporate income tax. We'd be the only state in the Northeast that doesn't have one. And it's, on average, it's only about $100 million a year. That's not chump change, but I think we could probably find the savings somewhere and say Vermont's open for business. But that's the problem. There's a reason these kids didn't vaporize. The families moved away. And until we do some triage and stop the bleeding, we're going to have this is going to be a rolling boil conversation to solve this. So my bill for the kids in education would be an economic one, which we don't do nearly enough of in the legislature.
No.
Good. Well, you just said that the families moved away. Yeah. Also, many of my friends and neighbors are homes with no children. Their children have grown up, but new people are not moving in.
Right.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest problems. New people are not moving in. People are moving out that have money. Retired people are moving out that have money, but we don't have an influx of youth coming into the state, providing us with youth. So it's
a big problem.
It's a big problem.
It's the problem.
Yeah.
Rick, what would you
I
do?
completely agree. Well, I think there are two things. I think that the economy is the basis of need, and what supports and drives the schools. And we absolutely need that in this state. As a business owner myself in Maine, Maine's making a lot of effort to do this, for that reason, because they've had some of the same issues. We're falling behind in this, and we will never fix this education problem if we don't make it affordable and possible for families to come and be raised, live and be raised here. And then secondly, I go back to that argument, I think in the legislation, I would restructure the control within our education to the point where we start, instead of pushing communities out of decision making, we bring them right to the table.
Yeah.
And I mean in a meaningful way where their voice carries decisions. There is a lot of good judgment out there. And they're far better than many of the PhDs I've seen who have just been indoctrinated into a system of education, but they have no idea about anything outside of those borders, like, the social conditions of communities. And that's what communities bring to this. They understand the need better than anybody that I've seen at the top. And so they need to have a really powerful and significant seat at that table.
But before I tell you the bill I would want to introduce, I want to tell you a little story. When I was the chair of our school board, a young woman came to the school board and said, I've taken every art course we have, and I'm really good, and I have a passion, and I want to beg you to let me take half of a year's tuition and go to the Oxbow School of Art in Napa, California. And we had a hard, blistering debate, and we finally agreed to let that young woman take some of her tuition, a semester's tuition, because her family couldn't afford it. Her mom was working 2 jobs, a cash register at one restaurant, a waitress at another restaurant. That was the most important experience of that young woman's life. She's on the president's list at the Pratt Art Institute right now as a student. I want to see opportunity scholarships for juniors and seniors that show passion and talent in a particular subject so they can dream of anything, go anywhere, and really have something exciting to look for as they're shaping their education here in Vermont. And I think if we do that, we would set Vermont aside. We would tell the United States of America, in Vermont, any kid can have a dream. And those kids that are passionate about their education, who are dedicated to their education, can go anywhere, study anything, and we're going to help them even before they go to college.
I agree completely with Dave on this too, and that is a piece. Our education leadership tends, they're trying to produce this white vanilla system that wouldn't motivate anybody. And I think the key, education is about inspiring learning, because knowledge takes a lifetime. To become a Renaissance person takes a lifetime of learning. You learn very little. I studied engineering and architecture and had enough credits to minor in anthropology and English in college. And, and it was, but this much of what I've amassed in my life came from that experience. I developed some tools there to learn, but it's that passion and aggressive edge to keep learning more and growing. That's what we need to feed. And Dave is talking about that. That's what
if we could send that message across America, I think we could reverse the drain of young people with children leaving Vermont. I think there would be reason to say, in Vermont, our children can have a dream.
They got to have a job, though, to move here.
They have to have a job.
Yeah, I agree completely, but without the economic piece, the whole thing falls apart.
Well, you know something, one of the things we have to do is be a lot more imaginative about technology, because, quite frankly, I was in Boston this week, and I went down there and I said, why in the name of God would anybody live in this place? This makes no sense. I live in Greensboro. I have bears, foxes, raccoons at my back door. I can go cross-country skiing. I can go fishing in the Clyde River or the Lamoille River. I live in one of the most magnificent places on earth. And I think of the people who are dying in New York and living the most suffocated lives in Boston. If we use technology, if we bring the kind of technology we need for people to work with their imaginations and their intelligence, I would have to think many, many, many more people would rather live in Greensboro than Boston. And the one thing we can't do is let our schools go. We need to make our schools more attractive, more vital, more inspiring.
Do you think that is the mission of the remote workers program that the state of Vermont has introduced?
That's the most silly thing in the world. That's like,
ridiculous.
It's just ludicrous. It's a joke. But I think what we need to do is get some really exciting ideas. If it means getting rid of the corporate tax, maybe we do it. Maybe we create opportunity zones where we say, you know what, we're not going to have any state income tax for the first 10 years you're here, as long as you're here. Plenty of states survive without an income tax. There's lots of things we can do, but one thing we need to do is make our schools exciting and inspiring. And that takes imagination and leadership.
I have a partner right now. We're developing a tech logistics company, and it will be multinational in scale when it's done. And I was talking to some member, the chair of House Commerce one day, and about even looking at bringing that to Vermont. And this is tech logistics, so you can really put it wherever you want to put it, as long as you've got the digital highways to manage the data, which we don't have here, critical point. But I said that's one important absolute need. The second, and more important, is that I need to have these small connected school systems. I can bring the young tech logistics people out of Silicon Valley and places like that. They will respond to this after being in, I have many family in, coming out of the top schools in the country. Their kids are in these competitive mills, and it's not healthy. And you see what it does to these kids, and it's what creates a lot of our Wall Street greed. And and there's a huge golden value in what this state offers in ethic. And I could bring people and sell them that small connected community school. And I said directly, I cannot sell a Walmart version of a suburban school out of Boston. I said that I won't be able to bring people here to with the skill sets that I need to do it.
I agree with you, Job, that the future of education in Vermont is closely linked to the economy. The top 6 available jobs in Vermont, I recently was reading, they are groundskeepers, housekeepers in hotels, sales, retail sales, food industry. Those are not necessarily jobs that people with good educations who want to raise a family in Vermont are flying to Vermont for.
That's why.
But we have a new emerging agricultural economy in Vermont, and it's just embryonic today. If you look at Jasper Hill Cheese, if you look at Hill Farmstead Brewery, if you look down the road at Bar Hill Distillers or Pete's Greens, there is a food industry that's value added, that's a new agricultural economy. The Center for an Agricultural Economy in Hardwick is a big piece of that. But there is opportunity here if people want to use their imaginations and seize it. But it takes leadership, and it takes enough to start bringing entrepreneurial people to Vermont.
Right. Those are the entrepreneurs that you're referring to. When I think what this article was referring to was food industry, being McDonald's, fast foods, restaurants, working in the kitchen, serving. Those are not high-paying jobs, as we know. So people from outside of Vermont are now saying, I'm going to go to Vermont and work at McDonald's.
In 10 years, Jasper Hill Cheese has created over 100 jobs in the Northeast Kingdom.
But it takes that leadership.
It takes leadership, it takes entrepreneurial talent, but if we have the right schools, they become a magnet. There's nothing that's going to turn the Vermont dynamic around in a week or a month or a year. It's going to take a real vision.
There's a component here in my business. We were brought into a very famous tech incubator in Atlanta, which is the guy who developed Alexa is out of that and so on. And they have a 95% success rate in their businesses they incubate. And these are tech businesses. And much of the Georgia economy, and certainly Atlanta, is built around this incubator. And in my experience, I've had businesses most of my life. Vermont is loaded with entrepreneurial talent. To survive here, you've got to be pretty industrious, flexible, and hardy. And this is something that the government could work with businesses to create incubators. If our business is successful, we will bring it here ourselves. My partner and I will bring it to Maine and Vermont. But that is a whole education unto itself. Those incubators are not just providing office space. These are all taught. The people teaching in them and operating them are very successful entrepreneurs, and they come back and give business time back to that to train the next generations, and that's why they have such high success rates. We start incubating. That's the way you start incubating business. We've got the schools and the people to draw on here. You don't have to have huge numbers. They typically have a few hundred at one time that are being incubated. But what they generate and their affiliation with Georgia Tech, I mean, it's mind-boggling. And everybody from Google to Amazon, they all sponsor this. They partner with the state, but the state's actually a minor partner. It's actually supported by all the big businesses and people that came out of this program and ended up coming back like alumni to really teach the next generations.
You know, when you talk about leadership and all this, though, I think of it through the prism of Rutland County, and down there, something like the worker relocation, the quote-unquote $10,000 bribe, just boggles their mind. It's so frustrating for them. They want action. They want the ability for imagination and an entrepreneurial spirit to have free reign. And there's just so much frustration, at least down in that neck of the woods.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'd like to get to one more question before our time is up. There's several good questions here, but because we're talking about education, what do you believe the role of the State Board of Education is, and would you make any changes?
Yes,
Joe, we'll start with you.
Well, I would say I think it's too political right now. I wish that the state boards, the school boards, could set it up. They'd be the ones to come up with some sort of election process. As it is now, the governor appoints.
Bottom up.
Yeah, and so I think with how political it is, I think that helps see some of the mission creep that concerns a culture voter like myself, someone who's concerned with my young kids going into the school. I have a lot of concerns about some of the mission creep we see in schools, and so I'm concerned with just the political nature of the school board.
It's completely political, and I agree completely with Joe. I think I would go back to the model I talked about earlier and say, you know, if you had, that needs to be created and elected by the people of the town. They're not appointed.
Yeah.
They need to, I would use a regional planning commission type model, and those those one town, one representative commissions could decide and elect members or to a board like that. They need to be accountable to the people, definitely.
Dave?
Well, first of all, the notion that those folks coming to Montpelier know more about managing Hazen Union High School than our school board does is silly. Our school board, we have an entrepreneur who started a business with 40 employees. We have a lawyer. We have an architect. We have a woman who's been a professor at a major university. That's our school board. Very talented, intelligent people engaged with the community. The notion that, and they're all good people. I know the people on the state board. Some of them are really bright. I think John Carroll's a particularly bright guy, but he doesn't know as much about Hazen as we do. So I think they need to step back. The notion that they have the power to transfer $8 million of debt from East Montpelier to Calais, and they know what they're doing, is almost crazy.
Yeah.
To transfer $500,000 of debt from Hardwick to Stannard, I mean, what do these guys know about what they're doing? It's crazy that they have the power to dissolve municipal governments and to create municipal governments. What does any one of those people know about creating a municipal government? They need to step back. The power they were given was way too much. What the decisions that they've been making should have been made by the legislature or by local school boards.
Yes, what Dave said.
I agree completely. Yeah, I would.
Keep it local.
Yes.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
no question.
What kind of government works better, top down or grassroots?
I think we
Bottom
know.
up or top down?
I think we know.
When we make a mistake at the
It's a no-brainer.
Well, when we make a mistake at the grassroots, we learn from it. We don't seem to do that from the top down. They walk away from it and leave the price tag on us.
What I find interesting is that with all the brain power that we have in the state of Vermont, and three of you are sitting right here, how do we as such a small state allow this to happen?
Inertia.
How did we allow Vermont to get to where it is?
Well, I think there's a lot of explanations. Not enough people run for public office. You know, we all pat ourselves on the back, but we really don't. It means we're not doing enough. And quite frankly, I think as a country, our notion of sacrifice for community has dwindled. And you know what? To some extent, I always think back to John Kennedy saying, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I feel like we have leadership that's really turned that around upside down on its head. Because basically, more and more we have people that are asking what their country and their community can do for them. I think, you know, we talk about giving everything away and everything free. You know, we've got a lot of leadership that panders instead of leads.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Our time has come to an end here. I want to thank all three of you for being part of the panel here.
Thank you.
This was
Thank you,
really
Deb.
good,
Thank you.
really
Enjoy
good
it.
conversations, and thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you again.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Deb.
you.
Deb, thank you and your guests so much for an incredible show. This was one of the best discussions we have had on this program. I thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. I certainly did. We'll see you next week. And in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.